far too long. All the preparations have been completed. I will show them the real Serpentious.
Serpentious strength so tremendous, inventor in attendance and he never surrenders. Strike and when I flip they scramble, serve breakfast. Mechanical machines looking tight like a turn wrench. On my days in them, slithering in the snake skin, sliding in the fire ring, gliding like it's a skate rink. Bay rings and satisfies my degrade kinks. And when she says she's pulling up, it's the grenade pin. Dripping like a fang of an anaconda. I'm popping the jacket collar and blasting whatever I can afford. The modifications I made the spanner and hammer, crack the bones of what you squad a terminal like Sarah Connor. I'm the adder to be attacking the apple of Adam, dancing, calling mad, another vibra. I'm a record patterns, admiral styles, calling the cavalry. We man the barracks, baddest antagonist in the pentagon, the plans of callous.
Miss Bomb, do you want to sing a chorus with me? Why, you ask? Because I'm singing a chorus for everyone!
He's plotting your demise. Two snake guys, so roll the dice. They're gonna know the price.
Cherry?
Who's got the smarts in the brain? Can resist the charm of a snake.
Have you heard what they're calling me?
The evilest villain in hell. Whose devious schemes are the best. He's a genius feed you don't wanna test.
So they know that they're dealing with
The evilest villain in hell.
For disclosure, don't label me with misnomers. Address me as your excellence, as King Cobra. Make him have a hissy fit, ripping textiles. Combat specialist, I was mortal, now I'm reptile. Cold-blooded eyes, veins, Einstein-sized brain. Full steam ahead like a cold-running type train. Ghouls, team of henchmen that go wherever I say. Test success, subjects myself for slight pain. So solid and prep my own buckets. Got tech and robotics, the Eggman, no Sonic. The best just won't stop it, the wealth of gold knowledge. I'm proving them I want to heaven, don't want it.
Well, boys, that was a great song.
But boss, we still have another chorus to sing.
What? Nobody informed me of this.
He's plotting your demise. Two snake guys, so roll the dice. They're gonna know the price.
Cherry?
Who's got the smarts in the brain? Can resist the charm of a snake.
Have you heard what they're calling me?
The evilest villain in hell. Whose devious schemes are the best. He's a genius feed you don't wanna test.
So they know that they're dealing with
The evilest villain in hell. Who's got the smarts in the brain? Can resist the charm of a snake.
Have you heard what they're calling me?
The evilest villain in hell. Whose devious schemes are the best. He's a genius feed you don't wanna test.
They know that they're dealing with
The evilest villain in hell.
I got a big gift in my jeans, tricks all on my sleeves. Make an impact when I enter and a big hole when I leave. I've been a big dog in y'all fleas, and they've been talking about me. Ain't no way I'll stick to your agenda. I'ma act up while y'all freeze, huh? Wait, don't you talk about my life like it's prophecy. I can make it whatever I wanna be. Destiny ain't a thing but a fallacy. Tell them if they endangered then call on me. Solo moving, no need for a colony. Just cause I ain't the way that you wanted me, that don't make me a type of anomaly. We ain't comparable, that's why they hate me. Cause the boy been the biggest intangible, damn it yo. I got a big gift in my jeans, tricks all on my sleeves. Make an impact when I enter and a big hole when I leave. I've been a big dog in y'all fleas, and they've been talking about me. Ain't no way I'll stick to your agenda. I'ma act up while y'all freeze, huh? Wait, don't you talk about my life like it's prophecy. I can make it whatever I wanna be. Destiny ain't a thing but a fallacy. Tell them if they endangered then call on me. Solo moving, no need for a colony. Just cause I ain't the way that you wanted me, that don't make me a type of anomaly. Used to be back at the class unassuming. Nowadays I down the mask and I'm zooming. Living a life on the side that's consuming my time, and the ones I reside with are clueless. I went to broaden horizons and then realized that I ain't on my own trying to do this. Found a society where I'm included. People alike been providing the blueprint. But wait a second, I ain't really into it. Not every single thing I'm really in tune with is tuner to me. Kinda fishy and I'm choosing to be contrarian and quite contrarian to everything you seem to stand for. But I'ma go ahead and stand tall, cause my life a movie, y'all comical with it, and I'm on my limit, bro. I got a big gift in my jeans, tricks all on my sleeves. Make an impact when I enter and a big hole when I leave. I've been a big dog in dogging your fleas, and they been talking about me. Ain't no way I'll stick to your agenda. I'ma act up while you're freeze, huh? Wait, don't you talk about my life like it's prophecy. I can make it whatever I wanna be. Destiny ain't a thing but a fallacy. Tell them if they in danger then call on me. Solo moving, no need for a colony. Just cause I ain't the way that you wanted me, that don't make me a type of anomaly.
Tell me what you think when you view me, little old me, little unassuming Susie, typecast in a monster movie. See claws and fangs but never knew the true me. Steal the show so they choose to mute me. Percussion expert, the groove is unique. Bang up ahead, still a moving woozy. Don't cross this animal, I turned a new leaf. Yeah, I'm the finest here, all hell breaks loose whenever I appear. Got scales and I don't mean climbing gear. The kind of looks to make them cry in fear. If I choose to act then you can dry your tears. But if I choose to fight, I fit them faster than wine and beer. Kinda mind that I Stein with cheer. And I take no L, I don't mind the dear. Yeah, I was always a misfit, never that gifted. I was too tragic, never assisting, always assisted. I was a bad kid, never could fit in, had to keep distant. I was too jagged, I was always the bad kid. I'm the monster no one managed. Little problem but a savage, only out to cause some damage. I was always the worst one in the room. As my teacher bees up, really fiend I might eat ya. Any track that I monitor, he's a creature, featuring me. No mercy, I'm making them bleed. Peace out, the red stains on my teeth. They seek peace when facing my team. Better kneel and pray we don't meet, huh?
Dark insider, born outsider, heart on fire, and ripped in two, parts required. I still can't find, but I'm aiming higher to fit with you. Darker light now, can't divide her. Who decides what is real and true? Pardon riders, but not in my round. So in our lives, only we can choose.
Never give a damn about a prophecy. Get real when have words ever bothered me. If I tell you a list of things you can take instructions from, stained glass is like bottom 3. Feels like I've won the lottery, except I got friends instead of shopping sprees. Forget that, follow me. I'm a big dog now, I will not be leashed. Yeah, I was always the misfit, never that gifted. I was too tragic, never assisting, always assisted. I was a bad kid, never could fit in, had to keep distant. I was too jagged, I was always the bad kid. I'm the monster no one managed. Little problem but a savage, only out to cause some damage. I was always the worst one in the room. As my teacher bees up, really fiend I might eat ya. Any track that I monitor, he's a creature, featuring me. No mercy, I'm making them bleed. Peace out, the red stains on my teeth. They seek peace when facing my team. Better kneel and pray we don't meet, huh?
Oh wait, chat. I'm back. Let's have one more song playing. Cause we hit our peak!
You know what that means? I've hit my peak. I've been racing, I don't get no sleep. Tempo raising, making them off beat. Heard that I'm loud, never turning it down. I've hit my peak. I've been racing, I don't get no sleep. Tempo raising, making them off beat. Heard that I'm loud, never turning it down. I've hit my. Flubber rubber up and covered in butter. rub up in a bum till you numb up, a rub up bum be the drummer, and I'ma carry this like dumb and dumber. Your club isn't gonna cut it, I'ma cut it, but the grunts in your underling grunts. You got any Gundam gunners company with tungsten cutters and 100 of the up it comers to dragon skin rug. I've seen about the tundra that Columbus discovered. No instruction compass, just Montgomery Thomas running thunderous. I've been down for the cow flounder and drowned plow to the ground. I could have bowed through in the town, but losing to the super style. So shrouded in clouds of weather warning when I'm mooring. Call the metamorphin set of organs that'll blow like church pipes and well like turbines and burn them a birthright. I'm covering my own cut cause I'm flirting with poetry. Kick the reaper to the cover versus beat to help me further till I'm in my peak. Heart's been racing, I don't get no sleep. Tempo raising, making MOP. Heard it loud, never turning it down. I've hit my peak. Heart's been racing, I don't get no sleep. Tempo raising, making MOP. Heard it loud, never turning it down. I've hit my.
Tagging in, vast difference between us, you ain't matching it. Grab into anything I wanna imagine it, then it's happening. When I hit him, getting racket. I'm playing freaking badminton with him, leave a dragon. Also, don't put the bracket. He's in until we burn it down, like we did the flag of the system, packing them in the mass. If they're sleeping flat and then back to the sim and badger and dashing. His imminence a clap to the rhythm, hear it hit to the sound. I've been the sun god, you're too bad to fit at the crown. I'm at the pinnacle, big fist hitting the ground. There comes a principle where this hat sits, sending it down. And when I pitch a swing batter, the fear in their feet staggered. I'm clearing elite, soon you'll be hearing their teeth chatter. Not easy to beat, cause any sooner I've reached shattered. What's even a peak? Because to me it don't even matter.
It's time for a change. The smile on his face. What's his name? I've hit my peak. Heart's been racing, I don't get no sleep. Tempo raising, making MOP. Heard that I'm loud, never turning it down. I've hit my peak. Heart's been racing, I don't get no sleep. Tempo raising, making MOP. Heard that I'm loud, never turning it down. I've hit my
Peak, racing, I have no sleep. Racing a melody. Hit my peak. Racing, I have no sleep. The melody. Hit my peak. Yes, sir. Hit my peak. Yeah. Trouge Gain is back. Hey. Oh. Yeah. Trouge Cast, episode 5. What is going on, everybody? And welcome back to the Trouge Cast. We are back once again. It feels like an eternity because I've been having some Wi-Fi problems. Knock on all the wood around you, chat, because I think I got everything fixed. We are on episode, did I say episode 4? Oh, I thought we were on episode 5. I totally just flicked that up if it so let me double check real quick. We open my page real quick. But yeah, we are on the new episode of the Trouge Cast. This is it looks like it says it's episode, yeah, because technically the first episode was the interview I had with Odd Vixen. Let me actually just open up the podcast menu, see where we at right now. So we are technically on episode 4. I am just a goofy goober. But yeah, we're on episode 4. We got some new updates for everybody. I gotta update you guys because it's been years, bro. It's been years. Actually, it hasn't been years. It's been a month. This last month has been insane. But yeah, I've been currently in the process of job hunting. Obviously, I made that clear of what I was doing. So I'm still in the process of doing that. However, we're still trucking it. We're still doing stuff. I got a little odd jobs here and there. We're doing good. But yeah, outside of that, I mean, man, dude, what a roller coaster it's been. What's up, I think it's Hika. I think that's how you pronounce it. Hika in the chat here. We've been going on a bizarre adventure with our friend Wendy. Who's this drawing on my stream? He's very stinky. Yeah. What's up, Luna? It's been a while. Hope you're doing good. But we are here, chat. Welcome to episode 4 of the Trouge Cast. And we got RV chat. We got everybody popping in. We got everyone flooding in today. So, yeah, before we get started with today's topic, because it's going to be a long topic, and I feel like it's a topic that I'm very interested in talking about, because I saw part 1 pop up, and I'm like, oh, interesting. I kind of want to see what this is all about. What's up, D? Glad you're doing well, my friend. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody that's popping in here. Just got off work. Let's go. Let's go. Hope you had a good day at work. And if you didn't, hopefully this stream makes you feel better. Hopefully it does good. How am I doing? I'm way more wired than normal, so I have a little bit of a story to tell you. So yesterday, I spent my evening with my partner, and then I popped in for a little bit with Avi, because Avi, can we give Avi a late happy birthday, chat? Everyone spam happy birthday in the chat to Avi in the chat, Vixen, because they are now 29 years old, and yeah, I managed to say happy birthday to them before I got dragged away. But by the time I went to bed, by the time I went to bed, the freaking I think it was like 12:30 or so, give or take. I could not sleep because my AC is broken still. Actually, at the time of this recording, this live stream, it just got fixed. So tonight I can finally sleep in a bed. All of this month I've been sleeping on a couch. And, like, I can vibe and nap on a couch, but I cannot sleep on a couch, bro. I gotta feel old. Let me see the live chat real quick. Let me see these beautiful people in the live chat. Happy birthday. Yeah, happy birthday to Avi. Yeah. I managed to come in for a little bit. They just finished watching the new Spider-Man movie, and, yeah. Hopefully they had a fantastic time watching that. But yeah, so, gosh, I need to get back my train of thought. Yeah, so, I managed to get a lot more sleep than I thought. I am slightly waking myself up. I got a can of Dr. Pepper, and I got some water next to me, so we're gonna be, RV. Yeah, I guess RV, I think that's the best way to put it, because it's it's ARVI is how the nickname is, but I love how most people just think it's RV as in the car that has like the house attached to it. But yeah, Vixen, the chill, the dope. Go one up the projects, bro, because they make some really good projects. They also have a coffee. Go support them on Coffee. Support your local artists on Coffee, chat. We live in the age of AI sticky poo-poo garbage. So go one up your local artists like our Vixen if you guys want some beautiful human-crafted art. Glad to hear your AC is fixed. That happened to me last year, and it was terrible. And I had a fan, but I imagine it was miserable. Yeah, like, can I quickly show my camera? If it's gonna work, let me see. It's turned on. Let me see if I can get this. Oh gosh, it's gonna be huge. Okay, give me one moment. Let me shrink it down just a little bit so you guys can see it. And then I need the cord, wherever the cord is at for my thing. There's my cord. Oh, it's already plugged in. Okay, so yeah, so it's just being stupid at the moment. There we go. Alright. Come on. Come on. Kick in. Okay, so, yeah, so you guys can see me right here. You see all the crap behind me. So I actually have a fan just to the right of me. So if you guys do hear a fan, that's what it's at. Because this room, it does get cool. This room is actually the coolest room it's been in the house. But the idea, chat, is that, this is, like, my only fan that I'm looking with. I can't exactly show it. I guess I could. It's going to, like, here, let me turn off the fan so when I move it, it's not going to, like, freaking do anything. But, yeah. $30 for this fan. It's been a godsend. I love this fan. It's helped me out so much when I'm in here. Because I can just turn it to 1, set it, like, off to the side, and, bro, it feels so good. So that's the, that's the little things. Also, I'm whipping Naruto. I got the Naruto shirt on. But yeah, also, I know some people have been, asking me off stream, like, why is there just so much crap behind me? It's because this is technically, like, a storage closet, and we kind of turned it into, like, a streaming space, so there's, like, a broken TV, there's, Christmas decorations, there's other crap in here, so that's why the background looks the way it does. Also, I bought this chair from, downstairs when I started streaming up here a bit more often, because it's better for my back, and I prefer this chair, so... Anyway, let me turn off my camera because we are about to get started with today's episode. Let me go quickly. Oh, I got hit with stuff. I got hit. I got hit with DMs. So yeah, I guess quickly, just to kind of update you guys on everything. So we have a new Kingdom Hearts video in the works. That had to actually been on pause for a second because I originally had plans on doing a Mario Kart Double Dash video. Actually got some gameplay footage for that, and I was like, okay, I'm good. And then some crap hit the fan, and I've lost my motivation. Then all the Kingdom Hearts 4 news dropped. There was so much Kingdom Hearts 4 news, or Kingdom Hearts news in general, I want to go over in a proper Gaming Trouge episode. And it's going to be different than, like, a good chunk of, like, my content that I produce. Like, and that's kind of just been this year. It's just been not, like, really just the same, like, scripted content that I've been doing. So I've been doing something a little bit different with main series content. But, yeah, so that video is finished with the scripting, and I recorded the first beginning part of it. But it's more of a conversation of just my thought process of Kingdom Hearts nowadays. And I am very excited. I'm very scared, but I'm very excited, and I hope and pray to high heaven that this does not cause a bigger gaming controversy, because they said it was late 2027 when that game drops. Holy crap, with all the news about Sony and everything, I hope and pray that people don't make Kingdom Hearts 4 as, like, hopefully Kingdom Hearts 4 is more, like, memorable than just, oh, the last game Sony put on a disc. That's my biggest point I make in my video, is, like, I don't want Kingdom Hearts 4 just to be known as the last game on, like, disc for Sony. Even though it is going to be the most important game that I think Square is going to be putting out. Hopefully they put the game on a Switch cart. I hope that they put the game on the disc on the Xbox. I know Xbox has the weird thing with physical media that they've been trying to do, which I kind of like if we're going into this all digital future, the way Xbox is handling it, I can kind of vibe with a little bit more than, say, something like what PlayStation is doing. Just I like getting rid of it. But, I think Nintendo technically does it the best with the game key card stuff, but I know that that's a contentious topic. But I personally love seeing the just the entire stuff on a disc, on a cart. You could do it. Come on. And also, this is like day 3 of the PlayStation blackout. So, a lot of people are not playing any sort of online PlayStation games, like through the PSN store and all that. So, I think there is still people that are technically still playing Sony games, but I'm just terrified that KH4 and Persona 6 are coming out at the same time, probably, bro. Dude, it's Persona 6, Final Fantasy Part 3, 7 Part 3, and KH4 all dropping the same. Because, like, they said that, at least I saw in an interview that they said that they're going to keep, Persona 6 on a disc. So, hopefully this doesn't, like, drag into something where it's all, like, people rushing games just for the sake of getting the physical disc, because that would suck if it did. Oh my god. But that wasn't the subject of today's video. Today's podcast is going to be on Animat. Do you guys know who Animat is? He's a cartoon media reviewer on the YouTube space. I actually am familiar with Animat a little bit. I saw their the DVD video. It is tied to Pixar, but it is the DVD video. I'm going to see if I can actually find the video real quick, and I will show you guys here on chat. But he talks about cartoons, talks about movies, TV shows, all the above. I say he talks about cartoons. I just went over it, like, scrolling. I saw that they covered the FNAF movie. But yeah, they talk about a lot of things, and like, I think he's a pretty respectable figure in the space. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't have any sort of strong opinions on Animat. I think he has kind of like the very cartoony voice when they're doing like the media review stuff, which I guess can slight get annoying, but it's like I don't really hate it. It's pretty chill. I can't find the video to save my life. Okay, 1 second, chat. We're just gonna do this real quick, and I'm gonna do the window capture because we're gonna be seeing this. Oh, perfect. There it is. All right. Also, a couple things before we get started here. First off, let me make sure. Yeah, okay. I think we're good with it because I'm trying to make sure you guys don't see anything. So I do have real quick, but I just have this open, so I might as well tell you guys. You guys know on my music page, we've been in the AI wars against some AI artists. I have one more track cooking, and you guys might recognize the lyrics right here. And that's because it's going to be a full produced version of the song. This will be the last time I'm doing this. I'm actually saving Band Live so I can do that later. But yeah, so let me make sure I got pop-out chat real quick so I can see the thing real quick. Pop-out chat. There we go. Gotta do this live on the stream. Here you go, chat. So, a few things just before we get started. Again, I feel like I keep forgetting to say stuff, so I apologize before we get to the main topic. One, if you guys want to call in to the Discord, let me know, and I will drag you guys into here. We have a minimum of 2 people at a time, so there's gonna be 3 people popping in at a time. So if you guys wanted to call in, you guys can go into the Trouge Gang Discord. That is linked down below in the description in my Linktree. Also, while you're in the Discord, you guys can ask me questions about any sort of topic, because we will be breaking to ask questions. And if you have any sort of human-made artwork that you want to share, please show it in the art tab of the Trouge Cast little channel page thingy in the Discord. We love to see those. We love to see art made by human beings. So if you guys would, please do all that. And yeah, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get into this. Let me actually make sure real quick, because I know I have to like get this kind of set up, because I know that I can't exactly, well, I guess I could mix it a little bit better. I probably have to like make sure this is turned down just a little bit, and then I can bring in people. But yeah, if you guys want to call in, you guys are more welcome to call in. Welcome back, Hika. Welcome back. Brother totally typoed. I'm back. But yeah, yeah, so, let me give you guys a little bit of a rundown of who we're going to be covering today. So, this is Animat, also known as the Electric Dragon 505. That is a baller name. So, they do media analysis reviews. Apparently, they decided to watch the Paw Patrol movie. God have mercy on his soul. Avatar Aang, they did Minions, they did, other stuff, a Digital Circus, Toy Story 5, Moana. Jeez, I feel bad. I'm half asleep, but I am too. I literally slept till 11:30 this morning, or like 11 o'clock. I saw my phone, I was like, oh crap, I need to actually get up and do stuff, so. I went up, got some food, got all the stuff. Yeah, so, with that out of the way, he posted out, at the time of live streaming, he put, must be Kato's favorite person, jeez. So at the time of recording, Animat made a 3 out of 4 part series entitled, I Had Enough with the Cartoon Community. Simple, black background, white text, hypocrisy, gatekeeping, social media. That is, just the most clickbaity of clickbaits. Yeah, he has a few things to say about people in the cartoon community space. Now, I will say this straight out, because I know that he's going to get into the weeds. This man is fighting in the weeds with these thoughts and opinions. I understand where he's coming from a lot of stuff. I'm not going to agree with him 100% on all this, but we are going to be going in. It's going to be roughly, oh gosh, I want to see if I can try to get through all 3 parts. Because then he has part 4, I guess, in the works. I was debating waiting until we get to, like, he has all of them out before I react to it. But specifically, I think it's this one and it's this one I had the most to say. And I kind of want to talk about it. So, again, if you guys want to, if you guys have any thoughts and opinions on the cartoon community, go into the waiting room in the Trouge Game Discord, link in the bio. Without further ado, chat, let's us begin with Animat. Because, yes, chat, we are here. I have the urge to troll this guy. But don't troll this guy. This is one of the actual good people in this fandom. Don't troll this guy. This guy's actually somewhat decent. I say somewhat because I didn't watch a good chunk of his videos. I was subscribed to him. Well, I might subscribe to him on Gaming Trouge. I probably can't check because it might kick me out of the YouTube live stream thing. But yeah, I was subscribed to him on oh, I guess I think I am still subscribed to him on the main page where I watch all my stuff. But yeah, so also for the sake of speed and time, we are watching this at 1:55. I think I'm going to do it that one. If it's too much, let me know, and I will do my best in order to slow it down. He does kind of talk a little bit slow though, so yeah, troll everyone though. Oh, fair enough, man. Fair enough. Yeah, you can bleed up the fact that he reviewed the Paw Patrol movie in between videos talking about how he hates the cartoon community or had enough of the cartoon community. Let me not put excuse me. Oh god, not. Good gravy. Holy crap. Okay. Yeah, let's just get into this. Let's go ahead and make sure that the audio sounds good first and foremost.
For those of you who are familiar with who I am, then you know that I have been making videos related to animation for many years now. In fact, I'm pretty much at the point where about half of my life now has been dedicated to being Animat and talking about my interests, whether it be with animation, Disney, Muppets, Epic Mickey, or what have you.
Oh, Lacey! Hey, Lacey! How's it going? Whoa, I caught a live stream. Yeah, you caught us at actually the best time because I'm coming back live streaming again. I've somewhat fixed my internet, so hopefully it's not going to crash again. Knock on all the woods, chat. But, yeah, so, for anyone that's just popping in, just as a quick TLDR, this is Animat, this is a cartoon reviewer in the cartoon community space, and he has some thoughts on said space, and we're going to be talking about it because there's some stuff I 100% agree and does need to get talked about, but at the same time, there is some stuff I don't fully agree with his, sort of takes with it, but we are here for the 3-hour adventure. There's probably gonna be 4 hours. Happy to see you back. Heck yeah. I know you posted up a video in the main commentary space sphere about your situation. I will run that up. That is an offline me watching it because I only cover those types of topics here on Trouge Cast, but I will run it up because I am interested to see all that situation. Anyway, let's get back to it. This is Animat. I've had enough of the cartoon community. Part 1 of 4, Hypocrisy.
For those of you who are familiar with who I am, then you know that I have been making videos related to animation for many years now. In fact, I'm pretty much at the point where about half of my life now has been dedicated to being Animat and talking about my interests, whether it be with animation, Disney, Muppets, Epic Mickey, or what have you. I've been doing this for quite some time with literally hundreds of videos where I would go and express myself and express my interests through history videos, through reviews, and so much more. However, throughout my time when talking about animation, I can't help but notice that there has been a cataclysmic downfall with one entity in the world of animation.
Oh?
And the most shocking thing about it is that it is one that not many people seem to want to really talk about. Not only are there few people who would openly go and discuss about this problem, but there are many others who are willing to go and flat out ignore it, thinking that if they don't acknowledge it, then somehow the problem would go away. But, of course, that is not the case, because
that's not how anything works.
They've just been getting worse and worse and worse, to the point that now the problems are becoming so frequent that it's becoming difficult to go and catch up. And what I'm talking about specifically is not related to a studio or company. It's not related to a prominent figure in the animation industry. It's not regarding one specific individual. It's not regarding a franchise. It's not related to a movie or a series or any form of cartoon.
I guess it technically is, if you think about it, because it is literally everything we've talked about on just in general when it comes to like the space. I know I play semantics, but like it's just like it's literally everything. This is the combination of literally studios, shows, movies, games, anime, all the above. Because yeah, he's gonna get into it. And Fandoms is intentional because he's basically talks about fandom culture, which is why I've decided to make like a little bit video of this. I'm looking on a documentary on as we speak, making a docu. Let's go. Oh crap, what's going on? What's up, Asher the Lammy? Hey yo, another artist here. Want me to call in? If you want to call in, you're more than welcome to, Ash. Yeah, it's in the public server. There should be a thing called waiting, and then you should be able to pop in there, and I'll drag you in here. But, yeah, basically, TLDR, if you're listening in still, this is Animat. This is the, guy who's, covered a lot of cartoon history, all that stuff. I can't speak on fandom. Yeah. Oh, you can't speak on the fandom. Yeah, because there's gonna be a lot of fandom talk here. And so, I know that you have your own thoughts with, certain fandoms and certain, like, sub-fandoms. So, yeah, I would love to have a player 2 in here, because these are going to be 3-hour videos, because, like, this one's 1 hour, the other one's an hour, and the following one's an hour, so there's 3 1-hour videos that we're going to be covering today. Hopefully, if we can get through all of them before, like, I have to, like, get off and, you know, go touch grass and live life. But, I, wanted to talk about this, mostly because, like he said, it kind of goes over fandoms, and that's, like, one of the things we can talk about a little bit more, because, yeah. Oh, we got Hika in the chat. We got Hika coming in here. Alright, yeah, what's good? Alright, Hika, how's the freaking heck? That's a wild reactive.
Yo, what's up?
Nothing much. I will say, please keep it as clean as possible in here, just because this is just how I like my streams to be. Please and thank you. That's my only request.
No problem. I will follow your stream rules. Sorry, I'm a bit tired. I've been working on document.
Dude.
Anyways.
No, it's all good. It's all good, fam. It's all good. And then here, let me go drag in. This is friend of the page, Asher the Lammy. How's it going?
What's up?
Daddy, what's up? So is this guy not okay? So context on this guy? Does he not know fandom?
No. Context of this guy: he's a prominent figure in the cartoon community. He's been doing content for a while. Let me go quickly fix this real quick. Also, I can't. Okay. My goodness! 1 second, my screen's being stupid. Let me do a thingy thing real quick in the call so you guys can see it.
Oh Lord.
So
Ty, I am working on a video on Yume shipping, so I could probably put my 2 cents in fandom culture. So did he make a bad video on fandom or something like that?
No, it's just more of an interesting videos. As you can see right here, he has 3 videos entitled "I Had Enough of the Cartoon Community" and fandoms. And so he's just his thought process
the whole
of
gatekeeping shit. Yeah.
So there's gatekeeping, there's hypocrisy, social media, and then there's apparently one other one that's in the works. To like finish off the whole thing. So we're kind of catching up a little bit. But yeah, let me see real quick. Yeah, 16 years ago. This guy's been doing content for 16 years.
Oh, by the way. Fucking hell, man. Like.
Yeah.
So I can get on the whole gatekeeping aspect. Sadly, fandoms do a lot. The Boku no Hero Academia fandom, they really like their Bakudeku ships and stuff. Which, if you don't like that, then they're gonna be like, yeah. You can see where I'm going. gatekeeping has always been in fandom. Can't really do anything about that.
Yeah.
What else? The whole Voltron community, because they really wanted like Clans to be canon so bad.
I'm assuming that's a gay ship.
They gate kept any like other ship. Yeah, it is.
Okay,
It's
I haven't
VxTenrec
watched.
Clans. It's called Clans.
I have not watched Voltron, so I have no idea. This is all alien languages to me.
Oh.
Netflix. Yeah. The Netflix show was, in my opinion, it's good. I mean, I can't really speak on anybody else's opinions on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, gatekeeping sadly is the norm in fandom spaces. I should know because I've been in. I'm a multi-fandom artist.
Yeah, I'm
in
multi-fandom twisted as well.
So yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Actually, what's funny? Me and Hika, we met through a friend Wendy, and they know that
Oh,
like
shit.
I'm like.
Oh yeah, I forgot. This is the same guy who popped in on my Dead by Daylight stream.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
chill.
talking about your cat. Anyways, hello.
Oh, hell
My
yeah.
name's Chica.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Hika. I am just this random lamb that got age restricted by YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
Tragic,
I'm
bro.
just this random artist on the internet, man.
But no, with me and Hika, they know that like well, I feel like it shocked them because of the stories they've been covering. I am like the chillest has-been hotel fan. Cause like I don't act like how 90% of the fandom acts, and so like
You would be listen. If anything taught me about the Has-Been Hotel fandom, those people are fucking whack. They need to go outside, touch grass.
They are whack.
Okay, at least you're not Anthony Grammelgia, where he likes a fucking metamorphosis, a part of fandom and fan service.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, that's
yeah,
true.
I brought him up. Yes. Oh, by the way, I read that manga because one of my friends recommended it to me. I told him, "Did you not read the manga?" And they were like, "I only got through like the first few chapters." I said, "Dude, if you read the entire manga, you would hate this." So they reread it, and they told me, "Yeah, no, this guy should be in prison." Whoever wrote that manga.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But
yeah, people go really far in fandom, which you can't really do anything about.
Yeah, I mean, you can at least address it and be like, "Hey, yo, like this is like this should not be the standard." But again, it takes more than just like one voice to say something, you know?
Oh yeah. I had experience with fandom because I was actually probably in one of the biggest communities where there was all a fandom, Amino.
Oh dear.
Oh no! Ew.
Yeah, I know.
Trouge, there is a Super Mario 63 mod for Mario Galaxy.
What is Super Mario 64? Wait, what? Nani?
Super Mario 63. I sent you the video, but it's literally just a mod for Mario Galaxy 2.
I'll look.
I know a lot of people remember. I remember a few. I know people know of that hellhole called Amino.
I don't want to talk about Amino.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all know this, but I just kind of remembered something on Amino, but like I was like 12 to 13 when I was on that site.
Oh no.
And
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't elaborate. Don't elaborate, please. For the love of God.
I'm not. But I'll tell you after stream. It was a pretty fucked up memory that I had a memory of. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that app also gave me PTSD. I was still in kindergarten when I was in that app.
What?
Bro, I was in junior high. I was like 12 or 13 when I was on that shit.
That's insane.
Yeah.
I feel bad for all of you guys. Holy crap. Also, Ethan in the chat, VxTenrec, Chris Chanyu Hakuno? What the fuck?
God.
Oh, wait.
Wait.
No. Chris Suni. I misspoke. It's Chris Suni.
Oh. Oh, you got
Me and
Fugies
Nico are
on.
literally about to go crazy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Your PNG tuber is literally Chris Hansen with a Hatsune Miku hairstyle.
Let me go change that. I forgot to change that.
Have a seat with Hatsune Miku.
Let me give you some context. On the anime community, I used to go around as Chris Hansen, and there was this guy named Zyren.
Mm-hmm.
My 2D glasses, brother. I just woke up.
Put two together. Just put that two together, and you can guess why I was like going after him.
Oh, do you know what I find? You know, actually, speaking of which, do you know this one Miku outfit called Hatsune Weedku?
Oh yeah, that's fire.
What is this outfit?
I don't think Trouge knows what Hatsune Weedku is, but I could literally just.
Wait, should I not Google this on stream?
No, you can.
Okay.
You can. I'll just.
It's not inappropriate.
It's not. No. It's literally just Miku High.
Yeah, I'm an occasional stoner. Occasional.
No, weed.
Oh,
weed.
Oh, weed as a drug.
Replace the weed. Yeah. Okay.
This is so messed up.
Oh, hold on.
This is my favorite Mikuga Jinka. Is Hatsune Weedku.
Okay, let me just like turn this on. Okay, there we go. I changed my 3D.
Hey, we got Windy Much.
Yeah. The leak was turned into a bong.
That is actually insane. You guys are insane.
Again, it's fandom. What do you expect? There was a there's actually somebody that made Miku in a McDonald's outfit, and there was another Miku with a Wendy's outfit.
But they didn't do the Superior restaurant. They didn't do Burger King yet.
Oh. I was actually I was a big JoJo hater because of the fandom.
I mean,
oh god, same here.
I love the anime. I love the anime, but I cannot. I get pissed at the fandom sometimes.
They killed off my husband, Caesar. He got crushed by rocks. Why would you kill him off? Come on, man. Caesar, I can't get.
I watched part 1 and part 3. I didn't watch part 2 because I kind of fell off of part 2. But I did skip the part 3.
At least you didn't watch episode 3 of Madoka Magica where Mommy gets her head bit off.
I did. And that's the reason why me and Ola haven't finished watching.
It's really not that bad. It's really not that bad of an anime. It's actually pretty good.
I hear it gets really good.
It's pretty decent.
I hear it gets really good.
It does. It gets good after Mommy.
Why is her name Mommy? It's such a weird name, bro.
Her name is M-A-M-I Mommy Tomoe. That's her full name.
It's yeah, but just to like the average Joe, you're probably thinking of like, oh, they just named this child Mommy, as in like, you know, a mother.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think the reason why they named her Mommy was because she acts motherly like. Is the best way I can explain it.
Yeah.
Without it sounding weird.
Yeah. Again, anime flick.
Hi, I'm in the anime fandom.
Hi,
how's it going?
Dude, I'm in the gaming, anime, Hasbro Hotel, and Sonic the Hedgehog community. I've seen the worst of all communities. Let's be real here.
The Sonic community is filled with the bring of degenerates, so I can't blame you. Also, I just saw one of my videos from my main channel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
my
Lord.
recommended feed, which honestly, I'm actually happy because after all the bullshit I had to deal with YouTube, finally, something is being pushed out. Something of mine is being pushed out.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Also, Trouge, I wished you were there for Among Us last night because the judge role was pretty fire.
I've heard that is it a mod or is it like just DLC that you get or like
it's free DLC.
Yeah, I heard that
It's a free
it,
update.
it got pretty funny.
Oh my god, Trouge.
Hmm.
Jaden. So I thought Upwind was the judge because apparently with the judge role, you if you get your judgment wrong, you get ejected.
Yeah.
So I thought Upwind was the judge and he judged Jaden and he got it wrong and he got ejected. No, Jaden judged Upwind. Upwind was the imposter. He was the Phantom. I had no idea he was the Phantom.
What's up, Pico?
I forgot to ask. Trouge, I got a question for you. Would you like utterly Noah on the Hall of Shame website that I'm working on?
Yes. Yes. He's
I
making a
thought-
Hall of Shame website.
Oh, Hall of
Yeah.
Shame. I heard Hall of Fame. I didn't hear
No.
the S word. I heard Hall of Fame. I'm like, please do not put utterly Noah in the Hall of Fame. He'd probably like
No.
it there because he'd boast about his ego.
No, I co-own a website. People who probably don't know that. I do have a website up currently.
I need to get a portfolio site so I can start putting stuff on my portfolio.
I do too.
I mean, I do coding. I do networking. So,
Alright.
There you go.
I'll DM you. I'll hit you up.
Alright, I'll respect. I want to get through this video because again, this is 3
my bad.
hours
Yeah.
that I'm going to have to go through. So
My bad, Ty.
no, you're good. You're good.
Sweet.
I miss chatting with Ash a lot. So you know, I know that they've been freaking got back into Kingdom Hearts. They got back into Kingdom Hearts, and I'm like, yes, have my autism, please. Have my autism.
Have my autism. What?
Dude, I've been in that
I
series
really
for
wanna
like years.
I really want to play that one Final Fantasy game that apparently is so ass.
8 or
It's
13?
I think it was the one with lightning. It's Final Fantasy.
Yeah, 13.
1, 2, yeah, Final Fantasy 13. Yeah.
Mhm.
I heard that game ass cheeks, bro.
The first one is. Lightning Returns and 2 are really good games. They're not like perfect by any means, but they are like big steps in the right
May I ask
direction.
you a question?
That's good.
May I ask you a question? Is Final Fantasy 12 a game I should avoid or no?
It's in the middle. I'll say give it a shot, and if it's up your alley, it plays like a single player MMO. So like if you're into like the MMO style of gameplay, you might get a kick out of it.
I mean, I play Persona. Does
Well,
that
that's,
count?
that's not an MMO, but okay. It's like Final Fantasy
It's a
14.
JRPG.
It's not an MMO. Like what I mean by MMO is like the massive multiplayer game. So like your Knights of the Old Republic or your
So Final Fantasy 14 online.
14, yeah, that's another one. World of Warcraft is also another one. It's kind of plays like.
I play Elder Scrolls. So.
Oh yeah, Elder Scrolls Online. That's another one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've not played that
so-
since high school.
By the way, I'm drawing my character in the Gasa, the dress, black dress. I actually, you know what's funny is that I like the black dress. It's really pretty. One of my favorite outfits from that anime.
We got off topic real fast. I'm trying to get back on topic. I'm sorry, I just saw the chat.
Yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine.
Green chair.
You're fine. I was just saying I was rewatching Mirai Nikki to see if it held up within its time. You know what I mean? See
Yeah.
how good it was. Yeah. Honestly, it's not that bad.
That's good.
It's not
Oh,
good, but it's not bad.
Alright, well, what's that?
Screen share. I was asking for screen share.
Trouge is screen sharing.
I am. What in the world?
He's screen sharing, yeah.
Wait, he is? It's not
Yes.
showing on my end.
Wait, what the heck?
flip?
Alright, 1 second. Let me try unshare screening and let me try reshare screening and see if it fixes itself.
So is this guy just talking about his pet peeves with like fandom culture? I'm assuming.
That pretty much, yeah. And he's just trying to just bring awareness to some of the crazier issues with it. Which there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
I thought you were calling this guy out for a second because I was not expecting you to talk about fandom culture. If you were going to talk about fandom culture, Trouge, you could have just hit me up and we could have just yapped about fandom.
I mean, yeah.
That could be a topic as a whole.
Definitely, at some point, we'll get into like a one-on-one podcast and we'll just yap about our stuff with it.
Oh fucking yeah. Oh shit! There goes my non-swearing.
You were swearing this entire time. What do you mean?
Oh, was I? Was I? I was not. Oh, did I?
You did.
Oh my lord!
I didn't know I was swearing this entire time. I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
You're
fine.
cool.
You're fine.
This is literally
You are
how bad.
I don't have a.
You are lamb talk.
He goes, how bad I get. I don't realize I'm swearing. And I'm like, oh, there goes my swear. And Trouge is like, what do you mean you've been swearing this entire time? Was I? He's like, yes!
Asher, you are lamb chop.
You're lamb
Yes, I am. Oh, last night I had to deal with lambsism. Now I have to deal with more lambsism today? What is this?
Dude, this is crazy.
Hey,
we should make a petition to stop the lambsism on YouTube.
You forgot. You forgot I also created the term "Lamb Lives Matter," so...
Lamb lives, you know what? That is true. That is true, Hika. I should see you, I better see you in more of my stream chats. I'm sad you only popped into that one stream that I did with Wendy and you never popped up again. I'm sad.
I'm dealing with a lot of drama involving with Midnight. Speaking of which, also a part of the fandom.
The Has-Been Hotel people.
Oh
yeah.
my god, okay, first off, we got Sai Scribbles, now we got Midnight, what's next? Utterly Noah?
Well, he's always been taken care of. He's reduced to atoms at this point.
Good.
Most of my stuff...
Otter gives otters are a bad name. Otters are cute, unlike Noah. Brand Walter White.
God damn.
The reason why I don't pop...
Sorry, Ty.
You're fine. You're fine, man.
Let me. The reason why I don't pop into stream much is because I'm around all the drama, and I typically deal with all the predators, which is not a good space.
Abort!
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Abort!
Anyways.
When we can get him into like a...
I'm
sorry?
If Trouge's podcast, gets taken down, then you know who caused it. Points at Hika.
No.
It should be fine. It should be fine. But yeah,
I have a question for you, Ty.
What's up?
Ty, I have a question for you.
What's up?
Before we start the video, because I know you really want to get through this. Should I work on the sleepy the EP sheep podcast or the EP podcast?
I didn't even know you were
really
working on a
get that
podcast. I didn't even know that was a thing. Oh,
yeah, I was. I just don't know what topics to talk about.
I mean, I'm just kind of
Fandom culture, art.
I'm just going through all of it, like, honestly. Like, that's just my things. That we're just nerdy podcasts, gaming news, anime news, YouTuber news, all that stuff.
You know what I could do? The EP sheep podcast or the EP podcast.
Yeah.
I could literally just talk about the first thing I could talk about is Kingdom Hearts, because I have been playing Kingdom Hearts as of late. I have converted the autism. It's a good autism.
It's one of the spaces online that's like actually safe from like actual crazy people. Occasionally.
Are you sure?
I said occasionally.
Are you sure about that?
I have not. I've been in the fandom since like 2012. I have not seen a single like big, huge drama like I did like Sonic.
Now that we're on Kingdom Hearts, since we're talking about Kingdom Hearts before we start this, Ty, I want you to tune in and see what I'm working on, because you're gonna find this happy, because I am getting something. Can you tell what I'm working on?
Yeah, you're doing the stickers. I actually saw you get a little bit start with this.
Yeah. This is what I'm working on. This is a sticker sheet, a Kingdom Hearts sticker sheet. And, that's gonna be one of my Patreon tier lists.
Trouge Cast, the off-topic episode for the shut up. Dude, I just wanted to show Trouge what I was working on, man. Okay.
Oh, it finally works! It finally works! I can see the screen share!
Yay!
I don't know why you couldn't for the longest time, but...
I'm getting bullied by Discord. I've been banned off Discord for spamming, apparently. Twice.
That's insane.
I spam and I never got banned.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, I'm a real keyboard warrior over here, guys. I'm cooked.
You know what? Since Hika is nice, get invited to my main Discord server, idiot. Join in.
Fine. Okay. I joined.
If you wanna just get away from other stuff. By the way, Trouge, I don't know if I gotta kind of look at the introductions, but there was one person I don't know if we got rid of in my server. I'm gonna double check, but apparently I had a 15-year-old sneak into my streams yesterday, and I'm worried that he's part of my server. Let me take a look. I thought we got rid of all of them.
Oh Lord.
I was a mixed channel before I was a fully 18 plus.
Early 18 plus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when
So
we are, we'll get the sniper rifle and we'll nuke him out of the server.
Execute 66.
Execute
I can't
order
really
66.
see him in here. So I don't think he's in here. I think he's just subscribed, which I thought I told all the miners in my video to unsubscribe.
Well,
But, oh well.
if they pop up in chat, you can just hide them. Like that's just what you can do. But wait,
I did tell them to come back when they're 18.
yeah, come back when you're
you
18.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
Go eat your milk and cookies and leave.
But sadly, you can't fully control them. That's how the internet works.
No. I listen. I already said that my content isn't for kids in that one video. I did the best I could here.
Yeah. Little Jimmy just wants to see the funny little lamb girl scream at Among Us.
Last night we did get pretty loud in Among Us, but anyway, start the video before we get off
Yes,
topic
please.
again.
So
Quick.
yeah, when we go quickly get into this. If I had a nickel for every time we went off topic, you would have enough to buy ice cream, but shut up. Alright. Back to funny. Actually kind of not funny, but
Cloud, my husband was in it. We got been converted to the darkness. I'm sad.
This is what happens when everyone has ADHD.
This is what the ADHD.
I have. You know what's crazy is that I have both ADHD and the high functioning tism. I have both. I have the double whammy.
The double.
I know I have ADHD. I don't know if I have autism.
Oh my god. It's literally ADHD is literally diet autism, and it is beautiful.
How come the guy in the middle is louder than the rest of y'all? What do you mean?
Well, I think because Hika's on a phone, and you kind of have to like boot them up a little bit so you can hear them.
Also, my volume is like hitting the WED. What do you mean?
Again, me and Ty have actual microphones.
Right now I'm relying on my phone. I don't have my laptop. I'm still in the repair phase of repairing my laptop.
Wait, so you telling me you did that entire stream where you were covering those people on a phone?
Yes.
That's
What's
insane.
wrong with phone streaming?
I mean, it's fine.
Let me try.
It's nothing wrong with it. I was just shocked because like those like 5 or 6 different people in that call that was like.
So an artist I have been following recently had somebody in their family pass away.
Is that better?
That is better.
Yes.
There we go.
All right. But without further ado, let's keep going. I know that we all chat about topics.
Hi.
What?
Off-topic thing, but I don't know if this is a thing, but Sonic Frontiers 2 has been announced.
Has it?
God dang it! This is true. I don't know if this is true, but I sent you the Twitter post. But
1 second, I'm googling.
Sega. I sent you the. Okay, so maybe it was. I sent you in the DMs. I sent you in DMs.
I swear.
But I don't know if this is right. I don't know if this was like true or not. Like I said, take with what I say on a grain of salt on Twitter, but.
Okay, this is a well.
Twitter.
The first comment is I'm not falling for that.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Take it with a grain of salt. Like I said, I don't know. I saw the comments. It was pretty mixed, so probably not. But I did say take it with a grain of salt. It's fucking Twitter. What do you expect?
Yeah.
We love Twitter. We love
misinformation on
misinformation.
Twitter.com, don't we, guys?
I'm not following.
Oh, you mean X.com? Actually, it's X
No,
now.
do not actually me. It was Twitter before it became X. I refuse to call it X. That is a
Actually,
Yeah, I know.
it used to be called Facebook.
Actually, I don't care. How about that?
Actually, it used to be MySpace.
Die.
Actually, it's IRC.
Actually, it was AOL Instant Messenger.
I gotta play Legend of Zelda Minish Cap recompiled. That is the thing I need to play right now.
Alright. Before we get off topic, if you guys are going
Minish Cap is goated.
it is good. If you guys are going to stay like on topic, please stay in. But if you're going to get off topic, I will appreciate it if you leave just for the so we can get to the flow of it. It's you guys are always welcome here. You guys are good. But like we do need to get to the.
I thought we were talking about fandom, and I keep forgetting we have a video, bro. My autism is bad today. I'm so sorry.
You are completely good. You are
autism,
completely
Nick.
good. I understand. I understand.
By the way, I know this is the last time. Trouge, last time I swear. But last time I swear, but Twitch is getting sued.
Who is getting sued?
Twitch is getting sued for the whole AI bullshit. A streamer who had their data scraped is suing Twitch.
Oh dear, that's West imposters to that
I've
platform.
heard of that.
But yeah, all right. Back to this.
Yep.
We're only 2 minutes
That's
into
last
an
time I
hour
was getting
video,
off.
and there's 3 of
I
these.
promise that was the last time I was going to go off topic. I thought I'd
Alright.
let you know the good news.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right, back to this.
Is in regards to the cartoon community. Or this goes by many different names. Some say the animation community, the animation fan base, the cartoon fandom. Basically, the group of fans, specifically those who are active on social media, that openly express or mainly
Dude, did you guys realize that the cartoon community has the same acronym as the freaking commentary community?
You know, I think that's every fucking community. There's the art community, there's the animation community, there's the commentary community. There's no like right or wrong way to say what community you're a part of.
Yeah, it's just I just find it funny that both. Yeah, I just find it funny that both commentary and cartoon both like. It would have been funny if like they just changed like for the cartoon community, just changed the C to a K, just for the differentiations. But
oh, by the way, I came up with a new word for the art community so we could separate the art community from the ACC. You know, the art commentary.
yeah,
I call the art community the AC community. It's literally
the air conditioning community. I love it.
No, it's just short for it's just short for art community instead of ACC.
Yeah, no, I got
A lot
it.
of artists don't want to be looped in the art commentary community.
Yeah, I gotcha. All right, back to
express their interest in animation. That is the entity that is having a cataclysmic downfall right now. That is the group that now more than ever, they have become more and more and more toxic.
That's
And
how a conversation
I believe
went
it
out
is time
that
that
part.
we need to have an open discussion that there is a serious problem with the community, and not only should we go and address it, but we need to start taking action in holding accountability if we ever wish to go and save the fandom and, in a way, saving animation itself. Now, with all of these names, just to go and make a clarification right now, that throughout this video, I will be referring to them as the cartoon community, just so we can go and have some consistency going on. But for those of you who still do follow me, you may have noticed that I have been more openly critical towards the cartoon community, especially on my Blue Sky account and also on my podcast, Animat's Crazy Cartoon Cast. But also, on top of that, you may have also seen that even in my videos, I've also started to go and be more critical in regards to their behavior and the problems that are currently happening within the fandom. So from there, I ultimately decided, and this is something that I will admit right now, I have been contemplating to create this video for quite some time, but I feel like now would be the perfect opportunity to go and express myself in terms of all the problems.
Dude, okay, so I'm going to say this a little bit.
The gatekeeping of art styles has always been a thing.
Yeah, no. I was just going to say this with this topic because he said that like it always takes a while before you build up the courage to actually like do a project. Like like even something like as serious like this type of video because like admittedly I've been in the same boat a few times this year where I'm like, should I even put all my energy into a video that's going to be a bit more
Yeah.
critical towards something, and it's very hard to like actually like put forward with it instead of just like talking about it on like a podcast or something.
You know, that is that is a fair point. I do want to bring something up. The whole gatekeeping of art styles has always been a thing. A lot of people hate on the CalArts art style. A lot of people hate on cartoony art style. You can't. There's no like wheelhouse, right?
Yeah.
There's no right way to. Everyone's gonna wind up getting pissed off at the whole CalArts style. Actually, Turning Red got a lot of flack for its like CalArts adjacent style.
Even though I feel like that's one of the better films.
It really is. Do not watch Alex Meyer's video on it. But anyways, getting back on topic. A lot of people who go to CalArts University is gonna wind up having some sort of cartoony art style. They're gonna wind up. A lot of artists who go there are interested in making their own indie animation or show.
Yeah.
It's sad that's sadly the norm when you do enter CalArts. A lot of art schools hate anime art styles.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I really haven't. I wouldn't classify myself as an anime artist, but I do have an anime adjacent style.
Yeah. And it's definitely not because you're into yaoi.
Shut up.
Sorry.
Weird.
Oh, by the way, I sent you a DM. You might want to look at it on your phone, but I found that on Twitter. Absolute cinema. Fucking,
I'm so glad that chat can't see my the thing because I was literally just opening it.
You need, yeah. So he's ripped.
Fucking Solid Snake. All right, back to
Solid
this.
Snake is ripped. He caked.
That I have had with the community, at least from my personal perspective. I know that there are others who will have their own issues with the group that they could go and express, but this is just more from my perspective and make one big video just to go and summarize all the issues.
Well, it's not one big video, it's like 4 parts.
We need to go
it's like
and
JoJo.
call this out. So that's basically the main purpose of this entire video. It will be lengthy, as you probably see in the time frame, but you will see that there is a lot to cover in terms of their problems, and especially with the toxicity that is only growing. And honestly, it really is at the point that if nothing is going to get done, it's only going to get worse and worse and worse. So as of this video, this is in terms of the problems that they have now. You never know if in the future that these problems are going to grow more significantly, or there's going to be an increasing amount of issues that this community is going to have. So either way, either if I would go and save it for later, or if I do it now, it wouldn't make much of a difference. There is a clear problem, and again, it needs to be addressed. Now, before I go and fully get into these problems, I want to go and make a few disclaimers. And these will be disclaimers that I will be repeating throughout this video, just so we can go and make things fully clear about what I am talking about here. And even with these disclaimers, we can go and fully understand the full situation, how we could go and properly take action, and that we can have a full understanding of what I am talking about here. Now, the first thing I want to address is that even though I will be specifically discussing about the cartoon community, these are issues that, of course, will also be attributed to fandom culture as a whole. Maybe you...
Okay, so real quick, I'm gonna move subtitles up. Disclaimer: the problems with the cartoon community will also highlight in the general problems of fandom culture.
Watching, you are a part of a different kind of fandom, and maybe the list of things that I will be saying, they sound familiar, and that maybe there are problems in there as well. So, in a way, this isn't just going to be about the cartoon community, but this is also problems with fandoms in general. And even though, again, I'm mainly going to be talking about the cartoon community, I do encourage you to go and address these problems if they are also part of the fandom that you're in as well. So that's one thing I want to go and highlight. The second thing that I want to address, and this is going to be something that I will be repeating,
does the
is
VTuber
that
fandom
this
count
is not going to
with the whole gatekeeping stuff?
Yeah, the VTuber.
Yeah.
Ash, have you heard about that VTuber that like got into a beef with someone because they weren't as popular as them? And like,
oh my god, I literally just saw that on my Twitter feed. Like, right when we were talking about, bro, there's this one VTuber who's calling out a smaller streamer for literally trying to network with them on Twitter. It is fucking insane.
It is.
Well, there goes my...
Another one.
It did happen again. We need to have an Asher swear counter, and every time I swear, just add to it.
I'll hit
swear
you
jar.
Swear jar.
But Yeah, it's so prominent in the VTuber. I don't understand what is wrong with smaller streamers trying to network with larger creators. That is sadly the norm in any fandom, really.
No friends allowed? What do you mean?
But actually, there's this one artist who got called out like by a bigger VTuber because their scab outfit design wasn't original.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, my dog's coming.
You got a puppers? You got the puppers?
Yeah, I got a dog. I also have a cat.
Let's go.
Ty,
We love them.
Ty, I'm just gonna be real with you. The VTuber fandom is really really high in the gatekeeping.
Yeah, I
I
can kind of tell. I was in the Mobian VTuber community for a while, and that's like the worst parts of the Sonic fandom and the VTuber community.
Oh my god. Yeah,
I mean, I
really wouldn't loop those guys in the VTuber community, but that's probably just me.
There was good people in it, but there was a lot of gatekeeping.
Yeah.
I'm in a very niche anime community called Soul Eaters.
Hey, Soul Eater, my guy! Dab me up, homie.
Yeah, Soul Eater's a really good one, yeah.
Soul Eater.
Fire Force is another good one. It's made by the same people who made Soul Eater.
I hear good things about it.
Yeah, so I haven't really watched it, so I'm thinking about watching it after stream, after I finish my
Anyways.
But Ty, I don't understand why people tend to gatekeep in a community. It is so weird.
It is so weird.
It's like, do you not have anything better to do? Do you not go outside and touch grass?
The community should be welcoming other newbies.
Right? That's my whole thing. Like the Legend of Zelda community, for example. If you say one bad thing about a Zelda game, you're gonna get gatekept to all hell. Actually, a lot of people in the Zelda community hate Twilight Princess.
Shut the frick! Okay, one second, Ash. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Ethan in the chat. I'm in the Trouge X community. It's kind of cringe, MMA.
Ethan, you're also in the Sleepy Land. You're also in the Sleepy Land Cafe. You're in the Asher community too, man. You forget or
please
like
don't.
Why does Trouge get put on a pedestal? But when Asher says, "Hey, I have a community," everyone's like, "No, screw you, Asher. I'm gonna be part of the good community."
What do you mean? I have no community. I have like 100 members in my Discord at the moment. That is like nothing. I'm a crap poster at best.
Oh yeah, but just FYI chat, Leon Squall from
Kingdom Hearts.
From Kingdom Hearts and from Final Fantasy. Kinda hot, not gonna lie, he's totally daddy material.
I'm about to bonk you with a freaking giant hammer, bro.
Bro, you can't bonk me with the horny bat. You also would agree.
Not for Leon.
Leon Squall? Come on, bro.
No.
Lammy. I'm gonna make a Fugi tech for Trouge, like my own little Fugi tech for Trouge and Lammy.
Oh dear.
I still have to do War Gaming Heads Fugi tech.
Oh my god.
That is great.
I'm joining every fandom, guys. I'm speedrunning.
Speedrun the fandoms. Alright, back to this. We gotta go. If we keep derailing, this is just gonna turn into just this one video.
All animation fans. I do acknowledge that there are still many animation fans out there that are still cool, that are still great, and that the toxicity that is within the group, this only reflects upon a minority. However, this toxicity is still loud and proportionate enough to cause some serious problems. If it were just a small group of people, like just an insignificant amount that's just doing this, I wouldn't even be making this video in the first place. But considering the proportion of it and how they could be quite extreme and that their actions can have some real-world consequences, well, it's worth addressing. So, again, this doesn't reflect upon everyone. This is just in regards to the toxic minority, but still, this toxic minority.
Lacey, is Leon the one with the weird laugh? No, Leon is the one with the gun blade, and he has like a fur coat in his. Shut the frick up, bro.
He looks like Leon Kennedy with, but Oh, by the way, before Ty, check your DMs, but Noe made my Keyblade. It's so cute.
Alright, I'll go check it out here in a little bit.
It was the first idea, but he did add like a heart, like a strawberry locket on, like a strawberry lock on the end. So.
Put Asher in the corner of no horny. Jeez Louise.
A problem, and it could be debatable on who is participating in this because it could be a little bit more than you may think. It is a minority, but still quite a sized minority in there. And number 3, and this is possibly the most important one, please do not go and harass anybody that I mention in this video. Now, I will go and name a few names in the industry and in the community as well
We do not tolerate
highlighting
harassment.
some social media posts as well.
No, we
but
don't.
whoever I would go and highlight and whoever
I'll say this real quickly. I know that we keep pausing and Andy and all that.
Yeah.
If any of you guys do it on my behalf, flick you guys go to the shower. Well, good day.
About,
if I find out y'all did it and Trouge tells me who you are, I will Houdini you from the server and from
it is still worth mentioning right
now.
I'll
do you worse. I'll turn you into a log cow.
It is
like
important
the
to
rest.
and actually make people remember
that is scary,
harassment
bro.
is never good. And also, on a side note, I just want to go and say
I've
that I
done it
really
many
do hope that
times.
this is not going to be the only video that will go and
I've
address
done
the
it
problems
so
with the
many
cartoon community. And luckily, there have been a few that do actually talk about it, even before I even started this. So with that said, there will be links in the description to a few people that I want to go and highlight, and that I highly recommend that you go and check them out to go and see their perspective with the problems with the
Okay, but I came here for your perspective.
One example is the YouTube channel Smarty Pants, whom he has been addressing through numerous of videos with many of the issues related to the cartoon community, and that their behavior can be the main problem than whatever problem that they're complaining about. And there's also a series that I would like to go and highlight that, as I'm recording this, it has already begun, in which it chronicles the history of the cartoon community and where is it that they went terribly wrong. And this is started by an animator whom on YouTube calls himself Burb666. And this is something that I actually did help participate.
Oh, dude, that's awesome. 76 subscribers, 6 videos. Bro, dude, this guy is cooking. I'm pretty sure his subscriber count's like huge now.
By the way, Ty, my subscriber count skyrocketed big time.
Let's go, dude. 1-3. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Let's go.
Congratulations, Blammy.
Yeah. Hey, Ty. Ty. I want you to take a look at my. at mine, because I'm telling you, I'm so fucking close. I can smell it. I can smell the 500, bro. It's crazy.
I'm gonna start calling you Typod now.
I hate you.
You want to call me Meme Lord? I'm gonna call you Typod.
You know what? Fair enough.
Okay, look.
491.
You put VY instead of
yeah, it fixed itself.
Oh, 491, the funny number.
491.
491.
Why is these your sword thumbnails? Why are these your sword?
Julius,
Milk
mate,
him.
Oh, actually, can we show?
him.
Can we?
Silly fool. That doesn't work on me. I'm a lamb.
What the hell?
Hey, yo, wait a second, Soccer.
What the fuck? Ew.
That's what Soccer said, not me. Hey.
Yeah, I can tell.
Clickbait thumbnails always work. Cooter bait. I'm the innocent party here.
I need to be milked. Like, no.
Daddy like you dummy. I'll never say that again, I promise.
She says that again. Oh, they say it again. Now we won't dwell. We won't dwell long enough. We need to get through this video. We will do a full podcast on Ashy lore eventually. Also, I'm getting DMs.
Let's
Quick
go!
me, bro.
A dedicated podcast episode to yours truly. Yay!
Quick you. I know. Oh my God.
What?
Okay. Ethan, can I show this on stream? Go right
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was asking Ethan in the chat.
I need to see this. I'm not the one who makes those thumbnails. It's fucking Julius. Gooner bait thumbnails always work and always wraps up the views. It really does.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, that's how all those like AI like video game ads like pop off like crazy. It was all like,
yeah.
Oh no.
The Gooner stuff.
Anyway.
Oh, by the way.
Let me double check.
By the way, Trouge, on YouTube, like I have something in the in the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the queue, and I was watching one of my videos. I'm not monetized. I don't know why there was a random ad that popped up on my channel when I played it.
Yeah, it started doing that for me too. I have no idea why. But anyway, oh gosh, it like full screened this.
2K views? Crazy.
Okay, anyway, let me go quickly do it this way, and then I need to go into the Discord, and then I need to share screen OBS real quick.
Bro, watch time is so hard. Watch time is so hard.
Alright, Ash.
3,000 watch.
Look at the share screen.
What?
Look at the share screen.
No! Horny is crazy! Why is there a salt shaker on my... Actually, there's a fucking cone. I thought that was a salt shaker.
It looks like a salt shaker.
It does look like a salt shaker. Why am I getting why am I getting no hornies? The Trouge's server is 18+. By the way, Ty. Look at my screen. Watch time is so difficult, man.
I know.
Like, I'm like... How... do I just gotta rank up shorts now?
Just keep cooking. Just all you keep doing is keep doing your videos. You will get there. It's just a matter of time. Alright, we gotta keep this up. I'm double speeding this because he's just doing intro stuff.
Yeah.
180 is our limit. I don't want to go this way to 200.
I was one of the people that he interviewed for the video series, and have been a bit close to him, like catching up on updates on what he has been doing with his production. So I just want to go and give a shout out to Burb, and highly recommend that you go and check his channel out, as well as Smarty Pants and whoever I would put in the link in the description. So hopefully this is not going to be the only video that you will watch in terms of the problems with the cartoon community. You can also go and check them out.
Why can I not hear the video?
It's because I showed back to the thing. I don't know why it won't just play the audio despite the fact that it's on my thing. Alright, here we go.
As well. So with all that said, let's actually get into the problems with the cartoon community. And the first one I want to go and highlight is probably the most common complaint in regards to the cartoon community, which is how they use the mantra, animation is cinema. Ah yes, there was a time when animation is cinema used to be an admirable term. A term in which highlights that animation is not how the public perceives as just a kid's genre, but rather an artistic medium that should be taken seriously. One who can go and craft amazing stories and create beautiful art that more people should go and pay attention to and actually experience. Nowadays, however, it is often considered to be a joke where cartoon fans would go and use this as a desperate attempt to want to go and be taken seriously, and that...
Why is nobody talking about how Oppenheimer has put realistic depictions of panic attacks? Animation is cinema. Yeah. Oh my gosh, bro. Why is the freaking Paw Patrol movie here? What? Nani? Is that movie actually good?
You could have added the Inside Out movie. You could have added Inside Out.
This was 2023. This was 2023. It was before it came out.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. But, dude, what? That's such a wild take, but okay. I mean, I understand Puss in Boots. I haven't seen this movie. I don't know what that is.
Puss in Boots Last Wish. Yeah, no. Puss in Boots Last Wish is really good. I watched it.
Yeah, it's a way solid movie. I don't know what this one is on the way.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, no.
I'm probably gonna head out. I have to cook.
Yeah, go cook your food, bro. Go cook your food.
Yeah.
I've been up and I haven't slept since like 9 a.m.
Oh no! You woke me up at 9 a.m. for this? I'm just eating milk duds.
Bro, I woke up around 9 a.m. because I thought I had a doctor's appointment. Turns out my labs weren't today, they were yesterday.
Oops.
Oh, no, I didn't go... Oh, wait. I didn't wake up at 9 a.m. I didn't sleep until 9 a.m. and then I fell asleep at 10 and then woke up at like 11.
Yeah.
Alright, well, you take care, brother.
Yeah, no, Ty. No, Ty, animation, honestly, in my opinion, my favorite form of animation is like those like claymation videos and those stop motion animation stuff.
Yeah, like Ori Wallace and Gromit and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, dude, that is my jam. But yeah, on the topic of animation and cinema, yeah, it did get like a little bit annoying with the with some of the posts, because like I do see the posts. Like I've said at the start of this whole discussion, I'm in like every fandom basically, not in every single one, but in a lot of them. I do video games, animation, music, hip hop. Like, I'm in legitimately so much. I see a lot.
Yeah.
That they watch to also be taken seriously as well. It feels more like a desperate call of action, more...
Ruby Galimi? Galiman? Was that the name of the other film that was showcased? I've never seen that in my life.
Me neither.
So then a genuine saying to go and honor the medium that it wants to go and respect. Now, there are different ways that many people can see how the animation is cinema mantra and the way that the cartoon community would go and use it. There are many different interpretations of how it can go and be a problem. But through my perspective, I feel like the big issue with how the cartoon community sees animation as cinema is that it highly warps their perspective on whatever they watch to where their standard now becomes incredibly high. I would even say it's impossibly high, where there can only be a selected few that they could go and approve. Because for the cartoon community with that mindset, they cannot just go and watch an animated film or an animated show or any form of cartoon, and then they could just walk out and say, I like it, I enjoyed it. You know, they can't just do that, because they have a long list that they want to go and check out in order to make sure that the cartoon can actually go and ultimately meet their criteria. Because it's not enough for them to just enjoy it, they mainly want to go and want to use that cartoon in order to go and advance their narrative that animation is cinema. And even if there are just a few marks that it didn't pass, they would go and completely reject it. It would just mean absolutely nothing to them. So it's not enough for them to like it. It also depends on what critics are saying, what word of mouth is saying about the project, if it could meet that massive approval in terms of getting critical praise and praise from the audience as well. There is also how successful it could do either on streaming or at the box office, if it could get massive views on whatever streaming platform it's on, or if it could really rank up the money at the box office. And then possibly later on, it would also depend on how many awards it could go and get, and if it can be a big winner on the best animated feature category or the best animated series category at the Emmys or stuff like that. And then there's also how viral it can be on the internet, like in terms of the memes or the posts when people would go and talk about, or how much fan art people would go and dedicate to making it. And the list goes on from there. It needs to be an absolute masterpiece. It needs to be like an absolute phenomenon in order to get the cartoon community's approval so that they can go and use that cartoon in order to go and say animation is cinema. And even if there is something that does meet all that criteria that they can go and actually use to go and say animation is cinema, sometimes the way that they would go and present it can actually be for all the wrong reasons, and that it would feel more disingenuous if they even liked the project in the first place.
Does that not sound like the freaking gaming community with a lot of these AAA games that come out? Oh my god,
it does.
Like,
it does sound like it's
people,
so bad.
like, so sometimes, like, I will play a AAA game. Like, I haven't played too much of it, but I've played a little bit of The Last of Us. And I remember, like, as an early teen going into, like, high school, that was, like, the game that everyone wouldn't shut up about. And I'm like, it's a solid game. It's fine. Like, it's not my cup of tea, but, like, it's like, obviously, it's a game that's, like, good. And then everyone's like, no, this has to be the best game ever made. And I'm like, it's not, though. It's not my cup of tea.
It was like the Twilight Princess hate way back in, like, when it first came out, like, in, like, 2006.
Yeah, or Wind Waker is probably a better example, because you could see how, like, that was, like in 2002, well, that game came out and they're like, holy crap, this game is garbage. And now people are like, this is actually, like, better in some regards.
Yeah, a lot of people like to hate on the Nintendo games, like, way back in the day, which I don't understand why. It's a video game, but the gaming community has a big problem with gatekeeping too, and like saying this game is absolute cinema. You can't say anything wrong about it. If you do, I'm gonna call you out in a Google document on Twitter.com.
I can't believe that the freaking what's a popular game is out. Resident Evil 4 remake is not like the peak of gaming. I'm like, what do you mean?
Oh my god. Especially with Leon's abs coming out of that tight tank top. Oh my god.
Here we go again, chat. Here we go again.
And possibly the greatest example that I can think of is in regards to the competition that the fans have created of K-pop Demon Hunters versus Elio. Now, you may remember back in the
god, this was
cancer. One in which came out on streaming, and the other came out in theaters. And considering how the cartoon community have always pleaded for more original creations to go and be made, especially in this day and age of cinema that is heavily reliant on IPs, sequels, remakes, and more, you would think that would be a moment to go and really celebrate, especially for the cartoon community, in which on the same day, they got not one, but 2 original animated features from 2 high-profile animation studios.
Now, I will say this.
I really think...
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. I really think K-pop Demon Hunters represented Korean folklore really well.
Yeah. And it's just it's a really good movie. I think the idea between these two films in particular, it just didn't click with me. Elio just didn't click with me. Like, I watched the trailers. I did try to sit and watch it. I genuinely couldn't stand more than like 15 minutes of that movie. Like, it was not hitting with me, and I never actually like left a Pixar movie like that, but it feels very weird. Like, that film, you could tell that film has a lot more problems than, oh, K-pop Demon Hunters is just a better film just because it's K-pop Demon Hunters. It's like,
because K-pop Demon Hunters has like that like stop motion sort of animation style.
Yeah, it's the Spider-Verse-esque adjacent style mixed with like the anime vibes.
Yeah, a lot of K-pop Demon Hunters got a whole batch of AI accusations. Because of how the style looked and how the glitch, it was because of the particles and the glitching. A lot of people, and mind you, that's why I didn't watch it for the longest time, because it really looked like AI, but it wasn't. It was. And when I watched it, I was like, why is this so good?
Yeah, it's a really good story, and and again, like, I think they're probably going to get into it, but like, the thing is that like, yeah, these two films are for like two like different audiences. I felt like, but even so,
Demon Hunters is for adults, and that one was for children.
Well, I see a lot of children's merch of K-pop, so like I've like, obviously it's like young, like preteen, like in that Gravity Falls Star versus era. Yeah. Well, like it's for like literally everybody. Elio just felt very blanded by the numbers, and again, I will have to go back and like actively rewatch it to like have an actual opinion on it. But it just wasn't clicking with me. And if anyone's here have actually seen Elio, please tell me if I'm actively bugging or not. Because, like, again, I felt like the disdain online, though, was that this was the only good movie that came out. Which, admittedly, I kind of had to agree with.
Did Ty's internet die?
Am I freaking glitching? Hello? Am I here? 1 second.
Oh, he died.
Oh, 1 second. Am I here?
He died. Yeah, nope.
I'm back. Asher, am I back?
Oh no, I thought you died.
Did my internet just crap out again?
I thought you died for a second.
Okay.
Like, did Ty's internet die? Like, your screen share cut out.
Yeah, it's like, it says it's in the green at the moment, so.
You want to finish? You can finish your sentence. Like the whole movie stuff.
Yeah.
Hello?
Okay, I'm back.
Ty?
Am I here?
Oh.
It says I'm in the green, so I'm not sure what's cutting out.
Are you back? Hi.
I feel like I'm back. I can't, I guess, share screen without my freaking thing dying. Okay, so I think I'm going to finish my sentence, and then I'm just going to leave the Discord call, because I think Discord is freaking tanking my stream. But
yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine. I apologize if I derailed it too much to where it tanked it.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I don't think that us chatting and shooting the crap derailed it, like killed it. But no. My whole thing is just like, two things can be right at once. You can like Elio and like K-pop at the end of the day. Like, you don't have to like always pin up against these two films, especially when they're like two films that are like stylistically different and narratively different, and like one of them is obviously pushing the envelope while the other one isn't. Like, that's just my thing. And even also, there was like all the stuff that came out with like the development of it. Well, like, Pixar employees were getting treated like crap, and they were originally going to go with like an LGBT friendly story, but Pixar like completely tore it apart because although they say they're progressive, they freaking hate everything that's progressive.
Yeah, when good example, I think Turning Red also got a lot of flack as well.
Yeah. There was also Owl House. All that whole entire situation with Deanna Terrace was just my God.
Like the whole gay shit, the reason why I say it that way was the whole gatekeeping on who dates who, right?
Well, it wasn't necessarily gatekeeping. It was the fact that they wanted to make Luz bisexual and have them fall in love with Amity, and that was fine apparently when they were pitching the idea and they got through everything. But as soon as it started like building up, then Disney was all like, "Oh no, you can't do that. You can't do that anymore." Even though like they went through like
Disney is homophobic.
Yeah.
Disney is 100% homophobic. You cannot tell me otherwise.
I will say,
I
will say this: not everyone at the studio is, because I feel like that's kind of cringe just saying an entire studio is like that. But it's one of those things where it's like obviously the heads are like completely behind the times.
The heads, yeah. But no, I really just think that the whole gatekeeping, like not gatekeeping, but the whole like people saying, "Oh my god, you can't be the whole gay, you can't be gay." I'm like, come on, bro, it's their show. Everybody can be gay. And when I said gay shit, I'm sorry, I was trying to say gay representation, but my mind just really.
They were thinking about milking Leon. It's okay, no worry.
I was 100%, bro.
Alright, well, I'm gonna bounce. I'm gonna head back so we can watch this, and hopefully my internet won't die.
Oh, okay. But before you Houdini.
Yeah, what's up? Oh my gosh, what are we seeing? Oh my gosh.
Look what I'm doing.
I see it. I see it. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be gold.
Oh, yeah, the whole Lammy stuff, the whole Showtime Lammy. Yeah, I just wanted to show you something that I was cooking up before before you Houdini.
Nah, no, you're good. Alright, you take care, Ash. I love y'all.
Yeah, bye.
Bye-bye. That was Ash. That was the Asher. We love Al Asher here. We need to do a bit more of a stand-up podcast where I'm not reacting to stuff with it. But anyway, back to this. Let me catch up here on chat real quick. Well, I see those terrible AI animation ads not by choice, but because those movies aren't AI. I've never watched it. I'm eating blueberries and cooking burgers. Let's go, bro. Dude, blueberries and burgers go good.
Especially in the case of Elio, considering that it is a new original animated feature from Pixar, and it actually helps to go and disprove the many claims that people would go and say that, oh, Disney nowadays is just doing nothing but sequels and remakes and all that kind of crap. At least it does show that they are trying to put in effort in order to go and actually release more original works. And it's also very nice as well that both of these films actually did at least meet the criteria of actually getting both positive word of mouth as well as getting critics' approval, both of which getting high praise from critics ranging from being good to great, as well as audiences coming out saying that they actually did enjoy both of those movies. Now, you would think the cartoon community would be happy with the fact that they got two great
I'm playing Go Boy.
But unfortunately, that is not what happened. Because in terms of the performance of how they've done, K-pop Demon Hunters ended up becoming very successful, where it went on to become the biggest movie on streaming and became a massive phenomenon.
Dude, it was like overnight. Like, just quick story time. I heard about it from a coworker that this film was like actually fire. And I'm like, oh, interesting. I will give it a watch. And then, like, at the end of, like, the first watch, I'm like, okay, that was, like, a really solid film. And then it was literally, like, overnight, social media just wouldn't shut up about it. It was kind of absurd in some way. I thought I heard the 2XP. he kind of has the presentative voice, but
very successful, where it went on to become the biggest movie on streaming and became a massive phenomenon, while Elio, on the other hand, unfortunately became a box office flop. And from there, considering that K-pop Demon Hunters is much easier to go and use and to present that animation is cinema much more than Elio, what ultimately happened was that many fans would go and use K-pop Demon Hunters to go and straight up attack Disney and Elio, basically shaming the Pixar film for not being successful and framing its financial failure as a failure to the movie itself, which is why you then see people—
That's a wild thumbnail, holy flick. Sorry, I have Jesus next to me. That is a wild thumbnail. Bro wasn't waiting for this TikTok. Also, this bugs me. Lowercase e Leo versus K-pop Demon Hunters, the battle over original movies. Dude, that's a 3-minute video. Holy flick. That was like a clap post, probably. But that's a funny thumbnail, I'm sorry.
Accusing Disney of the Cal art style or using the beam mount, trying to be more critical and throw in a lot of hate, and basically weaponizing K-pop demon hunters as a way to go and attack Disney. And this is just one of the many examples of when the cartoon community ultimately goes into tribalism and turns animated projects into this massive competition where suddenly they react the same way as sports fans would do, where they ultimately want to see a winner and a loser, and would really put in a lot of their energy on just straight up attacking the loser, of just shaming the loser for being the loser. In fact, in this example of K-pop and Elio, there are some people out there whom they don't actually care about K-pop demon hunters. They don't think it's a good...
I love Zootopia 2 so much, but I'm glad to see the studio won over Disney. This is so deserved. Okay, I don't see them saying that... Wait. Maybe I'm misreading. Let's try it again. Discussion films. K-pop Demon Hunters won Best Animated Film at the Oscars. I love Zootopia 2 so much, but I'm glad to see that the studio won over Disney, so that is deserved. This is not them saying that they didn't watch K-pop. That's such a weird tweet to put up. Like, maybe that's me being critical, but like, I love Zootopia 2 so much, but I'm so glad that the studio won over Disney. I'm so glad a studio won over Disney. This is so deserved. This is them saying that they're deserving of K-pop winning. I'm sorry, am I stupid? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm trying to think. Like, this isn't them attacking someone over... This is, like, actual praise. I think that's just like a mutual praise. Maybe this is like another tweet that like shows it, but like this is a... I think this is my first real hindrance with this video, because like they're not attacking people saying that Zootopia, like, I love Zootopia 2 so much, but I'm so glad that a studio won over Disney. This is so deserved. They're praising K-pop, what do you mean? Like, they're saying that they have both, like, love for Zootopia and, K-pop.
Movie, or that they've admitted that they've never watched it, but they just want to go and jump on the bandwagon just to have an...
Okay, so this is, I'm assuming it will apply to it. I didn't really like K-pop Demon Hunters, but, but then again, that was supposed to be but then again, it wasn't aimed at me. I was rooting for Zootopia 2, but I'm not mad that Disney's losing streak continues, to be honest. They don't need it. What? Dude, what do you mean? I didn't really like K-pop Demon Hunters, but again, it wasn't aimed at me. I was rooting for Zootopia 2. I'm not really mad that Disney's losing streak continues. Dude took a random tweet without even looking at the argument, but it's already failing. Dude, yeah, like... Okay, so I'm glad I'm not the only one thinking about this, because, like, I'm trying to, like, look at this. These are, like, tame tweets. These are tame posts. Like, what? Okay. So, this is already kind of a weird start. Like, I feel like there's definitely people that were definitely attacking other people. But I feel like you probably should get better posts than this. This seems very, like, this seems fair game. I didn't really like K-pop Demon Hunters, but again, it wasn't aimed at me. I was rooting for Zootopia 2, but I'm not mad that Disney's losing streak continues, to be honest. They don't need it. Like, that is saying that because Disney doesn't need a winning streak. I guess that last part probably is something for them to go on, because of the fact of, like, Disney just sucks as a studio. Maybe that's what they're trying to grab at. But, like, it doesn't seem like it is as a... It doesn't seem as, toxic. Like, this seems very normal. But maybe I'm crashing out. I don't know what I'm doing.
additional excuse to go and hate on Disney and slam on Elio. And that's why whenever I see this trend of tribalism happen, and you see all these people who would go out of their way to try to highly elevate one and then take down the other, it honestly makes me question if they really genuinely are fans of the things that they want to go and elevate in the first place. Like, if we use this example of K-pop and Elio, if you would force these types of fans to go and say, which one are you? Are you a fan of K-pop or are you a hater of Elio? And you have to force them to not say both, because that's just the stupid easy way out in order to go and try to dodge the question. Which one do you think they would choose? Because honestly, with that kind of mentality that people would go into, it's honestly a lot more likely that they would say they just want to hate Elio more so than they genuinely want to say that they love K-pop demon hunters. Because when it comes to these types of fans, or on the more toxic side of the cartoon community, they would rather go and communicate in terms of the things that they want to hate more so than just talk about the things that they want to enjoy. They're more likely to go and try to slam on Elio more so than they want to go and just say the things that they like about K-pop demon hunters. Oh, and by the way, before I go and continue, there is something that I want to go and address as well, because I can already hear some keyboards typing and people who are ready to go and pull this card up in order to make some kind of counter argument against me. Because I know that it's going to happen, and I know it's still happening to this day, where people will go and point out the whole Sony Pictures animation controversy with me. I know that there are going to be those people who will go bring up that I was once a toxic member of the cartoon community as well, and that I've made hyperbolic and extremely anger-inducing rants regarding some of their past films, like Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Okay. So, I'm just going to say this right off the bat. You guys in all fandoms, Disney didn't care if they want to lose the award either way. You gave them money, so they already won. I mean, technically, God. Okay, so yeah, like, you gave them money. I don't know how to respond to that, Ethan. I'm going to be weird. Like, excuse me, sorry. I'm trying to, like, re-situate myself here for a second. Like, no, like, I feel like if you give, like, something a shot, and you're like, oh yeah, I really like this film is chill, like, you gave them money to go see the film. Like, either if you had a Netflix subscription and you watched it, or if you had Disney Plus and you watched Zootopia 2, like, it's very obvious that, like, there's different strokes for different folks. And I feel like the mentality is that, like, if you give a company money, you don't automatically endorse everything that company does. I feel like that's very stupid. Because, like, okay, like, for example, like, if I were to say, because, like, then we get to, like, the arguments of, like, who made the iPhone, and, like, you have an iPhone, and, like, that whole argument is really, it's really stupid. Like, yeah, like, obviously you gave Disney money to go see the film, because you're not going to steal the film. Like, you're not going to break into the movie theater and steal the film wheels. Oh, I guess, do they even still use film wheels for theaters? I'm actually curious. But, yeah, like, you're not going to go in and steal the file and then just watch it without paying for it. I mean, I guess you could always sneak into a movie theater, but it feels like it's harder to do that nowadays, but regardless. So, back onto this topic, though, real quick. Yeah, you guys in this space need to chill out when people are hyperbolic about certain things. And this is something I feel like I need to kind of bring up, too. Like, there's obviously a character that he's playing. Like, you go to his page real quick. I'm going to try and go, like, up here right quick. Like, you go to his page. He does a lot of animation review type stuff. You could probably tell that he's hyperbolic in his, like, thumbnails. Yeah, look at this. Animat watches the Titanic. Like, he's obviously, like, making jokes in his stuff. Like, yeah, he's giving your opinion on it. But I don't think he's, like I'm going to probably let him finish. But I don't think he's, like, going after, like, studios and stuff like that, and to be like, oh my god, I can't believe, like, this guy that made this. Like, he's not, like, actively, like, trying to, like, attack actual creators. And if he was trying to do that and has changed, I think the actions speak louder than words. I think there's obviously a change here that he can still keep doing it. I mean, again, he has 64K subscribers. Like, he's doing well. He's not a failing channel or anything. His most popular videos, the Caillou, God bless his soul. Scariest moments in Disney. Banana Splits movie. I don't even know what that is. The history of Ralph Bakshi. Okay, so like he's still doing good. 5 years ago, 15 years ago, 6 years ago. Like, yeah, a lot can happen within the, wait, how to say this? 16 years? A lot can happen in 16 years. Come on, fam. Come on, grow up. What are we doing here? Anyway, keep going.
Hotel Transylvania, the Emoji Movie, and more, and that some of my comments went way too far, and that I've been very disrespectful towards the people who have worked on those movies. I know for a fact that many people will want to go and use that excuse in order to shut me up. And to that, I just want to go and say, I understand. Because yes, I did absolutely fuck up during that time. Yes, I let my emotions get the best of me, and I went way too far with my comments on both Sony Pictures Animation and those movies that they had produced. Yes, sure, maybe my opinions hasn't really changed. I don't think that Cloudy or Hotel Transylvania are good movies in the first place, but I do acknowledge now that these are nothing more than just my opinions, and they're no different than when people say that Cloudy and Hotel Transylvania are great movies. What happened to me was that I really got into that whole animation is cinema mentality, and it ended up getting the best of me where, yeah, back then I was pretty uncontrollable with my emotions. Yeah, I did not handle those situations very well, and it did ultimately lead to backlash that I ultimately deserved.
Okay. So, that just, my opinion still stands then. He acknowledges, hey, yo, I used to be cringe. So now that these videos, I guess these series, I guess, is now more or less of, I used to be cringe, and now I'm being better. And I guess this is me proving that I'm being better by also showing all of this. And also, I still think, like, again, his, like, YouTube filmography is, like, still pretty solid. Like, it gets ridiculously good views. 9.4K. Like, honestly, these ones are a bit more of the topics at hand. 7K, 9K. Okay, so it's like depending on it. Minions gets 18K. Digital Circus gets 13K. Planet 51. That's a movie I haven't heard of in a minute. 32K. Tarzan 21K. Like, he's making stuff. And also, he said that he streams or he does podcasts. Let me see. What is his podcast does? Okay, so that's like okay, so this is like everything. Oh, I guess that's was the last episode of the podcast. Oh, guess what here? Oh, the podcast is moving. Okay, so like he 9.1K, but like 2019, that was like his last podcast. 6 years ago, 13K. Interesting. Everyone could change, yeah. I let my emotions get the best of me, however. Well, yeah, exactly. Well, I'm pretty sure I told you about Banana Split movie several times. The Banana Split movie, I feel like you did. Bango Borg, I literally have so much stuff. Also, I'm getting notifications. She got what she deserved. That's wild. Sorry, I'm just double checking some scenes real quick. There we go. All right, sorry about that. Anyway, back to the video.
And at that point, I worked very hard over the years in order to grow from that whole experience, to go and fully move on from having that entire attitude and to have a new perspective, not just on Sony Pictures Animation, but also on animation in general. And I will say that I think I am confident enough to say that I am no longer that person that I used to be. That, yes, I do acknowledge that what I have done back then was absolutely wrong, and I don't blame people if they don't want to forgive me for the things that I have said, whether it be from fans of those movies or from the people whom actually did work on those productions. If you don't like me for what I've done in the past, honestly, I don't blame you on that. But I have done my best in order to go and improve my behavior and apply that not just on Sony, but just from my perspective on animation as a whole. And yeah, lately I've been doing a lot better. Even when Sony Animation doesn't put out a good movie, like with Hotel Transylvania, Transformania, for example, I've learned to go and improve upon my criticisms, the way that I talk about the people in the productions. I've done a lot of work in order to...
As you all should do. Be better, chat. Be better.
Maybe other people can actually notice that I have put in the effort to go and improve. But with all that said, during that whole time that I've kind of rehabilitated myself from that angry phase and from that phase when I was in that entire animation is cinema mentality, I did unfortunately gain a bit of a fear that the cartoon community would not learn the lessons that I had, that they would not learn about what is it that I have done wrong, and that they would end up doing those same mistakes where they would end up hurting others more so than actually doing good, where they would go and say things that they would end up regretting, just like what I have. And unfortunately, it is at the point where I would say that fear has sadly become a reality, and that the cartoon community, or at least those that are more in the toxic category, they only see what is on the surface, and they don't focus necessarily on the behavior, but just on the targets, that they think that certain toxic behaviors are perfectly fine to go and express as long as it's towards the right targets, that I was only wrong because I did that behavior towards films like Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs and Hotel Transylvania.
Oh dear, I hear, I know we brought up Voldemort before in the stream, but does this not sound like Voldemort's line of logic? Does this not sound like freaking Darth Vader's line of logic in terms of the demons we had to slay this year? Holy crap, because it's again the same type of like criticisms that they've got. Like, you can't be like positive on something that like everyone else hates because you're agreeing with the enemy, and it's like there's no enemies here. Why are you creating fake demons that we have to slay? Like, why are you creating fake monsters that are non-existent? Like, come on. Like, if you really hate something to this extreme, you really need to take a step back and be like, yo, dude, I gotta chill. Because like, yeah, I've done critical videos on other content creators and on and just on like video games mostly. Like, I've been critical before, and the thing is obviously not to be like I'm obviously putting it into a script. Outside of the script, I can care less if Shoutout the Hedgehog exists. I can care less if Halo 5 exists. It hurts me that Halo 5 exists, but it's like, that's obviously me playing it up that game is bad. Like, obviously it is a bad game, and I have my reasons why I hate it. But if you say, oh yeah, I play Halo 5, good, like, more power to you, bless your soul. Like, we don't have to go into, like, this mindset of, you either with me or against me. That is just stupid.
But if I would go and express that behavior on other projects that the cartoon community would consider to be worthy to go and hate and attack and stuff like that, I probably would not receive as much backlash as I have. And you know what the worst part is? I know a perfect example of a Sony Pictures animation movie in which the cartoon community's behavior, or at least the toxic side of it, went way too far. And I would even dare say that it is so extreme, even surpassing what I have done in terms of how I used to express my thoughts on Sony Pictures animation, in which it is their turn to go and show off their massive hate boner for Sony and just straight up not just attacking the movie, but also attacking the people who worked on it. And you know the craziest thing about it? It's actually quite a recent example with VxTenrec. And it's honestly very funny with VxTenrec because on paper, you would think that this is a dream project for the cartoon community, something that they would absolutely go and use to go and display.
Now, I will say this, I never watched VxTenrec. I've only seen clips online, and I've seen other people's reviews on it. What I have seen just through osmosis, it's not a movie for me. I'll say it's not a movie for me. But again, if they're going to believe up the fact that like they are going to like attack random people, I can agree. Like, don't do that. Just express your disdain for it without. You can hate a project without being a crap basket. You without being a crap basket. No, crap basket. I can't English.
That animation is cinema. It's from Sony Pictures Animation, and especially around the same time during the peak of K-pop Demon Hunter's popularity. It is a long-time passion project from Genndy Tartakovsky, one of the most admirable figures in animation today. It's 2D animated, to which is something that animation fans have been begging to see make a comeback, and it is an R-rated film to which they can go and show that animation is also for adults. However, VxTenrec ultimately came out as one of, if not the most hated animated feature of 2025. Oh, yeah. And it's one thing if the cartoon community would just go and express that they don't like this film and they thought that it was terrible, but there have been some reactions that would go and take it way too far. And I don't just mean some of the more stupid entitlements of saying that, oh, this is a disgrace to animation, this is a disgrace to art, this is the death of 2D animation, and all that kind of pretentious snobby bullcrap. But at the same time, there have also been some fans who take it way too far, and they would go and make some extreme claims towards both Genndy Tartakovsky and the animators who have worked on it. There are some people who claim that...
Alright, let's do this. VxTenrec and Sausage Party Foodtopia season. What in the god? Wait. 1 second. VxTenrec and Sausage Party's Foodtopia. They made a Sausage Party show? What the frick? That's arguably a bigger disgrace than the freaking VxTenrec being as bad. That's wild. Which one would you be watching first? Whoever watches VxTenrec, I'm going to oh dear good golly. People saying this is exactly what Tarakoski, I think that's the director's name. I know I can't pronounce that. Gwendidi, I can't English apparently. Described, why are you surprised about the Fix movie? Don't you realize that the majority of people's first exposure to it, we never had any, haven't even heard of this film. Suddenly we're showing a trailer for Sausage Party. Golly, okay. That's a claim. I can't say if the claim is valid or not, but okay.
Gendy Tartakovsky is zoophile and that he has a kink for and especially there are some toxic fans who would actually go as far as to straight up harass anybody who would go in.
Oh god, Instagram is the worst with this type of stuff.
Mention that they have.
One second, I'm trying to read the thing. A show for learn what words mean before you use them, before you look yourself like a fool. We did get oh god
on Fix, where they would bombard them with so much verbal abuse that some animators had no choice but.
Oh my gosh, okay, I don't know who this person is, but that's wild. I'm taking a break from posting my remaining fixed animation. Thank you for so many people appreciated the comments. Fortunately, I had to block some strangely angry people. I appreciate that not every I appreciate that it's not everyone's taste, but please relax and not. Oh, dude. Yeah. What's good? What's good, anime fan? What's good? I'm dying. I am dying. Oh my gosh, this is bad. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I need a second. I need a second, chat. I need a second. Oh my gosh. This is why people in this space like are seen the way they are, cuz you can't just like I feel like you can't just make assumptions on something. And that's just like people suck. Yeah, people do suck, cuz like again, like it feels like I can't speak on this movie as like a movie, you know, but I don't think in good faith that they are the worst degenerates possible. Like, how is this? And again, Instagram is the worst with this, bro. The Star Wars community on Instagram is like, they want your soul if you dare say Episode 7's a banger, and I did. There was a whole huge battle between that, but holy crap.
Silence their own contribution to Fix just to go and stop all that harassment. And listen, I understand why there are some people who hate Fix or think that it's one of the worst animated films in recent years. I understand that for some people, they're not into those sex jokes and that the movie can be way too much for them. Even I will say right now, I'm not into Fix. I don't really think it's that great or even good of a movie. Now, I wouldn't go and say that I think the film is just flat out terrible. I have expressed in my review that I do think that it is a minor step up compared to some of Sony's past films, like Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs and Hotel Transylvania, but I don't really think it's that good of a movie either. And yet, I just find it so perplexing that there are some toxic fans who are just so enraptured by their own anger that they don't see what is wrong with their actions. They believe that Fix is just so not up to their standard that they think it's justifiable to get so angry and to just straight up attack not just the movie, but anybody who was involved. It honestly made me wonder, has nobody ever stopped to think, hey, maybe we shouldn't be acting like that Sony hater with the orange hat. Maybe we shouldn't be acting like that guy when it comes to this movie. Yeah, it sucks, but maybe we should be a little bit more respectful about it, or at least be more respectful with the people who are involved. And what's even crazier is that there are legit some people who are more upset at me than they are at people who harass the animators at Fix. There are some people who got seriously upset.
Wait, AO? Okay, so, cartoon YouTuber fails to comprehend why people hate, I'm assuming movies. I wonder why people hate this movie. Okay, I mean, that's just standard with, YouTube. You're going to get people trying to play KattChatt. Oh, Josh, welcome back. TBH, I don't know, TBH, I just don't know how it begins, God, I can't English. Well, yeah, my brain cells is completely dead. Real quick, let me send a quick DM real quick, because I don't know if, Ash is still in chat or not. Sorry about that. I just had to set this real quick. Okay, there you go. Sorry about that. Back to this. Okay. Ash, please check DMs. Please check DMs. That's all I ask. Please check DMs. But yeah, let me just go. There we go. Alright, sorry about that. Please check DMs, Ash. Please check DMs. That's all I ask. There we go. Alright, anyway. True sounds like you're losing brain cells. Are you getting freaked pretty good? Well, dude, I am bombarded by this. Holy frick.
Over the fact that I would go out of my way to call out.
What's good? Fighting for his life on Blue Sky. Wait, are you? Oh, wait. What gaming dad is? Wait, AO? That's insane. Why is he fighting on Blue Sky? That's insane. Sorry, I had to respond to this. My stream freaking died for one moment. I gotta fix this real quick. 1 second. Where's the... There it is. Sorry, there. Sorry, let me finish typing this real quick. There we go. Sorry about that. Back to gaming. All right, will do. Is delicious. That's crazy. I want to check Blue Sky right now. I want to see what it is. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. All right, back to this. Holy frick.
Animators at Fix. There are some people who got seriously upset over the fact that I would go out of my way to call out the bad behavior that is being expressed when it comes to Fix. That people are more mad at me that I called out the harassers than the actual harassers themselves. Or even more insane is that there are more people who are mad that I said that Fix is better than Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs and Hotel Transylvania than they are at the people who would go and harass the animators. And that is the point where, going back to what I was saying, unfortunately, there are people out there who only see the targets and not the behavior, where they see nothing in terms of what is wrong with the behavior, and they only see the targets, and they think that alone should be justifiable in terms of whatever behavior that would be expressed by the cartoon community, or again, in terms of the toxic side of the cartoon community. And furthermore, I would even say that this is even further proof that those who use K-pop Demon Hunters to go and attack Elio, they are not fans of either K-pop Demon Hunters or Sony Pictures Animation, considering that they expressed no cares whatsoever about the people behind the scenes, where again, this was during the time when K-pop Demon Hunters was at its absolute peak of its popularity. And yet, even with all the love that that movie is expressing, they are showing absolutely no respect for the people who are in that studio and would have no problem whatsoever to go and straight up attack the colleagues of the animators of K-pop Demon Hunters. Not to mention that this is also something that really shows a massive loophole or a massive plot hole in terms of their big narrative of how Sony Pictures Animation is dominating the whole medium and stuff like that. You probably have seen like a few videos or a few people who would really express that now Sony Animation is the new kings of animation, but where does Fix fit in that narrative? Where is it that they would go and apply Fix in that entire story? Because that would honestly feel like a flaw to their whole argument, especially when this is a movie that they absolutely hate, arguably even more than the hatred that they would go and express with Elio. So that alone right there shows this massive hypocrisy that is within the community.
I think most people hate this entire thing because of the fact of not only the stuff with sorry, I'm trying to get my thoughts straight. I think the idea is that, like, okay, Sony has had this like crazy run with like the Spider-Verse films, all that stuff, Missiles vs. Machines, K-pop, all that. And then obviously Fix is like the one exception that they're like, oh yeah, it's like, it's still bad. I haven't seen the videos that they said that, but I think most people like have a baseline understanding that not every film is going to hit every single strive. But it is kind of crazy that the toxic side of things is like that. Holy crap, what are you guys talking about in the chat? I see chat blowing up. I was not paying attention to chat. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm gonna check this guy. He's demolishing Ant. Let's go. Okay. I will ask as the conversation keeps going, please do not bring up the conversations between Anthony and Wargaming for a little bit in the chat. I know that like I am starting to become slightly adjacent to commentary content. I don't want this just to be like all choose an absent parent. Wait, what? Nani? I'm not an absent parent. I just haven't been paying attention to chat. Okay, yeah, sorry. Excuse me, sorry. Trouge, I'm in your basement, let me out. What do you mean I'm in your basement? You don't pay attention to us. Trouge, don't give them the key. They give me the key now. I'm stuck outside on the stump. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm trying to pay attention. This is what happens when I haven't streamed in forever, bro. Like, holy crap. But yes, please, if you guys would, please tell me in DMs about all the stuff happening. Sorry, let me respond to this real quick. We will do. Smiley. There we go. Yeah, so let me go back to the video, but yes, yeah. But no, what I was trying to say is that like, yeah, toxic fans should like not obviously hyperfixate on just the good and like like just the bad. Wait, address this truth? Wait, what? Lacey he locked me in the basement. I can't leave. But I did not lock her in the basement. I feel like those are slander. That is slander when I was playing Halo one time. They said that they locked me in the basement. The true stream is on! Oh my gosh, jeez. You guys are insane today. Thank you guys so very much. If you guys would, please like, comment, subscribe. Also go and freaking give this entire thing a lick. Because this has been great. You guys are amazing. But yeah, there's so much happening in the chat at the moment. I can't even.
Again, they only see the targets and not necessarily the behavior. Where if being a hater towards a project like Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs is straight up wrong.
You locked me in here, brother. I did not lock you in there. What do you mean? What do you mean? I gotta go back to that Halo stream and try to find the context for that. Because, like, I don't remember how that whole thing even started.
But doing the exact same thing and then some towards a project like Fix, then for some reason that seems to be okay. However, Fix is just a minor example of the double standards in the cartoon community, because there is a much more grand example of the sheer hypocrisy where now it's the toxic side of the cartoon community's turn to go and fully display their hate boner, down to the point where there are some in the community where they have made their entire personalities just on hating this one particular studio and going after every single project that they would bring out. And that is Disney. I know many people are not ready to have this conversation, but we are at the point where we need to go and start talking about how the Disney hate is starting to become rather problematic, and that people are starting to go a little bit too far with their emotions in regards to Disney and the projects that they would release. And I'm not just talking about some of their weaker stuff that they would bring out, such as the Disney Disney live-action remakes, although that's often been considered one of the major reasons to go and hate on the company. But I'm also talking about many of the other films that they would go and release as well, especially when it comes to their animated features. And this would range from the ones from Disney Animation, from films like Ralph Breaks the Internet, Raya and the Last Dragon, Strange World, Wish, and Moana 2, as well as Pixar, where even some of their movies would go and get heavily attacked on, such as Toy Story 4, Incredibles 2, Lightyear, Elio, and several others. Of course, there are a few exceptions, but there have been very few studios nowadays that would receive a tremendous amount of hate and consistently get that amount of hatred than Disney. But of course, this is not to go and defend Disney whatsoever, because they are still a multi-billion-dollar corporation, and as such, they have done plenty of actions in which they deserve to be called out on.
It's just like the Xbox hate. It's just like the freaking Xbox hate. With a lot of the things, because like, again, I feel like the Xbox hate kind of gotten to this point a little bit. Well, it just felt like, okay, you have like a game like Hi-Fi Rush, and it's like, okay, that game is good. And then like everything else is kind of trash. I'm like, no, like there's still games that are good in it. It's just most people not giving Xbox the time of day. And yeah, all that situations between all those stuff. There is good games that came out with it. The freaking, they've worked tooth and nail to fix Master Chief Collection, so it's in like a really great state. They will never know out of context criticism about the doggo. Pretty much, yes, yeah. Like it's like I feel like two things can be right at once, right? Toy Story 4, to a lesser extent, Incredibles 2, and, what was the other one? Lightyear, are, like, 3 examples. Like, well, I can be like, yeah, those movies, I didn't like them, they suck, whatever. There's another thing of being like, yeah, and also the company also sucks. Like, two things can be right at once. When it comes to the, decisions made by Disney in the last, freaking god, how many years? Since, I want to say 2018? Since 2018, it's been very much like you can't have any sort of like opinion on a Disney movie that's like positive for a little bit, because without bringing in the baggage of, well, Disney just sucks as a corporation. Like, yes, I can bring up the same situation with like Xbox, with Nintendo, with Square Enix is a great example of that too. I love Square Enix, but they've done some insane crap since 2020. It's actually insane, but we continue.
These include suppression of LGBTQ+ representation in their stories, frequently doing mass layoffs because the executives say so, often fighting against unions, continuously enabling AI, controversial working conditions like at Pixar or at the Disney parks, getting a little carried away with their prices in terms of their products and services, again, at the Disney parks where everything feels like it's way too expensive, and so on and so forth. So, of course, there are many times when we should be calling out against Disney, and that it is a good thing that we stand against the company. And a great example is with the whole Jimmy Kimmel controversy, when Disney complied to the orders of Trump and the FCC to go and cancel Kimmel, which ultimately led to serious backlash against the company to the point that they had to go and reinstate his show. Like, that is a moment that, of course, Disney were the bad guys and that they need to be called out on that. However, while there are some things that Disney would do in which it is justified to go after them, I feel like when it comes to whatever reasons that the cartoon community may have to go after Disney, or whatever reasons they may have to go and antagonize them, I feel like the grand majority of them are honestly insignificant or very petty. The kind in which that feels more like fandom lining, more so than anything that would actually cause real-world harm or anything that would actually hurt any of the employees working there. Again, it would either be things that just feels extremely petty, where this is like...
Alright, so this was from October of 2025. Disney sucks, dude. Do we all realize this now? Freaking third eye. That's actually kind of creepy. Holy crap. This guy says, ever since Jimmy Nicholson pointed this out, that many Disney influencers and people on the media list refer to the attractions by the Fort Myers. I can't even see it. Wait. Media list referred to attractions by the full titles. Oh, they make the attractions by the full titles. I can't unhear it. Also, it shows two things. Disney sucks at naming rights and loving the world's adventures and journeys. Okay, wait. What was his point originally?
Any of the employees working there. Again, it would either be things that just feels extremely petty, where this is like beyond first world problems.
Yeah, this is the 100% example of first world problems. I like to speculate the artist for the copyright. I like to separate art from the artist or the art from the corporations. See the Owl House and Square Enix in general. Yeah, like there is a point where like, I feel like there's a point where you can't do that. But there's also a point where, like, if you're like, oh, I am so anti-Disney, and, like, I have to hate 24/7 making up random articles that may or may not have, like, a 2% of truth in it. That's the people I kind of hate the most. Because it's like, okay, if you, like, hate Disney all this much, stop, like, talking about it. And I feel like there's a whole segment in here about social media. I want to know if he brings up the fact that, like, that's the only reason why they're making these claims. It's because hate engagement is such a huge thing.
It could possibly be over things that are not even true, and it's just
I mean, this comment says it. Oh, wait real quick. From this person on the 23rd, from 2023. Just spitting facts. Films with borderline unwatchable and watched out. Film what? Oh, I guess he's talking about a film. Film was borderline unwatchable and washed out, so Disney could profit off of. Oh, I'm assuming this is the what's this Black Panther movie. Generally disgusting movie. Everyone involved in this should be ashamed of themselves. Jeez. I love spreading misinformation. I love seeing people try to spread misinformation. Disney and Marvel literally went to Kogulor, I think that's how you pronounce the name, and told them they don't need to be a Black Panther 2 if he doesn't want to make it. Your narrative is disgusting. Using a dead man to display hate and negativity. Screw you. Animation score for Moana 2026. The critics who got paid off by Disney is so good. That's wild.
Behavior where they just want to shoot first and ask questions later. They could sound extremely repetitive.
The color and oh yeah, bro, dude. Okay, yeah. So maybe this goes against his point. I don't care, but like, I think the hate for Lilo and Stitch is more justified than any live action remake. Am I actually wrong about this? It's not actually the actor's fault? Yeah, dude, no. Like, that's the thing. Like, unless it's the actor, like, in the case of the Snow White remake, like, that was a lady that was, like, actively in that, like, she's like, yeah, this is going to be the best. Like, she was, like, very pompous. And, like, that's a reason to, like, not really vibe with the actress, like, in a project like that. I don't think the actors that were in, like, this film in particular, the Lilo and Stitch remake, like, I don't think they are to blame for this. It's 100% like the like creative team that's behind this movie, as well as some of the other like people involved, like the higher ups. I generally hate the color grading. It makes modern live action Disney way sucks out the life and the color of it. They should do this to film. Captain Gantu will not appear in the live action Disney. This is stupid. This is just actively stupid. Like, yeah, like, I guess it would, like, no, actually, I don't even see a world where this wouldn't be justified. You took out one of the main components of Lilo and Stitch and tried to freaking, like, rewrite the narrative. Like, yeah, this is 100% a justified reason to crash out. Literally, this is why live action remakes suck. All the fun animation stuff that you can get limited, that you could do limits to reality, and it gets bullied when it's not done. You can do both. There's a thing. I'm going to verify live action. Live action was never going to originally be in theaters. It was just dumped off in Disney Plus. Yeah, like that was the whole thing, is that they made it for for Disney Plus, but because Disney Plus is like somehow exploding but not exploding at the same time because Hulu's there now, and like Hulu is like how they mostly gain the money. That's not a fact or anything. I don't actually know, but that's just my little game theory. It would have been 10 times better with any Disney live action remake to put this out in the last 10 years. That has been put out in the last 10 years. I just think that this whole thing about killing Gantu off, or like not making him a prominent figure in the live action movie, it's like having a Mario game with no Bowser, like, and making it like the mainline Mario game. Like, absolutely no Bowser, no Peach. Like, that's like, you need to have those in your Mario game. Like, I feel like in any Mario game, you have to have a, like, you can tell a story without it if you want to. Like, the RPGs are a great example. Like, they don't have to be, like, the center of attention, but they're still there. But I'm getting off topic. I'm sorry.
Where all they're doing is just repeat the same things over and over and over again, and that's especially the case when it comes to their complaints with the live-action remakes, to the point where those complaints are now becoming as tiring as the remakes themselves, or they let their behavior go fully unchecked, where they...
Disney Tunes. The Electric Boom reportedly returns for another season. I don't know what the Electric Boom is. Am I so out of touch that I don't know what Disney sitcoms are nowadays? That is sad. The Electric Boom reported they will not be returning for another season. It will join Disney recent. It will join the list of recent Disney Channel shows that only get one single season. Hashtag the Electric Bloom. Disney Channel needs to shut down after being created of all these after canceling these after one season. I just think that I honestly thought Disney Channel was like dead in the water by this point, but anime fan, I was watching Family Guy at my aunt's Disney Plus last night when falling asleep. That's the only way I will keep using Disney Plus, is the Hulu stuff. For real, like, I know there's a few anime shows on there. I think at the moment that's, like, the only place that has Bleach at the moment. Y'all know what? I think we can all agree that we want, that we wish Disney went bankrupt at this point. I mean, I can't disagree, but I can't agree fully either. Like, there is a point where you're like, okay, I just want something just to... There is a point where you're like, I want them to hit rock bottom so they can go back up a little bit. Like, after stupid decision after stupid decision. I can 100% get that. I don't think that means necessarily I want the people... Yeah, Bleach is a huge one. Yeah, Bleach is... Well, I'm in love with Bleach. That show is so good. I need to get back to it. I finished... I think I finished the first arc. Excuse me, sorry. I finished the first arc, and I thought it was really good. I had other stuff come up, and I haven't been able to continue watching it. But, yeah, Bleach is a really good show. Do I never even heard the Electric Boom? You're not out of the loop. It's just an arc status. For real.
Now becoming as tiring as the remakes themselves, or they let their behavior go fully unchecked, where they present themselves as extremely unstable and really go hyperbolic with their opinions, to the point where they sound no differently than how I was acting in my Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs reviews. And it really doesn't help either when a lot of them would completely ignore the more legitimate reasons to go after Disney because they would consider it to be political. Like, there are some fans out there who are more upset over the existence of Wish compared to what happened with the whole controversy of Jimmy Kimmel. And in that regards, I just feel like their priorities are just not straight in there. And again, it's one thing to go and criticize their works, to go and say that, you know, they didn't like the experience that they got with their movies and stuff like that, but there are some people that honestly take it way too far, and because hating Disney is so popular within that bubble, they end up normalizing that behavior, that they believe that, well, I see everyone else is doing it, maybe it's okay if I do it, without checking in on their behavior, or without even checking in on how far they would go and take it for the sake of just attacking Disney. So a lot of it is more in regards to either entitlement, or it's just for the sake of bandwagoning. Again, there are many legitimate reasons to go after Disney, but if it's because you hate Wish so much, or you think that Lightyear just insults you with its mere existence alone, then that's not really a valid reason to really go and just unleash your emotions against them. And the anger that this group has against...
And I feel like he needs to, like, justify, like, you can be hyperbolic in a video, or heck, even in a Twitter post. It's a different thing when you're, like, actively going after the creators. Because that's my biggest point, like, with these types of people. Yeah, be hyperbolic. Be, like, freaking goofy online. Because, like, I know, like, a lot of people got into this hobby because of people like Nostalgia Critic, AVGN. For me, it was Some Call Me Johnny, the J-Wits, Scott the Woz is one of the more recent examples. Like, these type of creators are always hyperbolic with their stuff. But they're not, like, laying up at night being like, oh my gosh, I can't believe Lightyear exists, guys. I need to, like, say something. Like, I need to punch something. Like, probably go to the gym at that point. But, like, if you're, like, trying to just, like, be, like, kind of tongue-in-cheek with it, be like, Lightyear is so bad it made me, like, I don't know, maybe look at my son in a positive light. I forgot what the freaking Red Light Media review is. Like, Lightyear is the worst movie ever since my son. Like, you know, like, you can make jokes like that. I feel like you could be funny. it's a different thing when you go after said creators and like harass the heck out of them, you know?
Disney has now become so bad that I can't help but feel like now the definition of what is a Disney.
Let me check in here. Anime fan. Yeah, I saw anime on Disney Plus. I'm like, this doesn't belong here. You know, to be fair though, Star Wars Visions and Twisted Wonderland, fantastic shows. I think Disney has at least in terms of the anime department, has been cooking. They've been cooking. Genuinely versatile, where it's like slow it down a bit, yeah. They don't go outside. Yeah, they don't go out and say Toy Story 4 sucks. Yeah, you'll see me going to the freaking Walgreens and just with a giant megaphone like a Brandon Rogers bit going, anybody here that likes Toy Story 4, you guys should belong in prison. Like, you'll probably like... First off, I might have actually traumatized kids if I did that, so I'm not going to do that. And second off, like, I can just imagine doing that and some kid has a freaking Duke Kaboom toy and they're like, oh my gosh, my childhood.
Adult has become so warped and confusing that really to go and figure out what does it mean to be a Disney adult, well, it really does vary now from person to person. And before I continue, I just want to go and say, yes, I am fully aware about what is behind me right here. I am very well aware of what's on my shelves and what's on my desk and stuff like that. And you may find a bunch of different Disney paraphernalia where some people might think that if they look around the screen of like where I am here, they would think that, oh, I am a Disney adult. But again, what does it mean to be a Disney adult? Because now it really does vary from person to person in terms of what is the actual definition. Now, some may say that a Disney adult is the kind of person that 90% or 95% of the time, the only thing that they could talk about, the only thing that they consume is exclusively Disney. You know, the kind of people who would go to the Disney parks monthly or weekly, or if they would go and make posts on social media, the grand majority of the time is only about Disney. So there are those kinds of people in which, yeah, they are just nothing about Disney, and their whole personality is almost exclusively just Disney. But at the same time, though, there are those people who would say that a Disney adult is not someone who is 100% against Disney and just about everything that they would go and release nowadays. Sure, there might be those rare few exceptions that would get a pass, such as Encanto and Zootopia 2, but there are those people who would say that if you are not 100% against Disney and you're not angry against them for releasing whatever new movie that would come out or whatever thing that they would go and do that may seem a little bit controversial or that it isn't 100% perfect, then there are going to be those people that will go and label you as a Disney adult.
Oh my gosh, we have the man. We have the man of the hour here, chat. We have the man of the hour. Oh, dear criminy, if he sees this stream, I'm gonna crash out. Alright. Anyway, let's see here. Anthony on Twitter, I guess whether this was 10 hours ago, I'm not sure when this was made. Disney hate has just became so exhausting. Yes, they're a giant mega corporation with a ton of awful practices, but the hate campaigns this year have been have little to do with legitimate grievances and more just hating women in film. Golly, we can't escape this freaking... Okay, whatever. Okay, so what does this person say? But the hate campaigns this year had little to do with legitimate grievances with hating, just more than just hating women in film. Keep cashing those Disney checks in for us. Women don't need you speaking up for us. Okay, that's wild. Disney hates women. I can't speak on that. That's insane. That's an insane thing. Like, I don't know. Your takes are a living meme. No, sorry. A, your takes are a living meme. B, I mean, that's just fact. B, listening to people when they explain why they don't like something, they go and being honest. That's as far as it goes. C, you don't have to be a Disney shill, a shill for Disney at all. Disney is getting hate because they've sold out the fans and are freaking awful now. A, that's irrelevant here. Classic ant tact. B is also irrelevant. What do you mean both? That is a legitimate... What do you mean? B is also irrelevant. The problem is I listed, and listing makes the takes worse. I am scared to open my blue sky, chat. I'm scared to open my blue sky. See, again, baffling. I have criticized Disney's support of genocide. Okay. Abuse of the visual effects push for the content, etc. Nothing you are saying here has any ties to what I'm saying. So literally both A and B is just not.
a Disney shill or what have you, just because you decided to go and step away from the angry mob and you decided to say, oh, you know what, something like Strange World is actually enjoyable. Or if you would go and dare say that you actually like one of the Disney live action remakes that Disney would go and put out nowadays, there is a likelihood that there will be a group of those people that will go after you thinking that you're the enemy or that you're a slave to the Disney Corporation or whatever hyperbolic term that they want to go and antagonize you for not going into that same crusade as them for attacking Disney. So that's why with the whole definition of a Disney adult, it could either be something that is massively broad or it could be massively specific. I don't know. I feel like right now with the Disney hatred, people can really get carried away, not just with their opinions on Disney, but also with how they view how others would go and consume Disney. So in that regards, I feel like there is at a point where, of course, not everyone, but there are some people out there who have a massive bias against Disney to the point that it really has become problematic with not just how they approach whatever project the company would go out, but also with their interactions with others and how they would ultimately communicate with others. That they can only vibe with those that share that massive bias against Disney, that thinks that everything that Disney does is evil and that there's no such thing as a good new Disney thing whatsoever, with somehow the magical few exceptions that they would just, you know, enjoy it for that little moment and then sweep it under the rug so they could just go back to hating Disney. So it really just makes that definition so confusing. And this is not to mention, by the way, that I honestly do find that the hatred towards Disney specifically is a bit ridiculous and that it really does narrow the community's perspective, considering that, honestly, this is something that I have learned when I grew past my hatred with Sony Pictures Animation, is that ultimately all of these studios are pretty much the same. It doesn't matter if it's either Disney or Universal or with their studios like Illumination or DreamWorks, or it doesn't matter with Sony or with Paramount or with Lionsgate or what have you. All these studios, or with Netflix also, it doesn't matter. All of these studios are the same, and it's honestly wild. Like when people would just go after Disney, I find that it's honestly ineffective. And I'm not saying that because it's wrong that they're going after Disney. I just find that it's honestly ineffective in terms of the cause that they want to go after, because there are those people who only go after Disney in terms of some of the more legitimate things to go after them, rather it be with LGBTQ plus suppression, with AI, with working conditions, or what have you.
Because it's not just Disney doing those things. Like, there is other companies doing that. Excuse me, sorry. Those other companies doing those same things elsewhere. But you just see on, like, social media, it's legitimately just like Disney doing it. And, like, yeah, like, other companies are getting better with it. That doesn't mean the fact that they still don't do it, you know?
Like, there are some people who believe it's only Disney who does that, and yet with some of the other studios, they don't do anything bad at all for some reason. Like, here are some good examples. There are a lot of people who will go after Disney in terms of that LGBTQ plus suppression, in terms of taking the stories that are in production and that they would take away any representation of an LGBTQ plus person. But how many people are also upset at DreamWorks and NBC Universal, whom, as I'm recording this, are facing a lawsuit in which alleges discrimination?
I remember this story. I remember hearing about this so much. Trans editor sues DreamWorks over the alleged bias while making The Bad Guys 2. The suit alleges forcible outings, dead naming, and misgendering. We love to see this. Freaking, I just need like a gif. I need the gif of Scootaloo from My Little Pony just bashing her head on the freaking piano. Yeah, like, you guys should, you know, call a spade the spade. If you are so against that with the Disney side of things, call it out for the DreamWorks side of things. Holy butter on toast. This makes me freaking... Ugh.
Against a trans editor, specifically someone who has worked on The Bad Guys 2, and the working conditions that they face was a nightmare, especially because of one person who really went after them because of their trans identity, and because of that they reported it and the situation was solved. But then afterwards DreamWorks then allegedly disposed of them, like basically felt like because they're a trans person that they felt like they were more of a nuisance to the company, and that's why there is this lawsuit that is now going on. Again, this is all allegations, of course, but still though, this is a situation that feels like might be even worse, because now this is actually actually affecting real world people instead of affecting fictional characters and changing their identity for the sake of having a safer story. Now, you would think that with the community that they would really go and jump onto DreamWorks' case if they really do care about the LGBTQ plus community, but it feels like, honestly, you don't hear about it as much as something that Disney would go and do in terms of however they would go and handle LGBTQ plus representation, let alone how they would go and handle LGBTQ plus workers. Now, some may say it's a little bit of a different story, and yes, again, it is all allegations when it comes to this lawsuit, but still, though,
it's the broad strokes. It's like, okay, like, if Disney would have came out with this and said, oh, I guess Disney wouldn't do it. Like, if there would be a news article that came out saying that a Disney editor that went by that was transitioning, that there was like transgender worker working on it, and they ended up getting like horribly treated to the point where like they're in a lawsuit now, I think everybody will be on their butt. Everybody will be on their butt about that. And I feel like the same should be the same with DreamWorks, because it's like, bro, it's not rules for thee, rules none for me, or whatever. Like, you should always speak out when crap hits the fan when you're working for a giant corporation like that. Like, I'm a little nobody. I'm a freaking, like, freaking gamer, let's player, streamer type person on YouTube who occasionally makes music. That's my whole deal. Like, I am not like an artist. I don't like make like drawings. I don't make animations. I occasionally do voice acting, but like, I don't. This is the thing, chat. Like, I hate the fact that it takes so much. Like, it just. I can't even put it to words. I'm literally stumbling. This is ridiculous and should not be a thing where it's just Disney getting called out for it. Every company should be getting called out for this crap. Sorry for the silence. I was explaining the stuff that happened. Oh, no, you're good, fam. You're good.
The fact that the real big lawsuit right there doesn't have the Disney name doesn't seem to carry a lot of attention as much if it would go and have the Disney name on it. Or here's another example. You know how there's been some reported controversial working conditions going on at Pixar, especially with productions such as Inside Out 2, down to the point where there are people who have a grudge against that movie in particular?
Yep.
Well, how many of those people are also equally as upset at Sony Pictures Animation, and especially the productions of Phil Lord and Chris Miller, such as Spider-Man Across the...
Okay, I don't remember hearing about this. 1 second. What does it say? Oh, he has the freaking source covering it. So, Spider-Verse artists say working with the sequel was death by 1,000 paper cuts. Jeez Louise. Crew members say it was unstable working conditions behind the scenes of the second Spider-Man. Okay, so it literally just says, that's lovely.
Spider-Verse, especially after the Vulture article was released. Yes, at the time, it definitely caught a lot of attention, and some people did indeed talk about it, but how long people went on to go and hold on to that grudge against either Sony or Lord and Miller or even Spider-Verse especially, feels like it was a lot shorter than what Pixar would still be getting nowadays. Now, I just want to go and also make a clarification that as I'm recording this, even though we don't have an update in terms of that situation, and maybe there is a likelihood that maybe Lord and Miller have improved upon their behavior and maybe the working conditions have improved there as well.
I hope
so. You can also say the same thing with Pixar, but still, though, how many people would hold on to that grudge towards Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse?
Freddy Fazbear nerd. What in the world is that profile picture? Okay, now I won't be supporting this film. Handwork making great movies, bro. Hard work making great movies, bro. It's sad, but it's only only when they are under pressure can. Okay, but that's not the way to... Oh, my... Spider-Verse, Demon Slayer... Wait. Are they implying that this is the same studio that made Demon Slayer? Well, I guess Sony has some ties. I thought it was WB that had ties to Demon Slayer. I could be one, though. That's a wild example, though. Obviously... Because, like, again, like... Just because Japan has horrible working practices for their animation team does not mean freaking everywhere needs to have horrible working practices. Like, I'm saying this as an anime fan. Being someone that, like, actually makes anime, I pray for your souls because, like... And I don't mean that in like a hyperbolic sense. Like, I'm genuine when I say that, because it's like, you guys are working ridiculous hours to make something that hopefully people would enjoy. And yeah, like, oh gosh, I hope and pray to God that you guys are doing good. Attack on Titan, Inside Out 2. Bro, that's a wild... Again, just because they can do it doesn't mean it should be the right move to make. I digress.
Because of how the animators were treated there compared to Inside Out 2 with the way that the animators were treated there. Or how about any time we hear Disney wants to be involved with AI and people immediately give hell to Disney for even thinking about the idea to be involved with that technology whatsoever. But how many of those people are also calling out Netflix where they are continuously doubling down on wanting to use AI even to...
What does it say? Sorry, I was... Netflix staffing for incubators, AI-powered... Oh, golly. A rogue AI unleashes an army of robots. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought that was supposed to be a, I thought that was supposed to be, like, a part of the freaking article. I was all like, oh, yeah, this Netflix is using AI now. And they freaking... I thought this was, like, their slogan. I thought that was like what's actually happening. I thought I was about to crash out. I'm like, we are living in legitimately the best and or worst timeline when there's an actual rogue AI unleashes an army of robots. Oh my gosh, I would crash out. I'm so sorry. But yeah, that's the thing. It's the rules for thee, not for me. I, small fellow anime nerd, looks at Trouge. You're my friend. We have soft tacos later. Let's go. I love soft tacos, bro. I would like to go back to Taco Bell if it wasn't going to freaking accelerate my soul.
The point of actually opening up a new animation studio that is dedicated to making AI animation. How many of those people giving crap to Disney is also giving crap to Netflix on that? Now, with these examples, I am not saying that people only go after Disney and let all those others give a pass. Of course, those other companies are also getting crap as well for those. But the proportion in terms of what Disney is getting compared to what others are getting, you can tell that there is a massive difference. And again, that is especially the case when some people just want to jump into it for the sake of the bandwagon of hating Disney. So that's just one thing I really want to go and highlight, how this Disney hate can be a massive problem where it's not really helping out the cause when it's mostly just Disney that is getting the crap, while most of the others are easily getting a pass. Even when the backlash they have received, they can easily just brush off and they can continue their thing. But if
And again, like he said, it's not just like them getting a pass. Like, there is people that are actively calling out Netflix and stuff like that. At least I imagine they are. I mean, if I saw that on my timeline, I would say the exact same thing if I saw stuff on Disney getting the timeline, you know?
To go and point out possibly the strongest example, at least as I'm recording this,
man,
of how the Disney hate is going way...
Man, Matt's popping off. Yeah, dude, Matt is popping off. There was the little things that I had my little grievances with, like some of the tweets that they showed was kind of a little weird early on, but, like, he's making decent points. Like, I can't exactly fault him for that.
But if I have to go and point out possibly the strongest example, at least as I'm recording this, of how the Disney hate is going way too far and how it's honestly to the point where it's pretty clear that it is rather forced, it has to be with Hext. Now, I just want to go and clarify, as I am recording this, Hext has not been released in theaters yet. Yet ever since it was first announced, the cartoon community, or again, the toxic side of the cartoon community, was ready to go and absolutely hate on it. And whatever they would go and reveal about it, they want to use that as an excuse to say that it is...
Oh boy, okay. First trailer of Hext, the new animated film by Disney. Freaking, I hate this character design. The character design doesn't look that bad. It looks better than, like, Elio's, like, if I were to say anything. Typical goal, Eileen! We're back to the goal boss! Freaking, I'm gonna end my life in Minecraft in hardcore mode. Anyway, typical goal boss, strong female protagonist, who isn't understood by society. Maybe the powers was in me all along. Oh gosh. Another 10 cents to Disney's cartoon empire. I'm on the... I think just me personally, I felt like that, like, this was in response to what happened with Owl House and its creator. And I can understand that, but... Good save, yeah, thanks. I'm crashing out. I think this is probably the most I've crashed out on the Trouge Cast in a minute.
is absolutely terrible and try to go and frame it as the next citizen vigilante or something like that. Like, no joke, like ever since like it was first revealed and we only had a vague description of what the movie would be about, there was already controversy, there was already backlash, and somehow it was already enough for some people in the community to just go rage out and be massively upset over basically a broad concept of an upcoming feature. And you can tell right now that it has really gotten so bad to the point that now they are straight up using conspiracy theories and misinformation in order to find an excuse to go and hate on Hex, rather it be with the whole conspiracy that somehow this is Disney's revenge on Dana Terrence.
Oh, what is this? Honestly, I just see Hex to be a MILF to was Dana Terrence from the Mouse, since this feels like the Owl House being compressed into the Disney movie format, and will apply to Knights of Guinevere, since I can see the Mouse making media out of spite. I can't exactly fault it. That's the thing, though. That's the thing. Like, yeah, is it like a conspiracy theory? Of course it is. Because, like, it's obviously they're not going to say, yeah, we're making this in response to, like, how we treat Diana Terrace. But I think Diana still did stuff with Disney, like, in regards to Owl House still. Like, they haven't done anything Owl House adjacent that didn't have her approval. So, like, it's not like the relationship with Disney is like active. Like, yeah, she was ticked and she made that completely clear, but like I remember even like seeing like interviews and stuff like that, like she still loves Disney, and like that's the thing, like that's the thing, like, and I feel like that's a lot of these people are remembering. Like, Deanna likes Disney, like I remember, I think, listening to an interview where they went to, like, one of the parks or whatever, and, like, yeah, they still love, like, just the animations and stuff like that. Obviously, it's the company behind it, yeah, they suck, but, like, you could still tell that she has a love and passion for Disney. Like, you could see that in Knights of Guinevere. This movie, I just saw this, and it's like what Mom said, we had Owl House for Timu. Speaking of gold bosses, this is actually my watch some K-pop diva. Just like, both, let's go.
Because of how she is critical towards Disney and making a new series with Knights of Guinevere, so they want to make their own witch series to go and replace the Owl House for some.
The idea that someone at Disney saw the Owl House and was all like, that is great, but what if it wasn't about being this? Whoa, what the? Whoa. Not doing Joseph's KattChatt. Not doing Joseph's KattChatt. You guys are ridiculously cringe. Holy frick, I'm dead.
Reason, even though none of that makes any sense whatsoever, and Dana Terrence is still working for Disney, especially with that Owl House.
They did a freaking comic together, bro. Like, they couldn't get another season, but they were able to still have a working relationship with Disney in order to make this. And it was intended for mature audiences.
Comic that she has been developing with the people there. And then you have the whole drama when Disney revealed the character designs of the main characters, and apparently that alone is enough for the community to throw a massive temper tantrum because Disney is...
First look at the characters of Hex, voiced by Haley Stanford. The way they don't even freaking try to make it look unique at all. They literally just took Elsa's character model and we painted it to look a different color. How Disney is not embarrassed by this. That's
still maintaining its signature style.
Let's see here. Trouge, you gotta stop pulling the heavy from TF2, but I'm like dying, bro. I can't do this. I'm trying not to insult the hundreds of okay. I got lock in. I'm not trying to insult the hundreds of passionate people who have worked on these movies, but the design, attitude, and gender swapped of this character was 100% a boardroom exact. What is it gender swapping to? What is it swap? We should start using the term AI-generated Disney pro-tags.
And apparently that seems to be a massive sin where it's not okay to do so, and that is enough to go and label it as horrible animation or an insult to the medium and an insult to cinema or whatever. Basically taking such a minor aspect and trying to really make this entire controversy over it for some reason, and that's going to be another factor that I will go and mention, by the way, because the cartoon community is such masters of making a mountain out of a molehill. And then there's just straight up lies that they would go and use and try to accuse Disney of using AI for Hex, or that
the Hex trailer looks like it's an AI-generated ad for a crappy mobile game. Also, every shot being center flamed, it fits the vol. Okay. This trailer looks like AI. That's them 100% being, like, hyperbolic with it.
It's going to be presented in vertical screens or...
Wait, what? We say this a lot, but CGI slop. You guys are actually insane. Not everything is slop. Like, you could make slop, but, like, not everything is slop. Well, you guys are just legitimately just not understanding English, like, language at all. Holy crap.
Whatever. Basically at the point where now they're just making things up to find a reason.
This trailer looks, take a look at the trailer from this movie. Are we staring at the vertically viewed this entire time? Has there been a film that's just been in the freaking iPhone portrait mode? I'm actually curious. Chat, if you know, please let me know in the comments. I'm also getting messages. Who's getting messages? Wait, what? What is this? I gotta, like, mute the desktop real quick. I gotta listen to this. Oh, wait, no, I can't even play it through here. What even is this? Peak me. Oh, it's Ace. Okay, it's Ace being Ace. Okay. I was like, what is even this? But okay, let's go back to this. Also, I'm getting freaking pings up the wazoo. Okay, anyway, let's go back to this. Back to this. Also, wait, where's my chat go? My chat disappeared. Chat, come back! Ty, you gotta remember this. Twitter nobodies. You gotta remember this. Twitter's nobodies, but he knows what the heck they're saying because the non-play on the site. Well, for real. Wait, I gotta see that. 1 second. Okay, so it's a cat. For some reason, I thought that was King from Owl House. I was like, they're not actually doing this. What the hell? Oh, also it's on mute. Frick. I'm on mute. Sorry. I forgot I muted that just so I could try to see a video, but it wasn't even a video I could watch. Okay.
And especially with the way that they really want to force out their hatred on Hex, is that it delegitimizes whatever criticism is out there. It really is a matter of Boy Who Cried Wolf, where they're basically screaming out nonsense to go and say that Hex is bad, but when you actually do see that the nonsense is nonsense, then the criticism is ultimately just not worth listening. I mean, I've heard so many stupid arguments against Hex where it's just proven to not actually be true whatsoever, that it honestly turns me off from hearing whatever criticism can be expressed from it. If you're not going to be respectful with your thoughts, then at that point, you're not worth listening to. There's nothing really to go and hear, especially when they're at the point where they're flat out just disrespecting the animators. That really, they're not really hurting Disney at that point. They're just hurting the creative people behind the scenes that just wants to go and make an entertaining movie, and that's it. In fact, if you want to have proof in which their little quote-unquote activisms is actually hurting artists and animators more so than it actually is hurting executives and companies, then look no further than the whole leak of Avatar Aang. You probably remember
Oh, yes, dude, the Avatar Aang leak. That was, like, happening a lot at the same time as my little anime adventure that we were having back in April, but yeah, dude, I feel so bad for the Avatar people. I'm going to Barbie and get some dinner. Only dinner. Holy crap, it's only 3. Oh gosh, it's so late, chat. I've been, gosh, my entire day is completely thrown off. Anyway, Avatar Aang, yes, I freaking that entire thing was insane.
Aang, The Last Airbender, ended up getting completely leaked online. And there are some people in the community who took this as a moment of activism against Paramount, especially when they were massively upset over the decision of moving that movie from theaters to just Paramount Plus. Which, yeah, I do agree, it is a rather stupid decision. And from there, they felt like it was a victorious moment for the fans.
Animation Magazine says, Aang leaks draw pilots from the fans, ire from the artist. Oh crap, why did it mute itself, Philo? Yeah, I'll say this with any sort of leak, because I know that we're currently in the gaming side of things. We have the whole GTA 6 leaks and all that. Leaks can be fine. If you're going to cover leaks of any type, be it movie, game, show, etc., please understand, like, here's something I would advocate for. If I would ever decide to cover leaks of any kind. Like, I know we did the Kingdom Hearts Missing Link leaks, but I will give my support. I obviously give your support to the company or the or I guess support. Pay for something that the company like provides, be it a service or a movie in the series. Give that money. Give that money first and foremost. Then they'll at least have some money with it. Or if you're gonna if you don't want to give it directly towards them, make like a fundraiser, like using like freaking I forgot what the website's called. Is it Toastify? No, that's a channel name. Was it Tiltify? Yeah, Tiltify. Use Tiltify in order to like make a fundraiser and like give it to like the actual people that made this. Like actively try to make lemons out of lemonade without it being like, oh, we got some new leaks here. Look up from a nap, dude. You probably had the best nap of your life. Hopefully you did. But we're back to animation topics and how you can potentially help out creators that get their projects leaked. Please, like, make some type of fundraiser for that, because I feel like that's important at the end of the day to try to at least do something for them, you know?
Paramount and say that we're winning this situation. This is to show that you made a stupid decision, Paramount, and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, what ended up happening is that this ultimately harms the animators. This harms the artists who have actually worked.
All right. So now we have this from X. Posts from X of people who worked on the recently wrapped up projects has exposed the frustration with the leaks. In a thread, animator Julia Subel Mungal Devil Dinosaur, hell of a boss, wrote, "We worked on the AIM movie for years with the expectation that we were going to celebrate all the hard work in theaters. Just to see people, I'm going to unceremoniously leak the film and pass our shots around Twitter X like candy. I don't like seeing people use Paramount's awful decisions to remove the movie from theaters to justify leaking it. I totally understand folks are not willing to pay for / support Paramount Plus, but pirating the movie after releasing it would have been the better than this." So they're even saying, like, if you were to just, like, wait until the movie was, like, officially out and then just go pirate it, that would have done better than just leaking the entire movie. This is incredibly disrespectful to all the hardworking people and the artists putting into it, responding in a comment asking why pirating later would have been better. I'm just going to put Julia added, "Leaking a movie before its release undermines the efforts, the entire efforts at its most vulnerable moment. No matter, no marketing build-up, premieres, etc., which harms the film's reputation and affects the future opportunities for the artists who have worked on it. Pirating, on the other hand, happens after the film has already been released and had its chance to reach its audience through the official channels, and does not harm its reputation." Brother, this person, Julia, I'm going to pretend to pronounce the name, Scully? I'm going to pretend to, Julia, if you for some reason see this live stream, I freaking agree with this so freaking hard, bro. Because, like, again, if it's leaks of a canceled project, I can care less, honestly, because, like, you literally said that it's not coming out. And if it gets leaked, yeah, obviously, do what I said the means, try to, like, make a fundraiser for the people that were affected by said leak. That would be my whole thing, right? It's another thing when you're like, okay, well, we're just gonna leak this all out online and boom, screw you. Like, come on. That affects so many more people.
On it, where they spent years creating Avatar Aang only for it to ultimately just be unceremoniously displayed as just a little trend. And whatever surprises that they have in store and that they wanted to go and present, well, now it's all ruined because those toxic fans just want to go after Paramount, but don't see the real harm that they are causing to the artists and animators. That's why often their anger would cloud their perspective, where they're just so targeted at the anger towards the companies that they don't see the harm that they are doing towards others either. And this is not even to mention that when the movie did get released, suddenly there was the whole controversy where it was revealed that there was one artist that may have used ChatGPT in order to do research in terms of the character designs, and then from there, it just went and kind of repeated the whole process of this entire controversy, where the whole situation was just blown up, especially from the fandom, and then from there, the people who went—
Oh dear goodness. Replies to Cole, I actually shouldn't name names, I'm sorry. Production designer Jake Palman. If you're referring to the artists that used ChatGPT according to whatever they shared at Comic-Con very early on, I guess the character artists tried it for the background research. Okay, but did they though? Scary. Okay, so I know that we are, like, basically anti-AI. Like, I've said my piece on AI as a whole. I hate generative AI, like, with a passion. I think that not only produces laziness, but also it's generally, like, affecting, like, the way that our brain works. Using ChatGPT to, like, get, like, a quick reference, and even if it was one, I'm pretty sure they won't use it, I think is, like, the correct way of using it. Because, like, obviously there is, like, an ethical way of using it where it's not replacing people's jobs. Obviously, this is, like, Nickelodeon. This is Paramount. They should have all that, like, on standby. If they didn't, I will understand a little bit more. I'm very down the middle with my AI stuff still. Like, I know that there is so much crap that has hit the fan. At this point, don't even say that you, like, used AI, even though, like, for, like, background elements, like, in, like, pre-production, or, like, assets for a video game that you're going to replace later. Just don't say it. Just don't say it at all. Because AI already scares the living daylights out of everybody that has ever worked on anything ever. Because, like, they assume that the entire game is AI generated, or the entire film is AI generated, when I am on good faith that this film is not. I just think that you guys, like, obviously, I'm just one person, this is just my opinion on it, but... Exactly, there's been ethical uses of it, but most, if not all, of the uses have been not for good. Exactly, brother, exactly. Like, you can use it ethically, and it was originally a tool, and the genie is a way out of the bottle. My whole stigma with AI, and the one reason I hate with it, is when it replaces job opportunities, when people start, like, lazily making crazy stuff. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Josh just said it in the chat. It's also manipulative AI, but that's also a completely other story. Exactly, brother. Exactly. There's so much crap going on with AI. It's not worth it to even say AI is in this project. Like, if you're, like, trying to do it. Now, when it comes to, like, my little neck of the woods, when it comes to YouTube stuff, I don't like AI slop at all. There is, like, a place for it where it's like, okay, you know, you're just kind of, like, goofing off, making whatever. Okay, whatever. I don't care. I still hate it, and I'll still rather you, like, actively learn how to make music. With music, I see the most of it on that side. It's actually insane. Like, take the talent to actually figure out how to, like, make music, produce beats and all that, instead of just, you know, letting the AI do it, and it sounds ridiculously crappy.
End up getting the biggest L are the artists and animators behind the scenes. It just...
If you're an Avatar The Last Airbender fan, be aware that we're using ChatGPT. Support human artists. Support human-made shows.
Suddenly feels like we just see this rinse and repeat process, especially because of this type of reactionary anger where they're so focused on trying to go after the enemy, which in this case here is ChatGPT and AI, to the point that they just don't realize about who they're hurting along the way. Unintentionally, sure, but still though, they're leaving their actions to be unchecked through their anger to the point that they don't realize the amount of harm that they are causing, and they end up actually hurting more so than actually doing good for their own cause in the first place. So at that point, if they end up making themselves look bad with that piece of activism when trying to go after Paramount, imagine how they look whenever they would try to go after Disney, because a lot of the times they end up hurting the artists and animators more so than they actually are harming the company, regardless of whatever intention they may have. If their activism actually does work, if their hatred towards films like with Wish or Moana 2 or the live action remakes, what have you, if they actually do work, Disney would honestly be in a much worse position than they are right now. So safe to say that their attacks are unfortunately not very effective. Well, that's going to do it for this part.
That's a wild way to end that part, but alright, so that's part 1. How are we feeling with chat with this? How are we feeling with the opinions on the cartoon community? Because I feel like part 1, really solid introduction. I already understand what they're talking about with it. But now we have part 2, which is where the insanity takes form. I'm actually going to skip the intro a little bit, and we're going to go straight into where they go back into it. But yeah, so I think we could probably... what time is it? It's 3:35 at the moment. I think we could blow through this second part, and then we'll leave part 2 and 3 forever. Matt is actually not that bad. He's pretty solid. Yeah, he's genuinely solid. I found him... I gotta see if I can find this video real quick, because I used him in my Pixar video back in 2023 as like a reference. Let me see if I can find it. Was it DVD? He had to have had... I think that's what it was. Oh, I guess it was Disney Toons is what it was technically, because I was like part of Disney Toons. I think that's what it was. Yeah, dude, the history of Disney sequels. This video is fire. I love this video. And that's unfortunately how I figured out about the legacy of John Lasseter, which was someone I did look up to when I was a kid getting into this medium. Jeez, how the mighty have fallen. Let's just say that. But yeah, this video is really good if you haven't seen it yet. But, alright. Just so we're not wasting any more time, we're just going to go straight into this. And, well, guys, remember to like, comment, subscribe. Also, remember, if you have any questions you want to add into the Discord, or if you have anything that you want to show off, that is human-made art, please go and support me on the main Discord. You guys are more welcome to ask me any questions over there on the Trouge Cast section, as well as, give me topics for future, podcast episodes as well. But with that out of the way, let me make sure this is, there, I got freaking tagged and stuff. Come on. Stop tagging me and stuff, bro. I'm trying to watch videos. Anyway, back at this.
And that is why whenever I see them...
Oh, here, let me fast forward again. Again, much love to, Ant, oh, not Ant, excuse me, oh, gosh, from Matt, God, I can't see English. But I'm gonna leave it, up speeding just a little bit, just because you do talk slow. I completely get it. There's only so many hours I have in the day. But let's keep going.
Especially when they would go and enable their hatred for Disney and go after projects, rather it be stuff that's already released like Wish or stuff that hasn't even come out yet like Hex. I can't help but feel like, honestly, there's nothing that Disney can do to really go and please them, because ultimately the cartoon community has devolved into a populist group. Because nowadays, the only thing that's holding the group together is not their love for the medium, but rather the fact that they have a common enemy. The fact that they are all together to go and fight against this corporate elite that they must go and take down by any means necessary. And for them, their target is Disney. So unless they would go and put out an absolute masterpiece, like something that would be considered one of the best movies of the year, by that point, there's nothing Disney can really do to go and satisfy the cartoon community. Because what the community ultimately wants is an enemy, because that's the only thing that could keep the group together. But this is not to say that Disney is their only enemy for their big narrative. From time to time, they could go and change things around depending on what current situation may happen. Sometimes they would go after AI, sometimes they would go after some major corporate actions like mergers, sometimes we see them go after other executives, but the reason reason why I go and highlight Disney is mainly because they're probably the most common enemy for their narrative. Whenever they do get into that populist mode and that they need an enemy to go and fight against, one of the first ones that they commonly go to would be with Disney. Especially now, whenever they would talk about animation, it's becoming less about the things that they do enjoy, and it's becoming more about the things that they do hate. It's more the doom posting, ironically enough, that's now becoming more the glue of the cartoon community than their love for whatever new series is out there or for...
And that's why when I did that Pixar video, I didn't want to end that video off with like a, oh, frick Disney, I hate Disney, Disney's dead, or Pixar's dead. Like, I wanted to end the video on somewhat of a positive note, and so that's why I ended the video the way I did, just because, again, like, it's super easy to be very critical and just, like, not have, like, that nuance and be like, it can only go up from here. Little did I know, though.
or whatever new movie would go and come out, because even if there are some of those that do get released, nowadays they are far and few between compared to how it was back in the 2010s. Not to mention that they keep acting increasingly desperate to go and find a savior of the medium, that they need to find an entity that can go and save animation, especially when, as I'm recording this now, Disney is in a position that is very similar to how they were back in the 2000s, where they would end up releasing some box office bombs, and not all their movies would end up being highly praised by critics and audiences, that they need to find someone else to be their savior in order to go and keep up the medium in order to go and present how animation is cinema. And in this day and age, you'll often find that some people would lean towards indie animation, and that they would go and highly elevate the works from...
Willie, it's so understanding how amazing Amazing Digital Circus is to pull off for the indie animation studio. The expressiveness of the models, the animation, the lighting is even better than anything Disney has been able to make in the last 10 years, all from one woman's vision. I mean, it is one woman's vision, but, like, at the same time, you have, like, a team of animators still. Like, people often forget, like, Glitch has, like, a good chunk of... In the studio, it's not just her making just everything with it, you know? Like, it has her vision, but...
Spindlehorse or Glitch Productions to say that they would become the new masters of...
Yeah, to be honest... oh, yeah, here, one second. Yeah, to be honest, Disney sucks way up. You guys gotta admit that Glitch is the best animation companies to ever allow a pilot to exist. Y'all think Deanna Terrace and Glitch for this. They deserve this. Screw Disney. Love Glitch Productions. This show is gonna be good. I say that with the mocking voice, but actually I agree. This show is gonna be baller.
Animation, and that this means there's a massive shift in the medium where now they are going to be more dominant than whatever comes out in the mainstream. And this is honestly another problem I want to bring up with the cartoon community that not many people are talking about, because as much as they go and hype up indie animation, I believe they don't know what it actually means. Because the truth with indie animation is actually a lot more of a broad term than how they would go and portray it. Because the cartoon community's definition is honestly very limited, especially when they mainly discuss about certain few projects that are indie, but are also among the most popular. Like, whenever you would see, like, especially when creators would go and talk about indie animation, for the most part, they would only bring up a few examples. Like, they would go and talk about The Amazing Digital Circus, or maybe another project from Glitch Productions. Sometimes they would bring up Lackadaisy. They would also bring up the works of VxTenrec, whether it be the Helliver stuff like Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss, and that's pretty much it. But the truth is, indie animation is so much more than that.
And that is true. I think those could be, those layers to it, right? Like, you could like what is popular in the indie space, because it's the same thing with the indie game market. Like, I remember as a kid, like playing stuff like Dust and Elysian Tale, Battle Block Theater, Super Meat Boy. I'm trying to think of the other games that were on XBLA. Minecraft, I guess, is one of the bigger examples of that. Like, those were still considered to be like the popular among the indie game scene, especially on the Xbox side of things. Because, like, even, like, people I knew, like, in, like, growing up, like, they loved playing those games. And, like, those are still considered indie, but they were, like, the most popular indie games you would come across. Braid was another example. Splosion Man. Holy crap, dude. I remember spending so many hours on Splosion Man. There's so many great, like, indie games that came out at that point. Obviously, it wasn't, like, every little bit of indie games. Like, there were, like, some of the more underrated games that were in there. But, like, yeah, that's just the medium of, like, indie projects. Like, be it shows, movies, or games. Like, you're going to... Not everybody can see everything with it. And yeah, some of those projects do get, like, extremely popular. And for good reason now. I finished Digital Circus back in, I want to say late June or July. Whenever the finale dropped on YouTube, I actually went out of my way to watch all of it. Because I wasn't keeping up with the show. Mostly because I couldn't find the time for it. That was my whole thing. But at the start of this year, I wanted to expand my horizons when it came to the media I consume. So I tried out the Has-Been Hotels and the Hell of a Bosses. I tried out Murder Drones and the Amazing Digital Circus, and like I fell in love with Digital Circus. I think there was a reason why it became as popular as it did, and I think that everyone that works on that film should be very proud of the project that they've produced. Like, it shouldn't be like, okay, well, it's just only the main popular ends of indie animations getting to it. Like, I would go out of my way to watch stuff. Like, I went out of my way to watch freaking Knights of Guinevere. I went out of my way to watch Lackadaisy. Like, I'm trying to find more indie stuff that maybe not a ton of people are talking about. Obviously, these are projects that are getting more like, up there in popularity. Like, I saw Knights of Guinevere the second it dropped, because obviously I knew that Deanna Terrace was behind it. But beyond that, it was like, it's another show that like I wanted to try out and get out of just the anime mindset that I had, because for a while there I was just watching anime stuff. Now I'm just kind of watching just shows I'd never actually seen all the way through. Like, at the moment, to try to like refill that Amazing Digital Circus bubble, I'm actually went back and was trying to go through like a library that I haven't really gone through yet. So I started Teen Titans. I'm in love with Teen Titans. Teen Titans is really good. You guys should go watch the original series. It's on Tubi. It's free. But in terms of like indie works itself, I'm always still in the market for indie animation and indie games. Like, when there's a new indie game project that comes out, I will at least take a look at it, you know?
Keep in mind, indie animation is animation that is being produced outside of the Hollywood system,
Yeah.
outside of the mainstream studios.
Yeah.
You got the films that are internationally created, or you got the works that are made internationally, like outside of the United States, and maybe a few exceptions as well, like also outside of Japan, and maybe outside of other high-profile studios that are not in the US, such as Aardman. Like, you got all those cartoons that are made all around the world that are also indie animation. But at the same time, you also got you also got the ones that are released on the internet, but maybe are not as viral or as popular as the Amazing Digital Circus or Has-Been Hotel. And then you also got those that would go and screen exclusively in festivals, that the only way that they would go and present their works is by going into the festival circuit. Or you even got those that are distributed by smaller companies, where you got those that are distributed by either Neon or G Kids, for example. Like, you got those indie works that also get released. Or even the ones that they would be nominated for the Oscars, or they would be nominated during award season, that are lesser known than the mainstream stuff. Like, there is so much more to indie animation than those viral web series out there. And yet, with the cartoon community, they seem to always narrow down to those selected few as just indie animation. That's what indie animation is all about.
Again, it's not... I know what you're getting at, Ant, with that, and I agree. However, my problem is, again, like, obviously, not everyone can play or watch all the indie stuff all they can. Should they talk about more indie stuff? Yeah, like, if you're really this passionate about indie animation, you'll be talking more than just the big name shows, even if those big name shows did speak to you. Like, the reason why I love, like, Has-Been, for example, why that show has really spoken to me, is because I connected with Angel and Dust way more than I thought I was going to, and Charlie way more than I thought I was going to with those types of shows. Yeah, like, there is obvious problems with it, but there was a reason why I still think that those shows are good. It's because, at the end of the day, they're good. Like, yeah, the fandoms suck walks. I know that those fandoms suck walks, but, like, there's a reason why I connected with those types of characters. And especially, I discovered those stories at a time and a place where I just needed something to meet me at that level. And those shows were, like, one of the ones that, like, met me at that level. Same with Digital Circus. Same with Knights of Guinevere. Those are the shows that, like, I got to see when I just needed something to meet me at those levels. And, yeah, that's why I obviously talk about them. Obviously, if there's other shows out there, or if there's other like movies or games out there that hit the same way in the indie game space or in the indie like animation space, I will go and check them out. I just haven't found them yet. And sometimes you just have to go out and see for yourself, you know? Obviously, that's I feel like that's his point, is to try to seek out stuff, but because like you can't just be like, oh well, it's just popular, so that's the only reason we're talking about it. Well, you also have to realize why it's popular, if the popularity is genuine or if it's just because it's popular. Like, I don't think, like, again, I only know about all the individual fandoms like that, like, very much. I just hear horror stories about the freaking Vizzy Pop universe.
And it's honestly weird to see them go through that, and yet they don't even spotlight those other actual indie animation. If you would go and gather the cartoon community, like you bring them all together, and you would go and ask them, how many of them have actually seen indie animation? How many of them actually support indie animation? And of course you're gonna get a whole bunch of them, like the grand majority will go and lift up their hand. And then you would go and ask them, all right, how many of you actually support indie animation that's not either from Glitch Production or Spindle Horse or any of the more viral web series? The grand majority of those will have their hands down, and only a selected few will still remain. There are still going to be those few people that they'll say that they do support indie animation, and they'll find means outside of the internet in order to go and do so. And my point with it is that if you really do support indie animation, do you know ways outside of the internet in order to do so? Because there definitely are plenty of ways. You could go to your local film festival and watch lesser known cartoons. You can also go and just check them out whenever they would be released, rather on Netflix or whatever streaming service, or you could go and check them out in theaters whenever they would go and have their limited run. There are many ways that you could do so without the internet. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that if you've never supported indie animation outside of your house, then I don't think you could say that you support indie animation. And by the way, since I did bring up award season, let me just get into that for a bit, because there is something about award season that really does bring out the absolute worst of the cartoon community. Imagine if you take that tribalism mentality, that need for competition to pit one movie against another, and amplify that by 10. Because award season is basically the time when the cartoon community becomes so desperate for validation. It is the moment...
Yeah, I think that's just award season for like every medium, because I'm trying to think of like the Game Awards stuff, because like I don't think like a vast majority of the Game Awards actually care about the actual awards, which is horrifying, because like I actually like seeing those, but I feel like there is like genuine spots to like praise and critique like those the Game Awards stuff, because like outside of that, I don't watch the Oscars, I don't watch the Emmys, I don't watch the Grammys. I don't care. It's amazing, like I'll see clips on like Instagram about it, but yeah, the Game Awards especially, yeah dude, there's so many people that will get so upset though that like freaking their game didn't win Game of the Year. Like obviously I play it up a little bit because I do have like my games that I want to play, but again, what was it? Baldur's Gate 3 winning Game of the Year? That was like a huge deal. Because again, I'm like, oh, okay, big AAA game. I didn't realize that game was indie. That game is insane. They should get awards. Like, it's so good. Oh, freaking Astrobot? And they'll like they had the huge respect for Nintendo games. Like, dude. Like, those moments where you're like, oh, you could be, like, in, like, agreement with them. But then you go online, oh, my game didn't win the Game of the Year, yeah. Like, yeah, like, I mean, it sucks. Like, you could voice your opinion saying it sucks that your game didn't win, but, like, you don't have to wait on everybody else's point, you know?
Where they desperately want to feel like they are right with their opinions on whatever animated films are out there, or however they may feel about whichever studio, whether it be with Netflix, Sony, DreamWorks, Disney, or what have you. That's when they really take it to the extreme, because that is the moment that would determine if they feel like their opinions are validated or if they feel like they are rejected. Whatever the results may be, that's when they go and take their emotions way too far from it. Rather it be to go and rage out that their selection did not go...
Justice for Across the Spider-Verse for not winning it. It's worth noting that this can also be applied to differences for Disney that uses the toxic tactics when they're not movies did not win. Yeah, because it's legitimately, it's with all of them, yeah.
And win, or if they want to go and determine how can they use that moment to...
Disney and Pixar have gone 4 consecutive years without winning Best Animated Feature at the Oscars after Zootopia 2 and Elio both lost. Can they just take this as a sign to put the live actions... can they take this as a sign to put their live actions down and actually let creatives tell the stories they want? I mean... again, I can't exactly hate this because it's actually like fair. I don't think this is in like an attack position of the Oscars. I think this example is like a pretty common response. Like, you put a sign that this is just a sign. If they want to win awards, you have to be a bit more creative. You have to think outside the box a little bit. Unfortunately, people didn't get that with Elio. I think Zootopia 2, like, a lot of people like that one a lot better than the first one. I do think it has a lot of the sequel stigma with it a little bit, but, like, I think they could have still won, like, an award or two. But, yeah, the fact that I didn't win the best film or whatever, like, I think that's still reaching for the stars. That just proves that you have to put, like, a ton of effort into the projects, you know?
Really go and fuel more of their hatred against Disney and label them as losers and say that whenever
here we go, chat. Pixar has scrapped film B3 reportedly had a similar tone to K-pop Demon Hunters. A former staffer claims that Disney felt little boys couldn't see themselves in it. Oh dear golly. Alright. And this is why K-pop won get Best Animated Film while Disney has lost the fourth. I mean, when creatives come out and say this type of stuff, though, it gives people that thing. That's the thing. Literally, the creative team from B3 said that. Like, again, a former staffer claims that little boys couldn't see themselves in it. Yet everybody from all gender identities loved K-pop Demon Hunters.
Do consistently suck one after another. It is a moment where that, like, if you want a great example of whenever they take things way too far with their opinions on animated movies or what have you, look no further than award season, because that's when the community is at their most absolute cringe. In fact, the only way that you can enjoy award season nowadays is to go offline. To not
just
hear a single
don't
word from
engage.
what anybody on social media would go and talk about, because there's always a high chance where they would immediately take things way too far with their opinions, and that just spirals down to like a whole controversy within itself. So the whole thing with award season can really highlight how the cartoon community can be so sensitive with not just their opinions, but with their need of feeling like they are right about animation. And another thing to go and mention about that is related to that subject is whenever they go and make their posts about animation is cinema. And that was one of the main things of what ultimately ruined the whole mantra of animation is cinema in the first place. And ironically enough, whenever they would go and do those animation is cinema posts, ultimately it ends up becoming a massive detriment to the medium, and they don't really realize how that could be a problem. And the main reason is the way that they want to be very safe with those posts, where they would go and select a
animation is not for kids. Animation can be for everybody. Puss in Boots, Spider-Verse, Ninja Turtles, and then Transformers 1. One of these things is not like the other. I as much as I love this animation style for Ninja Turtles, that film was garbage. I'm going to be real. Like, that film has, like, good character moments. It's a pretty solid film. But, like, it's not like, I say, as guys don't say, it's garbage. It's like, it's not, it's not as rewatchable, I feel like, as Puss in Boots, and that is. Like, if you want, oh gosh. I gotta get going. All right, you take care, bud. You take care.
Very few amount of animated features, one that have already established themselves to be absolute masterpieces, to go and say that animation is cinema and then just highlight those selected few. But the big problem is that whenever people would go and make these posts and they would go and make those safe choices, ultimately, those choices end up becoming very repetitive. And it ultimately highlights not that these selected few are considered cinema, but how the vast majority of it somehow is not, according to the cartoon community. That according to them, whenever they go and do these animation is cinema posts and then they would go and present what they consider to be masterpieces, they're also indirectly saying that 99.9% of all the animated features are out there, they're just not worth watching. Those are not what they would go and consider to be cinema. And ultimately, that kind of turns off people who are not animation fans, and it's kind of saying that, well, if it's only those few that are considered cinema in the world of animation, then maybe animation is just not worth it if it is very rare for animation to be cinema in the first place. So ironically enough, the cartoon community was sabotaging
kind of a
animation
double-edged
by
sword.
making those posts. But the reason why I wanted to go and bring this up is not necessarily because of how these posts are more of a detriment to the medium, but it's mainly because of why they only choose a selected few to go and say animation is cinema. Because in a way, it's actually on purpose. Because if they would go and make a post about how animation is cinema, and let's say they decided to go and be a little bit more unconventional and decided to go and make at least...
Okay, so animation is cinema. Mario movie, Spider-Verse, Bad Guys, Puss in Boots. Okay. I wouldn't put Mario in that category, but I mean, yeah, like I get what he's about to say. Like, yeah, obviously there's gonna be people that are gonna be like, I can't believe you put this movie in with the animation and cinema thing, but
one choice that feels a little bit different. Maybe they will go and select like The Lion King, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, Shrek, and then their other choice is a movie that they like, which is Minions: The Rise of Gru. And by that point, that's when it's going to cause a controversy.
Oh yeah, because a lot of people are gonna be like, yo.
Because that's when people are gonna suddenly jump into that post and really.
Has Cartoon Base only watched like 5 movies in their life? Animation is cinema. Puss in Boots, Strange World, Ninja Turtles, and Pinocchio.
Question or blast the post by saying, how the fridge is Minions: The Rise of Gru cinema? That's not cinema. That shouldn't represent what animation is. And then people would then go into a massive argument about what should be considered cinema and all that kind of stuff. It ultimately causes a massive mess because of what their definition of animation is cinema is. And again, this really does highlight how is it that just having opinions can be a sensitive subject matter within the cartoon community. In fact, I would even go as far and say that having a different opinion or having what is considered a hot take or an unpopular opinion or what have you, that is actually something that is considered rather taboo in the cartoon community. And
that's just online culture in general. Everyone wants to like the same 5 things over and over again, and if you dare say you like something different that's like against the grain, or if it's like a different film, because like, yeah, I wouldn't put Minions: The Rise of Gru in like any sort of like favorites list. Like there is a part of me that's like, yeah, well, it's like it's just your opinion at the end of the day, and that's true. It is just my opinion. You're not the main speaker of an entire genre of movies or a giant genre of video games, because it's also the same thing in the gaming side of things. Like there was a lot of games out there where it's like, oh, if you like this game, then you're weird. Sonic is a big example of that. Like, and you know what? That's its own type of can of worms, but it's like, yo, I play Sonic, I play Kingdom Hearts, I play Halo, and I play I'm trying to think of the other one that I can throw in there as like a wacky pick. And I play 50 Cent Bulletproof. what was considered to be one of the worst games ever. Well, a lot of people are going to be like, well, 50 Cent Bulletproof, bro, what are you smoking? Why do you think that game is the best? Like, I feel like you can have, like, genuine conversations with it, and, like, oh, this movie actually connected with me with this, that, or whatever. Or, like, for, like, the Minions, oh, I took my kids to see it. Like, it's, like, you can have those types of opinions with it, and why you think it's, like, the best ones. Like, you don't have to be, like, freaking... You don't have to be some jerk, like, just making, like, freaking, like, comments about this, you know?
And I remember, this is actually something that I've had a conversation with Burb about, with the fact that when it comes to the cartoon community, or when it comes to the entirety of that particular fandom, it is relatively small compared to some of the other ones, whether it be for gaming, or for major franchises like Star Wars, or for anime, or what have you.
Yeah.
And in that regards, considering that for Western animation, it is a lot more niche, it makes the entire community a lot more tight, where one can keep a closer eye on the other, and it makes it a lot easier to know about who or what is it that's happening within the circle. But at the same time, however, with a niche group like the cartoon community, it also makes it a lot more rare for actual controversies to go and occur. And I mean stuff that is considered like really taboo, or what is considered to be like a massive scandal that is going on within the community. Like a good example, when Saber Spark was accused of...
Oh gosh, we're back to this!
A decade ago, but then thankfully he was later proven to be innocent. Those types of controversies are actually extremely rare to go and happen within the community.
Yeah.
And that is why within that community, the standard of what they consider to be a scandal, or what is considered gossip, or what can be considered a taboo action, that just becomes lower and lower and lower and lower and lower, where even the smallest things that could go and happen, that basically something that would occur that would be considered a small mistake in larger fandoms, they would be considered seriously taboo within the cartoon community. And this is why, to go further into my point, why is it that they love to go and make mountains out of a molehill? Because the standard of what is considered gossip and what is considered taboo or a scandal or what have you, that standard is just lower and lower and lower and lower and lower.
This. I'm getting so fed up with people using the term Cal art style as an animation criticism that I'm not saying this for the last time. It's not a criticism, and it will never be. I don't understand why. I don't understand how in this world that term was even invented. Whoever did, though, I am not very happy. Cal Hearts is crap. Animation style you're defending proves like you like lazy art styles instead of the original, more complex art styles that are actually good. Don't defend Cal Arts trash. That's wild. Because again, Cal Arts is a freaking like school of learning how to like do stuff. Like there is a lot of people from the industry that got to start with Cal Arts. Like, without KattChatt, you will arguably not have any of the crap that you like in this world. I'm sorry.
Grand majority of things that they would ultimately go and complain about, they're just nothing burgers. These are things that, at worst, they could just be honest mistakes, or they could just be something as simple as an opinion that is different than what most others may go and say. They would go and explode that thing, really make it...
You don't understand, Animat. That's the thing. That's the thing. I said that Toy Story 4 sucked, and that movie got like 9s and 10s all over the board. That must mean that like I'm like the worst human being possible. I gotta get a giant rocket launcher and blow up this guy's house. Like, whoa. Like, what are you talking about? These are the types of people that we make fun of and like we dunk on because they are absolutely insane.
Elevated so that they could go and have something to really react to something go and have like a gossip to really get into. This is the main reason why they would take something as small and insignificant as a character design and just really go and blow that up as if somehow that is a need to go and present it as a serious controversy, as if it did something wrong to go and hurt the people during the process when making those respective features. And that is why where something that can be even as simple as having a different opinion than others, that can actually be considered a scandal. It can actually really be considered taboo.
I can't like I can't like The Good Dinosaur, or I can't like a freaking what's the Tony and Lead. Tony and Lead is the best film ever. I'm a freaking like hypocrite. 3-hour apology video with well addressing my my points, my criticisms, addressing the situation. Sad face emoji.
The community is praising the show, but I don't really like it. Or if you would go and say that I enjoyed this movie that the community seems to really hate, they would go and actually take that as if you would go and say a massive slur, as if you said something that is highly offensive just because you decided to go away from the status quo. As if you're causing the whole mantra or the whole narrative of animation cinema to go off balance because you're not repeating the same narrative that they would go and say. Like, I can guarantee you that there are some people out there who are upset of my reviews of the Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs films, not because of the way that I would talk about the creators, not necessarily the way that I would go and display my behavior, but just on the basis that I said that the Cloudy films are not good movies, and that's it. But sure, that's
which I think the first movie is a banger, but that's about it. Like you love the second movie in there, that film's garbage. like just the film is garbage, and there's a reason why they haven't made a third movie in that series in a while. I'm sorry, I say in a while. They haven't made a third series in that at all. But yeah, I mean, heck. When I started being open about my Has-Been Hotel appreciation and my hell of a love, like a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, dude, like I can't believe that you're in this fandom. Don't get sucked into like the cringe fandom. Your opinion's trash. Your opinion's trash. I'm like, bro, I was a freaking Sonic fan. I was a Kingdom Hearts fan. Like, you think that, like, I've, a My Hero fan, like, I guess to keep it into, like, shows. Like, bro, I've seen the worst imaginable. I'm not gonna be out there being like, all, like, dude, just be freaking normal.
To go. But do you want to know what is considered my most recent controversy? What is the thing I've recently done that got the biggest
I'm assuming the Fix video.
It's actually liking Wish. When Wish was considered the most hated movie on the internet, I deviated from that and I gave the film an 8 out of 10.
Obviously, it's his opinion. That's the thing. That's the thing. It's his opinion. But like again, I understand why people hated that film, and I think I haven't seen his review of it, but like,
I didn't say anything mean to any other feature out there. I didn't say anything bad about the people who don't like it or anything whatsoever. It's just the fact that I said that I think Wish is a good and enjoyable movie, and that I also ranked it among one of my best animated features of 2023. That alone was enough to receive massive outrage.
Oh my gosh. Okay. We gotta see this real quick.
Of 2023. That alone.
1 second. Animat tracks as something being being cartoony as possible is objectively bad, but then praises this crap that comes out of the Disney movie that came out regardless of its quality.
Was enough to receive massive outrage and to receive massive.
Disney adults put hooks to say with the amount of... That's a wild post, bro.
Backlash from the community. All because I expressed an opinion.
Some fatty who never animated a single thing in his life I'm telling the experience of decade-long animators how to animate. Brother.
Opinion that is different from what they're saying. But it's not just their opinions where they are overly attached to. Sometimes, when there is a project that they absolutely adore, sometimes they would go and try to develop their own little theories or their own little headcanons of what could possibly explain certain situations. However, when the cartoon would go and come out with something new, and they would present their own reason that turns out to be different than their headcanon or their little theory or something like that, when it completely deviates from it, there are some fans that would get way too upset, and they would completely lash out over the cartoon and the creators behind it just because they didn't honor the headcanon or the theory that they may have. And that is honestly the reason why I'm completely turned off from fan theories, or I just would rather distance myself from any discussions related to theories or headcanons whatsoever. Because those are things where there are certain fans that they can take it way too far and feel like...
oh man, so I can't say I like Home from DreamWorks? Dude, I can't believe you just said like 15 slurs in that thing by saying that you liked Home. And you wanna know what's wild? Is that, like, I liked Home as a teenager. I haven't rewatched that movie in years. Actually, I had my little siblings rewatch it. Like, they were rewatching it while I was getting some lunch. And they said that they still love the movie, so... I forgot how much Rihanna is in that movie, though. Like, there's so much Rihanna music in that movie. Like, I guess it makes sense, because she's, like, the main actress, but... Also, my phone's still charging? Come on. Alright, anyway, let's go back to this.
They want that to be more official than what was officially revealed. And that's the point where they end up becoming a little bit too grabby, a little bit too clingy to the project, where they feel like it belongs to them more so than it belongs to everyone else, or that it belongs to...
Oh yeah, I was going to say, this is just the My Hero fandom.
The creator. And we, of course, have recently seen a great example of this with what has happened with Gooseworks and with the Amazing Digital Circus.
Yeah, dude, okay, so... This was also a thing that I heard about, because it's like, after me and Or finished Digital Circus, I was, sorry, I was trying to, like, pause it and move this. Like, me and Or, which is my partner, we were talking about, like, oh, I kind of want, like, a second season to this, because it kind of feels like they could still, like, improve upon certain things. Like, Rihanna's Peak Scenery based. I actually like the work that they did with Eminem. The two songs that immediately popped in my eye, I really love. But anyway, yeah, I wanted to see, like, a sequel or, like, something, like, more with this universe, because it's very clear that they had a passion and love for it. And then, yeah, I immediately, like, turned to my brother, who's a bit more connected with this fandom, and he's like, oh, yeah, dude, no, Gooseworks wants this, like, completely just gone. She hates, like, the entire thing now. I'm like, wait, what? And that led me down the rabbit hole. I saw a couple streams here and there. I saw, like, random people randomly going after, like, the actors and actresses behind Digital Circus, and it's just like, bro. Ugh, these people are actually insane. First off, I think Gooseworks is taking a break from social media, which is great for mental health, because of how toxic, and I can't even pronounce that word, how big of a wasteland the fandom has become, whether you're a fan, a glazer, critic, hater, etc. Second of all, they go like 90% of the show lore based and not even answer it, and it was because half of it was answered in her Tumblr Q&A.
Severe backlash just because she didn't.
Clearly, she can't even stay off of it. Clearly, she can't stay off of it even when she should. I guess we all pick up habits when she works for Vizzy. She works for Vizzy. That explains so much. Saying this as someone that likes Hell of a Boss and who used to love Zoophobia. I don't even know. I guess Zoophobia is the new show that they're working on.
Canon or whatever fan theories there, to the point that she would get...
gosh, what in the world? Hello? The Amazing Digital Circus finale, well, sucked, and here's why. Frick you, Ghostworks. You guys deserve a bad ending. That's wild. I don't remember them saying that.
Serious harassment over it, and I will get more into that soon because that is related to a different point that I want to go and talk about. But anyways, to go back into what is considered scandalous in the cartoon community, this is why nowadays I've started to notice more and more whenever there is a discourse within the community, it's becoming less about the actual cartoons themselves, and it's becoming increasingly more about what other people are saying about animation. Rather it be what certain other creators have said in regards to a specific cartoon, or what is it that other people in the community, what is it that they post about Twitter that they need to go and mention, like, oh, could you believe what this person person would go and say. In fact, there are even videos out there where people would just go and say, this person is wrong about this cartoon, and he...
Poorly dressed man. Taylor's like Paul climbing the stairs. Dude, this is like, he's like, his avatar is like actually dressed, and he has a fedora. Like, I feel like he's more dressed than 90% of the content creators out here. I'm saying as I'm in a Naruto t-shirt and haven't showered yet today.
Here's why. It basically becomes this ultimate competition where...
Mr. Ento was one about Clarence. Wait, is that what it says? Clarence?
They want to go...
I think his opinion on Clarence has changed, actually. I'm not sure.
And come out with the best opinion about whatever cartoon may be out there. Like, it really is becoming a lot more about what's happening in terms of the drama in the cartoon community than just simply talking about the cartoons. Like, it's more about what they say about cartoons than it is about the cartoon themselves. And this is exactly why the cartoon community is becoming less and less of a fan base, and now they're becoming more gatekeepers. Now they're becoming so sensitive about their opinions about animation and what is it that makes animation cinema and stuff like that, that now they're at the point where it feels like they're putting up high security over what is it that people can go and say. That if you don't want to risk of being seen as the clown of the day on social media, or if you don't want to face whatever backlash, then you just have to go and follow whatever status quo that the cartoon community would go and put in, and only praise just the selected few that they would go and approve of. It's honestly ridiculous because not only is it right now with the way that they want to handle animation in cinema, as I said before, not only is it becoming a detriment to the medium, but it really is at the point where, again, now they're just gatekeeping opinions, and they're really gatekeeping how things are within the community. This is why being in the cartoon community...
And I feel like the term gatekeeping gets thrown around so much, like a lot of other lords and slain and stuff, that like a lot of people are not going to like really like say, oh, you're just saying it's gatekeeping, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, like, he's, like, using the term and the verbiage actually correctly, when there's a lot of people that don't use the verbiage correctly. Because, like, again, like, you can have other opinions, and I think, here's the thing, when you make an opinion online, you can have people react whatever they want with it. Now, here's the thing, well, it differs. Is your opinion on, say, the latest Mario movie, is that opinion really going to like make people like send death threats towards you or try to like get like under your skin and like actively be hostile towards you? That's what it feels like. Yeah, it's probably stepping a little bit over like board. Like a simple response or like a simple disagreement is not the end of the world, and this is what people legitimately need to know. Like, people can like whatever they want, even if it's crap. There's plenty of people that like a lot of stuff that I find crap, and it's okay. People like those NFL games. People like those 2K games. Not my cup of tea, but I understand.
Really feels like you're in a Stepford neighborhood where you constantly have to stress over every action that you may do because everybody's got eyes on everyone. And even one little thing that might seem out of line, or even if you just want to go and enjoy something that you just want to go and put on and have fun with, they will want to go and judge you because whatever you may do might be a hindrance on the image of animation is cinema. But then you have another factor that comes into play here.
Oh?
Something in which the more that the cartoon community clings onto and the more that they become dependent on it, the more that they go down on this downward spiral. And that is nostalgia.
Oh,
now,
we're gonna have this conversation?
In general is...
Okay. I'm gonna look for a few. Gotta carry my leftovers from dinner down back to my door. Alright, you take care. You take care. I feel that. But yes, nostalgia, bro. Nostalgia. It is a heck of a drug. And I feel like a lot of people hang on to nostalgia a lot. Companies definitely hang on to nostalgia, but we as humans also long for a for like that, going back to the good old days. Heck, I feel like that a lot of the time. But there comes a point where it's like nostalgia is too powerful, you know what I mean? Too much of a good thing. Oh wait, come on.
It's a bad thing. It can be fine to be nostalgic over something. It's perfectly okay if you want to go and re-experience a moment that gave you a lot of joy in the past or during your youth or whatever. If you want to go and re-experience a childhood classic that you enjoyed as a kid, that's perfectly okay. Now, this may seem like a funny comparison, but I consider nostalgia to be like a recreational drug, kind of like alcohol or marijuana or something like that. Basically, if you want to go and take it by little doses, just to go and have a little moment of joy, just a little moment of escapism where you can have fun with something that you've enjoyed in the past, that is perfectly fine. However, just like those recreational drugs, there is such a thing as being too dependent on it, and there is such a thing as a way that it can pretty much ruin your life if you're just craving for that feeling again and again and again.
Yeah, and here's like why I love doing reviews so much on on the Gaming Trouge is because like even if I play a game from my childhood, like I remember one of my favorite examples is when I did the Christmas episode when I was like starting doing the Gaming Trouge series. I did a Christmas episode of Bakugan for the Wii. That's a game that I played in my childhood. And, like, I tried to go into that game again with, like, the mindset of, okay, I want to be a bit more critical with this game. And I couldn't be as critical with it. Like, not even the fact that I had, like, nostalgia goggles on or whatever. But, like, it's just how well that game has stood up. And it's from the most unlikely of places. Bakugan Battle Brawlers for the Wii. Like, the most late 2000s thing you could ever say.
And I'll just say it right now. Yes, I understand that we are currently living in some pretty hard times right now.
Oh, yeah.
I understand that when it comes to the world of animation, things are not as strong as what they used to be, especially how we're in the age of streaming, and that especially now cinema is very dependent on IPs and sequels and remakes and all that kind of stuff, and that it's becoming harder and harder to find features or to find projects that can be massively successful or that can even be considered good in order to go and accumulate a fan base where they could come together and celebrate their love for that particular piece of media. I do understand that. And this is not even to mention how, even outside of that, life right now kind of does suck, unfortunately. Especially with things that are becoming more and more expensive, rather it be with groceries or gas or housing or stuff like that. How fascism has gone completely rampant, especially in the United States, with all the different wars that are simultaneously going on. It really does feel like life kind of sucks right now. So I do understand the feeling of wanting to have nostalgia as a moment of escapism to go and escape those times. However, with that said, there is a difference between being nostalgic and being stuck in the past. Because one problem with the cartoon community, or at least with those who are toxic, is that there are many of those who feel like they really are stuck in the past and just wish that they could forever live in the 2010s. Considering that was a time where animation was at such a massive high, especially during the early 2010s, where the dawn of the modern cartoon community really started to form, and there was a plethora of animated projects that people can come together and express their love for. Rather it be stuff like Adventure Time, Steven Universe, Gravity Falls, My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, and several others. And this doesn't even include the new movies that come out, in which we see animation reaching new heights, especially with the first animated features that have made over $1 billion at the box office, such as Toy Story 3 and Frozen, and not to mention Disney getting a new revival era after the 2000s, where after experiencing flops, whether it be critically or financially, with films like Atlantis, Treasure Planet, Chicken Little, and more, suddenly they're bringing out more and more big hits like Tangled, Wreck-It Ralph, and several others as well. It was definitely a time to shine for animation, and it really felt like animation has this new era where they could really go out and prove that animation is much more.
I would turn, excuse me, what, fascism? Yeah, they brought up the fact that they were talking about the freaking, like how life sucks as of lately, which I won't speak on that. This is not the place for it. Yeah.
Kid genre that really is an artistic medium that should be taken seriously. However, there are those people that feel like they just want to be stuck in that era, and they want the whole medium to also be stuck in that era as well. And the biggest problem when it comes to people who are stuck in the past is that whenever they want to stay in that period, their perception of other people all remain the same. Because the biggest enemy of nostalgia is change. And people who want to be stuck in the past, they do not want anything to go and change whatsoever. Which is why they would go and hold a grudge onto things that don't hold.
Okay, so let me read this real quick. Incoming transmission from the Communiverse. Elio is now back in theaters. Okay, that actually looks really good, though. That drink actually looks sick. Bring back John Lasseter. What the frick? What in the frick? What is this? Freaking what? Bring back John Lasseter and Splash Mountain and everything else you stole from the Walt Disney Company. Little kids don't like the trailer. You don't have to force groups. You don't have focus groups. This is a wild tweet. What is this? Dude, you realize John was like an actual, like, piece of garbage, right? Like, it's
hold up to that standard of how they remember things were in the past, which really does.
Oh, another post. Bring back John. Focus on stories versus messaging. I mean, you can have both. whatever. Focus on families instead of catering to adults. Affordable, less boss scenes. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let Imagineers create IPs again. Okay, that's one I can agree with. Get back on basic focusing on movies and theme parks versus neighborhood developments. What the frick? The only thing I agreed on is the freaking this one and yeah, I guess just the create IPs. Because, like, I think you could very well do both with you can focus on adults and kids at the same time. Like, freaking, it's... Oh, gosh.
Explain why is it, or at least partially, to why is it that they have such a hatred for Disney right now? Because the standards of the movies that they would be releasing nowadays, they're not on par compared to how they were back in the 2010s with Wreck-It Ralph, Frozen, Zootopia, Moana, and others as well. But what's even worse for people who are stuck in the past, because they don't want to change, they don't believe other people can change as well. And however they perceive those people back in whatever era, which in this case with the cartoon community, with the early 2010s, they see those same people the same way. They think that those admirable people from that era, they're still admirable people, and that the clowns from that era, they're still seen as clowns no matter what. And I can speak from experience that this is a big reason as to why there are still some people who still only see me as the Sony animation hater, as the guy who rants about Cloudy with a Chance.
Yeah. Yes, the guy who once did an entire video naked. Hey, yo! That's a wild tweet. Okay, what in the world? The guy who once did an entire video naked and is such a massive simp for Disney and others, especially Sony Pictures. But I think he said that Spider-Verse was a good movie. That's the same movies you like suck up to this day. Maybe because Animat has a huge grudge against Sony. Brother, what is this?
Meatballs and Hotel Transylvania, because that's how I was back in the 2010s. And even if I put in an effort to go and change, the problem is that's the Animat of the 2020s. And they don't want to see anything from the 2020s or anything like that. They just want to see whatever they see in the 2010s. So for me, because Animat of the 2010s is the Sony hater, for them, I am forever the Sony hater no matter what. And some people get that short end of the stick the same way. I know that there are some others as well who they were clowns in the 2010s, and regardless if they have significantly improved nowadays, they are still seen as clowns. And another good example is actually with Mr. Enter.
Yeah, let's go! Mr. Enter, let's go!
Often been regarded to be a bit of a joke, especially when it comes to his attitude when he would go and present his opinions in regards to SpongeBob and Teen Titans Go.
Yeah, which I'm going to keep it a buck. I've actually tried to go back and rewatch some of this like older stuff. I don't think it's as bad as people said it was. Like, let's be real here, chat. Let's be real here for like one moment. I think a lot of people are hyperbolic as heck online, and I think a lot of people keep thinking that, like, because you hate something, it's like, it's the end of the world. Like, again, I haven't seen posts by Mr. Enter on, like, Twitter, like, freaking being like, and maybe he's done this, maybe he did, like, tag, like, freaking creators and, like, other people being like, yo, I'm going to, like, freaking come to your house with a machine gun because this episode of SpongeBob sucked. Or I'm gonna burn Cartoon Network to the ground because they made Teen Titans Go. Like, I think, I'm gonna be real, start watching Gumball again. Dude, I haven't started Gumball. I didn't have cable. So, like, I fell into the mindset of, like, a late kid to, like, an early preteen. Well, like, if it wasn't something I knew, I wasn't watching it. This went with, like, Teen Titans. This went with, Gumball, Adventure Time, regular show. I'm trying to think of the other stuff I was watching. Like, if it wasn't, like, Pokemon, Looney Tunes, freaking Tom and Jerry, I wasn't, like, interested in anything Cartoon Network had, if I'm being completely real here. But, yeah, like, Mr. Enter is, like, a redemption story that, like, should be, like, studied in the history books. Because, like, there's people that have been through this. Gaming Magic 13 is another amazing one that a lot of people should definitely go check out the recent looks if they haven't yet.
In fact, there was the infamous controversy where he ended up causing harassment towards some of the writers of SpongeBob and Teen Titans Go.
I take that back. I am so sorry. I didn't see those.
Just because of some episodes that he didn't like, which ultimately did cause some backlash. And sure, throughout the years, there have been some incidents that did occur with him that ultimately, well, didn't work out for Enter, such as starting out his own Kickstarter with his animated project that was ultimately a bomb. And then there was also the whole Turning Red situation.
Yeah, the freaking Turning Red situation, bro. The Nile, yeah, that's one that that's a big example of like people were just like actually insane. Like, yeah, that's an insane claim to make for a review, but like, I think people blew that up way too much. But yeah, I haven't seen anything about his growing around project. I remember, like, obviously with a certain individual. I'm not sure if they're going to ever get into that, but regarding that certain individual, I remember like they were saying that they were like friends when they were like making growing around, which, you know, that stuff sucks. That stuff does suck, and especially in an era of indie animation, like that, it takes a lot of time to like get that stuff together, and sometimes you just don't know what to do with that type of stuff. But, yeah.
But, to Enter's credit, he has significantly improved over the years.
Yes, he has.
He has really gotten better, both as a person and as a YouTuber. And even...
Dude, some of his, like, reviews, like, I guess post the, what's it called? The, Tony Wed stuff has been some of my favorites. I think his Wish video and his Lightyear video, two of the best videos of his, in my opinion. That's, like, not regarded with, like, numbnuts online.
Nowadays, he has done a lot of very admirable stuff. He was one of the top investigators that he and his team really...
Yeah, dude, let's go!
To go and see if whatever allegations that have been going on with the whole Saberspark case, if it was true or not. And he was also working hard to go, or as I'm recording this, still has been, calling out one of the most problematic people.
Yes, dude! Yes, let's go! Our goat, baby, our goat! Oh, wait, shoot, I was totally full screen out of it. Okay.
On YouTube or in the reviewerverse, Star Giant Productions. So I think with Mr. Enter, he has definitely become so much better than what he used to be in the past. Unfortunately, however, there are those people that just refuse to go and see the improvements that John has done over the years. And that's mainly because they still want to see him.
I saw okay, so this was from 2025, December 10th. I saw a clip of Mr. Enter's Robot Jones. I saw a clip of that Mr. Enter Robot Jones. What in the world is that statement? That tells me Mr. Enter still sucks balls. That's wild. Why do people like him anyway? He just, he all he does is complain about Mario and SpongeBob and not being up to his standards. I think he does a lot more than SpongeBob videos.
As the butt of the cartoon community's joke. That because in the 2010s he was a joke, for the people stuck in the past, he has always been a joke. And this is why there can be some downsides of nostalgia and how it can really make you stuck in the past, because if you fail to see what's in the present right now, then you end up getting a false image of how people are nowadays, because the reality is that people can indeed change. And if you want to go and ignore that because that's not how they were back then the problem is that you need to change as well, and you need to let go of the concept that that past era you still want to be in is still around. We are in a new age, and you have to learn to change and to adapt. But to go back into the factor of cartoons and with movies in general.
Yeah, one second. I saw the chat. I stopped after the pranks CN did with Creepypasta. The last episode, that crap scared me as a kid. But I have not. I have never like watched a ton of Gumball, so I don't know.
I would even say that nostalgia is also a massive factor in terms of the grudge against the Disney live-action remakes. Of course, a lot of people will go and argue that the reason why the Disney live-action remakes exist in the first place, or may I say live-action remakes in general, considering that it's no longer just Disney that's doing it, a lot of people will say that the reason why they exist is just to go and capitalize on nostalgia. And that is absolutely true. But not many people would also go and discuss about how nostalgia is also a factor in terms of the hate of these live-action remakes. The fact that they would take many of these iconic classics or many of these fan favorites that people cherish so much, and then you turn that into live action, for that, they consider it to be a grave insult. Like, listen, I'll just say right now, of course, I am not a fan of these live action remakes whatsoever, and I completely agree. I would much rather see these companies go and create more original works than just spending their money on these pointless remakes. I mean, like, yeah, there are a few that I personally do enjoy, but there's also those that I think are not only pointless, but also terrible, like The Lion King, or How to Train Your Dragon, or Pinocchio, or Dumbo, and all that kind of stuff.
Lilo and Stitch is a big one. Lilo and Stitch is the one that I feel like, out of all the live actions, is the most justified that people hated that so much. Because it fundamentally got rid of the entire point of the movie. Like, there was a point about family and, like, found family and all that. They couldn't even copy that to its extent. Like, because they cut out one of the major important characters that helped drive that film. They worked two of the comic relief villains into like the main antagonist, and it's like, yeah. And then obviously those like Like, I know for a lot of people, there was, like, the fact that Bleakley doesn't cross-dress anymore, which a lot of people are like, oh, yep, that's immediate game over, which I'm like, fair enough. That's a nitpick, but I completely understand that. It's not getting rid of an entire other character because, I don't know, this didn't feel like animating a giant shock guy, but...
But the thing is that there are times when people can take it way too far, not just because of nostalgia, but also, like, you do have to factor how they see that as an enemy of animation is cinema, considering that it is taking an animated property and turning that into live action. There are those times where, honestly, like, I do agree with many of the criticisms against them, but there are also times when I feel like they can be a bit much, and
oh yeah,
there are
for
times
sure.
when I feel like I just gotta step back and I just gotta tell these guys, like, calm down, they're just movies. Like, you don't have to take them so personally, you know what I mean? However, I actually have one perfect example of how nostalgia can absolutely be toxic in the cartoon community, and that has caused some massive problems where their behavior went way too far over certain projects.
Alright,
and that is in regards to DreamWorks Animation.
Yeah!
Now, it's rather surprising to go and hear that the cartoon community would go against DreamWorks Animation, considering that, especially by the time I'm recording this, they have been doing quite well with the reception from the community and have brought out some fan favorites.
The bad
whether
guys,
it be with Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, or The Bad Guys, or The Wild Robot. So far, they seem to be on the community's good books. But not all the time, though. It's very much like with Sony Pictures Animation, where if they would end up making one thing, or maybe a few things that doesn't meet their standard or doesn't necessarily meet their approval, they would go and rage out against them the same way that they would go after Disney. And there are two perfect examples of this. The first one is in regards to Kung Fu Panda 4. Now, in my opinion...
Yeah. Okay, so
and I do agree that Kung Fu Panda 4 is the weakest of the Kung Fu Panda movies, especially when the writing doesn't feel as solid as the previous three, and on top of that, the elements that they have promised just feel like senseless nostalgia bait that unfortunately does not deliver, especially when they really hyped up the return of Tai Lung.
Yeah.
However, would I say that it is a bad movie? Not necessarily. The animation and the action scenes, they definitely do deliver, and even the final battle with Poe versus the Chameleon, I do find that to be pretty awesome, and that it is what you would want out of that kind of battle with Poe versus a shapeshifter. So, in that
and
regard,
even some of the jokes landed for me. I like some of the jokes in this movie. The Kung Fu Panda 4 is a solid movie. Obviously, it couldn't go. It's kind of not really the same of what happened with Toy Story, because Toy Story, like, its fourth entry, I genuinely think it's like it took like many steps back. I think that Kung Fu Panda 4 only took like 3 steps back, while Toy Story 4 took like 15 steps back and then some. Like, that's the thing. Where, like, Kung Fu Panda had like a legendary trilogy one, and then there was the 4th movie, which, again, it's hard to live up to, like, that trilogy. I get it. But, like, it's not, like, it's, again, not the worst thing imaginable. But as he's probably going to say, there's plenty of videos out there. I saw them. I still see them on my FYP.
Really not my favorite movie. I wouldn't really say that it's great. But as is, again, in my opinion, I think it's fine. But if you ask some people in the cartoon community, oh my goodness, it feels like it is such a great insult. You would think it is such an...
Kung Fu Panda 4 is absolutely awful. Stop calling it mid.
Absolute
it is mid.
To the franchise.
DreamWorks' terrible Kung Fu Panda finale.
There are some people
I
out
don't
there
think
who
it's
cannot
that terrible.
control their emotions whenever they see...
Kung Fu Panda 4 is worse than you imagine. How to fail at a legacy.
The presence of something from Kung Fu Panda 4. Like, if you literally post anything from Kung Fu Panda 4, there is a guarantee that there will at least be 1 or 2 comments out there that will go and lash out against the movie and frame it as one of the worst things that DreamWorks Animation has done in recent years, and that is because it failed to honor the nostalgia of how people perceive the previous 3 Kung Fu Panda films. But the second one, however, oh boy, not only is it a factor of toxic nostalgia, but this is also another major case of making a mountain out of a molehill, and that is with Shrek 5. Now, ever since the first teaser debuted back in early 2025, there have been a lot of discussions in regards to the new design change that the characters received. And this is not just different compared to the original Shrek movies, but this is also different to what they have previously done with the new style of Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. You got those people that hardly noticed a difference whatsoever and felt like the designs are still the same. You got some who noticed the difference but are open to it and want to see how things go. And then there are those who hate it with a passion. Again, this is something that they feel like it is a great insult to their own nostalgia, because Shrek and the rest of the gang don't look exactly like how they were in the previous Shrek features.
I personally didn't get into Kung Fu Panda. Gets yeeted into cyberspace foil. You get yeeted into the shadow realm. You didn't like Kung Fu Panda with a hot tiger lady. Like, come on, bro. I'm joking. But no, with Shrek 5, like, yeah, the art style didn't really, like, vibe with me. And yeah, see, here's my thing, right? Because you already had an established art style with Puss in Boots, I thought that would be a perfect opportunity to like bring into the Shrek universe. And to an extent, they kind of did, but like it just doesn't like appeal to me as much. Which, you know, it's fine. Like it's, I'm not your dad. I can't tell you to not watch this movie. It's just, well, I was in love with the character designs, but I'm not going back. Exactly. That's the thing. Well, it's all like, ooh, yeah, those character designs. Like, again, I will criticize it. It's not my cup of tea. But, like, again, I'm not going to, like, go after the freaking animators and producers and be like, oh.
That they abandoned the hyper-realistic style that they had in the past in favor of a new, more cartoony style that emphasizes more the comedy. And from there, that's when it received massive backlash from animation fans.
Yeah, this crap looks AI generated. I've seen that post.
And there are those people that try to go and campaign by saying...
Is it just me or Shrek is not Shreking? What does that mean?
Saying that they need to do the similar actions of the ugly Sonic the Hedgehog from the 2019 trailer, where they would go and harass the hell out of DreamWorks and out of Universal to force them to change to make it be like how it was. And when the other teaser trailer came out to show more of the animation and that they still maintain that same animation style, that's when the backlash still continued. That's when they would go and still keep on going when it comes to the hate for the new design and so on and so forth. And that's where it was at the point, it was one example where I just felt like the controversy and the backlash, and whenever there would be an outburst from the cartoon community, that's when it ultimately feels like the same thing. That they would go and complain about the character designs of Hex, saying like, oh, it's too much the same as what other Disney films would go and do. And then Shrek 5 would come out as like, oh, this is too different than what they used to do with the other Shrek films. Like,
yeah,
you
really can't win with
they just want to go
anybody.
and complain for the sake of godforsaken complaining, and there's no sides where you can go and just win. But in the case of Shrek 5, however, that is a prominent example of not just making a mountain out of a molehill, where apparently a character design is enough to go and become a massive scandal in the community, but also there is the factor that nostalgia can really warp their perception on how animation should be and their desperate need of how they want some things to just remain the same. But then there is another problem that I would say is similar to the factor of indie animation, where they claim to be strong supporters, but when you actually look upon their actions and when you look upon the records, it actually shows otherwise. And that is in regards to their support of animators, where they claim to be strong supporters. They claim that they really do care about who they are. They highly admire them, that they are the masters of the medium and all that kind of stuff. But in all truth, no, they don't. They don't actually care, or at the very least, they're
don't
not
show
among
it.
the highest priorities of what they actually care about. And when it comes to how the fandom actually views the people working in the industry, at best, the value of animators and creators and artists who do work in animation, their value is only as strong as the project that they work on, because the product itself is much stronger than the well-being of animators in terms of what is it that the fandom values the most. Now, this is something that I am aware that this is very common in terms of fandoms in general. A lot of them, especially those that have a notorious toxic reputation, from there, they would always go and, in the best case scenario, value the products that the people would go and create rather than the people who would go and make the products. But you can see from there where the problem can be, because in the field of animation, of course, you're going to be working on numerous of projects. You're going to be working on things that are either amazing or they could turn out to be total crap. And depending on your position, sometimes you'll just do a little job on one major project, and sometimes you'll have a bit of a bigger position on a smaller project.
Yeah.
But it all depends ultimately on what is the highest position you've been on whatever project you are, where people are going to remember you the most, and ultimately that is how the fandom will judge you. And considering how their emotions that they have displayed in terms of certain animated projects, you could see how it could go a little too extreme, or that the judgment can easily go a little bit too far. Like, for example, if you are known as a director of a highly acclaimed animated feature, something that went on to become very successful, highly praised by critics, got a lot of word of mouth, and even received some awards along the way, then you would be considered a very admirable figure. You will see people who will go and put you in a high pedestal because you are known as the person behind that particular project. But on the opposite end, on the other hand, if you are mostly known for directing a movie that has been not only a box office flop, but also panned by critics, and
Josh Cooley is the best example of this. I know exactly where he's going. Josh Cooley is the best example of this.
Hated by audiences to the point that mentioning the movie is more of a joke than actually properly discussing about the film, then they're not going to care about you at all. Your worth as a human being is only as strong as the product you would go and create. So if you created a weak product, then how they view you is a weak person, unfortunately. And they're not going to care about what would happen to you
not because
whatsoever. In fact, there have been times where the fandom would really get carried away over something that they hate the most and completely disregard about the people working behind the scenes. Because people will tell you that at the bare minimum, even if you don't like something, you shouldn't be going after the people behind the scenes, because all they're doing is just doing their jobs. They're just making cartoons. And
like, unless if, like, okay, so here's my thing. Like, you can be critical of, like, the director and the vision if the vision that they provide sucks. Like, that's what I felt like, because, like, again, to kind of go back to Gaming Magic, because they're the ones that, like, really got me to, like, really think critically of, like, how you produce, like, how you go about, like, producing review content, basically. Like, again, they were using the own director's commentary. They were using interviews that the director was in. They were talking about this. And they were saying that how the director viewed the Toy Story movies was not good. Point blank, period. They contradicts what other directors in the field of Pixar were saying about Toy Story. And even if you just like, oh, I just don't like John Lasseter, well, you can go back and look at Toy Story 3 with Lee Unkrich. There was like other people in the industry that was making like the same type of opinions and the same type of vision that like the original Pixar like Dream Team had when they were making the first Toy Story movie. And that's why I feel like, okay, you can talk about like directors, you can talk about animators, you can talk about like, okay, you can talk about these types of people. Obviously, don't go harass them, which is where Gaming Magic kind of was leaning towards a little bit. Like, I don't think he actually ended up harassing them, to my knowledge, but like he did address them, like I brought up in my last video here on the page. But yeah, there is a reason and there is like purpose of talking about certain people, and not everything is an attack. Not everything is simping for other people, and people just need to realize that. Sorry, keep going.
That's
I'm about to like
it shouldn't be considered a crime if they end up making something that is not up to your standard. But there are plenty of people, unfortunately, in the cartoon community that they just don't care, where they end up falling into the same mistakes that me and Mr. Enter used to do, and that they only focus exclusively on their hatred on whatever cartoon is out there, and they would go and disregard about who's in charge. They feel like if you were involved of that thing that they hate so much, they consider you a criminal for it. And yes, I do know that over the years in the cartoon community's history, this has always been like that, and we have seen from time to time where they would go and rage out on certain projects and that they would be, at minimum, disrespectful towards the people behind the scenes. Such as the case when we've seen the rage of Johnny Test, or even with Teen Titans Go, or some of the later seasons of SpongeBob, for example. But nowadays, it has become far more rampant, and that's why it can often feel very overwhelming when there is a cartoon that the community desperately wants to hate. Like, one great example is in regards to Velma. That is debatably one of the most hated animated shows in recent years. Now, I will say right now, I haven't seen an episode of Velma, and based on the word of mouth that I've heard, I'm not really that interested.
I've watched 2 episodes. I couldn't get past the third. I couldn't. It, like, I know that there is the thing where it's all like, okay, you gotta like actively watch the entire thing. I got a taste of it. It left a really huge bad taste in my mouth. I think Velma is a justified crash out, for better or worse. I think that there is, like, again, obviously don't go after attacking other people. I think, again, sometimes the vision was clouded. I remember, like, I like the actress that played Velma. Like, I liked her in other shows and stuff. I just think that, like, when she directed it, she was just a bad director for that. And, like, you know, it can happen.
But one thing that did take me away from even touching Velma is the reaction from the cartoon community, where the hatred is just overwhelmingly strong. And I was very much put off when the news came out that Velma was canceled, and the cartoon community was just fully celebrating its cancellation, saying that the evil is over and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, one second. I'm gonna actually read these because I've been reading all these other tweets. Maybe if people didn't want Velma to be canceled, perhaps the writers should have tried to make at least the writing good in the first place. They should have turned Velma into a narcissist while also needlessly being pretty being petty towards the critics of the show. That's also another thing with Velma, is that like the director was like crazy with like the community. But like, again, like there is reason to celebrate when a bad show gets canceled. Again, it does not mean that I want everybody involved losing their jobs. That's not the reality of it. The reality is that I don't want to see more of this series. And maybe they can get refunded and, or not refunded, but like we like worked into like a different project, or I get hired on for a different project. Because like there is like, obviously it's a giant place. You can go to multiple different places. Even if the show itself or the game itself is bad, you can go to other places. Like, obviously, I want the programmers of bad video games to work on games that are actually good and, like, actually learn from their mistakes. I want people that have made bad movies or bad shows to do the same thing with, like, the writing, the animators, the voice actors, what have you. Like, but there is a time and place where it's like, I think it's okay to be happy that a project got canceled. A live action, example is the Halo show. Holy crap, that show. Even as a generic sci-fi nerd, I can't even see those people enjoying that show. Because of how, like, really bad that writing is, and how bad that story is, and how wooden a good chunk of that dialogue was. And, like, you get, like, occasionally some cool moments, but it's, like, a 2% of that show is cool moments.
Just fully celebrating its cancellation, saying that the evil is over and all that kind of...
Maybe they shouldn't have animated this anomaly in the first place in the space-time continuum.
Stuff. And
That's
completely
wild.
disregard about the people behind the scenes. Like, even if you do bring up that, hey, this is not really good news because people are...
People are acting like this is a win. It's not. People are going to lose their jobs and probably are going to have a hard time finding work with the people that have families and needs. But I guess it doesn't matter according to them. That's not what I'm saying with this. That's not why I'm saying this. Hope to God that they got new jobs. Hope to God they can perform their craft a little bit better. But with this property, with this show in particular, I'm glad it's canceled. There's a thing, right? Well, it's like two things can be right at once. I've said this a lot. But, like, it bears repeating. Because, yeah, a bad show getting canceled could be a good thing and also a bad thing. It's a double-edged sword. It doesn't matter if you like the show or not. It gives people a paying job, the artists, yeah. And now some people in the comments are trying to justify this. Look, I don't care if you hated the show. I don't care if you thought it was terrible. What I do care about is the workers of said show now out of a job. And a lot of people are deserving of it. Yeah, deserving. It deserves to, like, people to lose their jobs. That's a different wording of it. Like, saying, yeah, I think that show deserves to, like, not get a second season. I thought the first season was very weak. You know, you can phrase it, just be a decent human being. That's basically what it's saying, you know?
...to lose their jobs, they're not going to care. For them...
Yay, I'm glad the show is over, and yay, I'm glad tons of people have lost their jobs are two entirely different sentences. People are saying both of these things in the comments. Okay, but still...
And what they care most is their hatred for Velma, and they want to feel like they had a victorious moment because the whole thing was canceled. So really for them, it doesn't matter about what happened to the animators. For them, they just care more about their anger and hatred towards the project. And they don't care if people have lost their jobs. They're just going to go and celebrate regardless because, hey, the project is done. And I mean, the loss of jobs is just a small price to pay. Another great example that I'd like to bring up is in regards to Angus MacLane and Galen Sussman. And I feel like...
Oh, Angus MacLane. Oh, frick me, bro. Okay. I think I know where the story is going, but Angus MacLane, for those that don't know, they were the director of Lightyear, and he has said in multiple interviews on how he was trying to justify the freaking Lightyear movie, and it completely goes against everything that was set up in freaking Toy Story. We're going to get into it, but...
With the outcome of those two, they really represent very well in terms of, even though they may have a very prominent career in animation, their worth can only be as much as the one thing that they're the most well-known for.
Exactly.
And fans will go and take action to only that accordingly.
Unfortunately,
now, the thing with both MacLane and Sussman is that they are two longtime Pixar veterans. They have worked at the studio since the 90s and have been credited in several of their beloved pictures. And when it comes to the most prominent work, like where they would go and reach very high on the ladder, it was actually with the 2022 movie Lightyear, to which MacLane was the director of the picture, while Sussman was a producer. However, in the following year, in June of 2023, unfortunately, Disney was doing another round of layoffs, and this one affected Pixar, to which unfortunately both McLean and Sussman were let go.
Which
and
sucks.
Even though with both of them, they are very similar in terms of their careers and what they have done at Pixar, the reactions cannot be more opposite. When it comes to McLean, people did not care whatsoever. In fact, if there were those who would bring up McLean, some would unironically celebrate that he lost his job.
Good. Freaking, that's wild. Finally, consequences. At Lucasfilm, Kathleen Kennedy next, please. Oh my good gravy. I will again say this for the 1000th time. I am not someone that wants people getting laid off and losing their only income. I'm judging them based off of the products. If they can get other work, more power to them. If they can make something that's worthwhile, more power to them. You can still criticize people for making bad films, but you don't have to go this hard where you have to cheer because they lost their job. God dang it.
At Pixar, mainly because of the fact that he is mostly known as the director of Lightyear, and considering how there are some in the cartoon community that would have a great hatred for that picture in particular, they would let their emotions get carried away and feel like, well, because he did Lightyear.
Sorry, I saw this from an anime fan in the chat. Why does people say it's not a decent show? Basically adult comedy shows, like your, like, obviously those that are not Family Guy or King of the Hill or Simpsons, like, you know, those adult comedy shows, but now try to be that, but it's not that. Velma was trying to be that, but in all the wrong areas, and actively made fun of people that liked the original Scooby-Doo, and was like politics 24/7 inside the show. And there was also just a lot of like disturbing imagery that I felt like was a little bit much in my personal opinion. But again, I didn't get past episode 2 when I watched it, so it's also been years since I've seen it.
It would be justified to go and fire him, you know, like to go and present that kind of entitled attitude. However, when it comes to Sussman, she would get a lot of sympathy and a lot of attention in terms of losing her job. Even though she was a producer on Lightyear, that's not the main thing that she is the most well known for. Galen Sussman is actually most known for that story with her involvement in Toy Story 2.
Oh,
you probably have heard of the famous story where the movie got almost deleted at Pixar, but she actually carried a file at home to go and help babysit her kids. So she has often been credited as the woman to go and save Toy Story 2. And that's why you see, in terms of those two completely different reactions,
they off the woman
it doesn't necessarily
that
matter how
Toy
long
Story
they have worked
2.
in Pixar.
I know Sussman saved the cut of Toy Story 2, but she did, but they ended up scrapping it. Honestly, I blame Disney. Pixar should have managed with them a bit better ever since they did. Pixar has been playing incredibly safe, creating those worst sequels, and even most of those original films that felt like in many ways shallow. Man, what the heck? Was Galen Sussman the woman that saved Toy Story 2? Yeah, so I feel like this one right here, this person in the middle, is like my standard with it. Like, yeah, they should have obviously managed projects better with them. And obviously the ultimate blame is on Disney rather than, like, obviously the people that were, like, actively working on the movie. They were just trying to do their best to make something that's appealing to everybody.
What kind of movies that they have been working on over the years and all that kind of stuff. Because of that one notable thing that they have done, people believe that Angus MacLane is the lesser because he was known more as the director of Lightyear, while you got Galen Sussman, and even though she does have the same kind of credentials as a producer of Lightyear, because she is known for that one unique story at Pixar, she would end up being highly elevated. Again, doesn't matter how long you have worked on a studio like Pixar, or if you have a very admirable portfolio and have done a lot of great credits and stuff like that. It's all in the matter of the one quick thing that people can recognize you the most, where then people on social media would go and quickly judge you just based on that. Unfortunately, in this day and age, the worst case scenario is that if you end up being someone who is part of the creative process of making something that the cartoon community absolutely hates, then the worst case scenario is that you would end up getting harassed if they ever find out that you were involved with that particular project.
Which
and
is
I've already mentioned before
inappropriate.
about the example with Fix and what happened to some of the animators there, despite the fact that it was at a time when Sony Animation was still highly praised, K-pop Demon Hunters was at its prime. People didn't care. They don't care about where they worked and stuff like that. If they made something that they hate, they would end up getting harassment or even worse. But you know what's the worst thing about this whole case? Is that the group that ends up getting the absolute worst, and I would even say even more than the projects that the cartoon community hates, is indie creators. I would argue that indie creators are the ones who get it.
Holy butter on toast. I've seen it. So I got Jet. I'll catch you around. All right, no problem. Anime fan, you take care. We're about to end up here. We're probably going to watch part 3 next week. But yeah.
Far worse than any artists or animators out there. And the reason why I say this is that there is a secret benefit to working on mainstream projects if you are an artist, an animator, or what have you. The thing is that at least with mainstream projects, it is far more likely that you're not going to get the blunt of the hatred from the cartoon community.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not going to say that this will happen all the time. Again,
Obviously.
Vix is an example of this. But the thing is that the anger and the hatred that they would have for that particular mainstream project, it would end up being received towards the company and the executives that are in charge. Rather it be with David Zaslav with Warner Brothers or Bob Iger with Disney, considering that the cartoon community has complained so many times about those individuals right
Holy
there.
crap,
And that is
yeah.
one thing. But when it comes to indie creators, however, they don't have that luxury of having someone on top of them to go and ultimately blame. Because as indie creators, they are the ones that are responsible for the project itself. They are considered the top ones to go and ultimately develop either the movie or the series or the cartoon or whatever. So in that regards, if that indie project ends up doing something that the community does not approve of, then they will go and unleash their anger and their hatred, and they want to go and harass the creators ultimately. And again, this is especially the case with Gooseworks, where at the end of the Amazing Digital Circus's run.
Okay, yeah, so they're going to go into it with the Digital Circus, but it's also the same thing with, like, the Has-Been Hotel people, because, like, again, like, I think the creator, like, I think because of, like, some of the stuff, like, she did say some stuff on social media about some of the Hayden people, but, like, again, I didn't see anything of it. I will still have to admittedly do a bit more research on that front. I just watched the show as a fan, as like a casual person watching it on Amazon. I purposely did not want to get into the discourse surrounding most of the fandoms. Now, since I've gotten into the show, I have seen a lot of like fan reactions and stuff. I follow a couple of like Hell of a Voice creators on Instagram. There's some genuine good people out there. Now, I haven't seen the toxic side of stuff as much. Like, I've seen YouTube was probably the worst side of it, seeing some of those creators. Because, like, obviously, we have the whole situation with the AI channels with Midnight. But other than that, like, I haven't seen, like, a crap ton of people that fall in that category, but we're going to see here.
Felt like the controversy and the outbursts from the community and the fandom, specifically from them, had become more and more common. I even said before that it was becoming more and more difficult just to go and catch up with what the fridge is going on and what is it that people are getting so upset about. And at that point, a lot of the backlash and what is it that people were so angry about with Gooseworks is merely nothing more than just the creative decisions that she wanted to do for her series. Rather it be for which characters that she wants to go and spotlight, like with Pomni or Jax, or with how the last act or the final episode ultimately became. And those people who disapprove with whatever the outcome may be, they ended up being furious, and that's where we ultimately saw the massive harassment from Gooseworks, where it even got so extreme, she had to go and bail out of Reddit altogether.
Okay, r/Digital Circus. Hey everybody, announcement. Hey everyone, within the past few days, I've been in a situation involving Gooseworks and Reddit, so I gave a quick bit of context with our stances on this sub. What happened? On a live stream, Goose said that Jax and Pomni are the two main characters. Yeah, dude, this whole thing was so freaking stupid. This upset a lot of fans, especially those are the people that were fans of Wagatha, and wanted her as the third main character. Goose replied to all this, and they mentioned this also sublet about this, saying Wagatha was getting more development in the next 2 episodes. Goose would then get a bunch of harassment, which led to her deleting her Reddit account and issuing an apology on B-Sky, which was also deleted. Our stance: this is completely disquotable. I have no clue why people are doing this. Overall, the situation is a mess. This is a lot of text. Holy frick. Edit 1. Also, I want to clarify that a vast majority of the Redditors were support of Goose. The vast majority of the hate came from Twitter X. Edit 2. We are putting a limit on future posts here on this topic. There is already way too many. They're repeating the info here. So with that, people don't get upset into the subreddit being the same thing over and over.
She had to go and completely delete her account so that she could separate herself entirely from that toxicity. And even nowadays, I don't know how true it is, but it has ultimately become at the point where Gooseworks became a bit disenfranchised with the Amazing Digital Circus altogether. And once that series was done, she just wanted to move on and has no interest in being involved with the Amazing Digital Circus altogether because of how the fan base, or at least the toxic side of the fan base, has completely ruined it for her. And this is not even to mention how also Glitch Productions has been getting a lot more and more of the receiving end of the hate from the toxic side of the cartoon community. And at that point, this is also another example of how I feel like all the complaints that have been going on for the community, they are starting to sound the same, because I feel like, especially because of their narrow definition of what indie indie animation is, people are going after Glitch Productions the same way that they would go after Disney, labeling them as a greedy company, hating upon their creative choices of what they would do with some of their projects, like what we have seen with...
I think the Amazing Digital Circus sucks because it involves with Glitch Productions. What the frick is that statement?
The Amazing Digital Circus, or even a bit of Nice of Gwyneth.
Everything wrong with Glitch right now.
No different than when they would go and complain about some of the creative choices of Wish, or even...
Wait, I'm sorry. That channel's name was...
Or even a bit of Nice of...
Everything wrong with Glitch Productions right now. Kel, the Amazing Digital Circus. Brother, what do you mean?
Guinevere, no different than when they would go and complain about some of the creative choices of Wish, or even with something like Gameoverse, they would be complaining about the character designs.
Oh gosh, the character designs, oh no! So there's been some discussion with the female designs of Gameoverse. That's wild.
No differently than when they would complain about the character designs of Hex. So in that regards, regardless if it were an indie production or if it's an indie creator, they don't care about that indie label or what they've previously said about how they view indie animation altogether. For them, if there's something in there that they don't approve of, they will treat them no differently than how they would go after any of the mainstream companies such as Disney. And holy shit, man, I don't even want to get into the situation with VxTenrec because honestly, that's a whole can of worms in itself. And honestly, another and probably one of the most prime examples about how indie creators are treated, and it's not very well. In fact, the whole discourse in general.
Oh my gosh, Hasbro Hotel sucks. Actually, when they actually watch it, bro, the amount of VxTenrec that I had to block was insane, and they will legitimately harass. They will legitimately harass you for not liking their unseasoned garbage. Well, that's just you being, like, crazy, bro, because it's not unseasoned, bro. Like, you have to have a bit more take. Like, you know, just as the fan base has a lot of bite to it, you don't have to have the same level of bite, bro. Funny how VxTenrec haters admit that they hate Has-Been Hotel for no reason that they use swear words. Finally, a good reason that's
with
wild.
VxTenrec has been so extreme. And I'll just say right now, I have nothing against Vivian Madrano. And honestly, I have nothing but admiration with the success that she has gotten over the years. To the point that now she has become one of the most prominent figures in the animation industry today. But still...
Like everybody, you could criticize them. You could have respectful criticisms for people that are, like, behind your projects. You don't you don't have to overly like simp up to a project, and you don't have to be overly critical with a project. You can just be real. This is just how it is. Point blank period. Has Vizzy done some crazy stuff? Apparently so. I have not seen it myself because I didn't dig into that. But again, she still has 2 shows that are way successful with the masses, let's be real here, because despite what the toxic side of the fam says, they're still successful. She's working on a 3rd project that was like one of her first webcomic series. She has done a whole Broadway musical number like series, I guess show with the Has-Been Hotel. And then they also have, like, events and cons where they gotten, like, other indie artists, like Silverhound, doing stuff. Like, there's pretty much a lot of good that she's still doing, on top of the fact that there is stuff you could still criticize, you know?
Though you cannot get into a discourse about Vivian Madrano or any of her creations without seeing some extreme reactions where the discourse can easily get out of hand and go way too far, because you're going to get those haters that literally
gosh, who we have here? VxTenrec and her ideas are brilliant. Terrible character. Bro, manga comment, dude. He's not a terrible character. Bro, holy crap. Dude, look at these videos, bro. VxTenrec is a bad person. VxTenrec statements about... I don't know what this is about. Unscathed. 4 years, 8 episodes. Why is Has-Been Hotels Season 1 is a... Wow, okay, I guess that's crazy. Has-Been Hotel is bad, and this makes me sad. Heartbreaking. Has-Been Hotel fans finally realizing Vizzy sucks, and writing and world building.
That she is the devil and must be canceled and be labeled as a criminal as soon as possible. And then you also got the other side where you do have the fans that are a little too attached to those projects.
Oh dear goodness. Oh dear goodness. I'm not even addressing the person on the left. Ha ha ha. This is what will get the haters and r/crazy Has-Been haters. Yeah, see, it's too much simping, too much hatred, and then you have to just be in the middle, which is wheel, you know? Also, that image on the white's
they
insane.
are way too sensitive whenever they hear a different opinion, down to the point where they would lash out at anybody who doesn't give high praise to any of the works from Vivian Medrano, whether it be with Has-Been Hotel or Hell of a Boss or what have you. Ultimately, that's sadly something that, I know this is going to sound bad, but it has honestly made me want to distance myself from anything related to any of her works. Again, this is nothing against...
And that was my standpoint for a while, because, like, I've heard about this show, and, like, I knew that it was, like, okay, should I give it a shot? Should I talk about it? Should I talk about it? Should I give it a shot? And it's just, again, I just came up with the mindset of, well, I'm a Sonic fan. I really have different opinions on stuff anyway. I survived the My Hero Academia crash outs that people were doing, where people were, like, being insane in that fandom, but I still enjoyed the show. I haven't started the War arc yet, but that's just because I got distracted with other stuff. But, like, yeah, it's just the thing of being in a fandom where, like, you either just ignore to the best of your abilities the actual, like, you just know what is actual criticisms, like, in general, and what is just fandom hatred and fandom over simping, like, to that regard, you know? Like, you just have to be real with that sort of thing.
Her, but I just feel like, honestly, when it comes to the discourses, when it comes to the fans, and when it comes to the haters and stuff like that, it's just a little bit too much where I'm a little afraid to even go and touch upon it, because whatever opinion I may go and express in regards to something like Has-Been Hotel or Hell of a Boss, I'll just end up getting massive backlash, and there's no way that I could go and win on this. And by the way, yes, I know that, like, with these indie discussions, again, this does not reflect on all the fans of The Amazing Digital Circus, and this does not reflect upon all the VxTenrec fans of
exactly.
Sure. Like, I know there's a lot of them that are great people, but there are those toxic ones that definitely do take it too.
And I feel like the people that are in those set fandoms will say the exact same thing. It's cool, it's not your thing. That's cool. I like it, but, you know, it's probably not your thing. I completely get it. Oh, you don't like how cringe My Hero is because of the fandoms? Completely fine. You don't have to watch it. I think the storytelling is really good. I think it has a lot of good character moments. I think the quirk system is a little nutty, and I think that some of the battle scenes are, like, intense. But, like, I'm not gonna be like, yo, like, I can't believe you hated this show, you know?
Too far. And again, going back into the hate that indie creators that they would go and receive, rather it be with Gooseworks or with VxTenrec, sometimes it could be a little bit way too far. And it's sadly one of the consequences of being an indie creator that people don't really talk about. Because if it becomes massively successful, then there are going to be a group of people that will make sure that your life is going to be an absolute hell. And this is not even to mention that nowadays, it feels like harassment is growing more and more and more of a common issue within the cartoon community. That it's almost as if every time there is an animation-related controversy going on, there's always going to be that handful of people that would go and immediately take things too far, where their first immediate action is to go and harass the target, whatever it may be. Rather, if a studio would go and put out a movie that may not be up to high standards, or if there's someone who may have done a controversial action, like Jorge Gutierrez, who momentarily wanted to create an AI animated series with Amazon, then at that point, there's going to be that group that would go out of their way and think that their solution is to go and scream at the target, to go and heavily bully them to submission. Where there are those people who unironically have that mantra of bullying works. As if that whole situation with the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, that because of that one time they were able to make things go their way, they think that logic will apply to whatever. That if they are...
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, again, I didn't like the fact that it took people bullying the Sonic team in order for them to, like, get a design that actually looks closer to the games. Because, again, like, I said this way back in 2019 when that first trailer dropped. I know that I had next to no audience, but I think there's still a video. I think it's part when I was doing my old Black Knight Let's Play, where I said something along the lines of, like, yeah, it doesn't look great, but, like, it could be worse. I think there could be worse. And honestly, I do think a lot of people, like, misunderstood how bad, like, that original one looked. Because, like, I think people over-exaggerated how bad that one looked. Because of, like, all the memes and, like, I think Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers made fun of it. Like, there's obviously people that, like, freaking went, like, way overboard with how bad that was. Because, like, again, it wasn't that bad of a design. Obviously, I think the designs we have nowadays, light years better of what happened. But, of course, again, that made the animators work overtime. And I hope to God they don't have to keep working overtime. And I just hope that people know that, like, that shouldn't be a standard, is to keep bullying creators like that. Just to get something you want. obviously voice your concerns. Don't go after each individual people. Like that's the thing. Voice your concerns. Don't go after people. That's the main takeaway of this.
Angry and loud enough on social media that somehow they will make things go their way and that fans will end up having more control over animation than anybody in the industry in general. But with that said, however, there are those times when it can get way too carried away way too quickly.
Yes.
Even to the point where the bullying would be taken to the next level and would end up throwing out not only death threats, but even doxing as well. Like we're talking about legitimate 4chan or Kiwi Farm style behavior. So in that regards, I feel like maybe that would be like a whole subject in itself of how harassment can be a problem within the cartoon community. But at the very least, it definitely is worth mentioning that I feel like nowadays it is starting to become more and more of a common issue, especially with those who unironically believe that bullying works. Well, that's going to be it for this.
And that's the end of part 2. I think that about does it for this stream. Let me actually go quickly. Oh gosh, I have the hiccups. Let me go mute the window. Let me go turn off the window real quick. But that's going to do it for this. I was going to watch all 3 videos. I don't exactly have the time to watch all 3 videos at the moment. But that was Animat's videos on the cartoon community. I think there is a few things he kind of overgeneralized with the cartoon community, and I think that there is some things where I feel like it's oh my gosh, Ash, what the actual heck? Okay, yeah, I think yeah, there is a few things that, like, I don't fully agree with them on. But, like, again, like, some of the tweets that they showed was kind of, not really not really worth showing off. I don't think it necessarily was worth showing off, but, yeah, I think overall it was a solid 2 episodes. We'll have to return to this when, episode 3 and episode 4 fully drops. Because, yeah, I do think that this is interesting discussions, and I do like talking about animation a little bit more, and hopefully we can talk about this in the future. So, yeah, with that out of the way, thank you guys so very much for watching, and if you guys are new here, hit the subscribe button. Also, go check out the main page, as we have new episodes of the Gaming Trouge coming out soon. So if you guys like scripted content instead of me rambling on the microphone forever, you guys can go check that out. Also, remember to go and join the public Discord if you want to contribute to Trouge Stash, as well as the Trouge Gang Discord as well, where you guys can contribute to not only the podcast here, but also other projects to get behind the scenes stuff. Also, follow me on all the funny little social medias, and yeah, we'll see you guys real soon. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic night or day, and as always, keep gaming.
If you're strong, you can fly, you can reach the other side of the rainbow. It's alright, take a chance, 'cause there is no circumstance that you can't handle. When you use your mind, Sonic Boom.